but if somebody, not only are some things able to be translated to other languages, but also if you have a commentary on top of the translation, much of it is going to be explained to the extent that you are getting the true meaning that the Arabic.
I'm not denying that. I'm not denying you can't explain and break down the meaning that they do that. So they will tell you, oh, by the way, this text in Hebrew is this. Like Dan McClellan does this shit, and what's his name, and Ali Atliya does this. Like he knows Aramaic, Hebrew, Arabic.
Yeah, so people can still say they read the Quran even if they
he's
just
an
read
expert in that stuff.
But you can say you've read the Quran even if you only use the English.
They only understand
No,
it when
you
they
haven't
read
read
the
the Quran.
English.
No, you
They
haven't.
only understand it when they read the English. Milo, come on, we got.
So tell me.
Talking to me, bro. Like stop comparing me to the fobs that you talk to on this app. Pakistan, Southern Asian, white people. Like what people don't know. It's baby Muslims, bro. You're talking baby Muslims.
We're not talking about you. We're talking about the idiot.
No. Coming at baby Muslims.
They go to English to understand.
And fobby Muslims, like stop. And these British people, like you already, dude, we're Americans. These people are like fucking. They don't know how to reason anymore.
Anyway, he's right on that. I think every
So you can't read Surah Al-Fatiha?
You can. It's just that
and understand it?
You're reading you can. There can be a translation, and then there can be additional info that can help you grasp the lost meaning that that is lost in the translation.
What is lost in the translation of Surah Al-Fatiha?
There's just information, passive information that you see. Like when I'm looking at the Hebrew Bible, I'm looking at the Hebrew. The root words, there's a lot of things. It's a different system, man. You're running the software. It's meant for Windows. You're running it on OS.
You're trying to make it way more complicated than it actually is. There are some things that are like that.
It's as complicated as the difference between Semitic and Indo-European.
There's nothing in Surah Al-Fatiha that I can't.
This anecdotal, like, fucking example of yours, bro.
English only and be able to say I read the Quran.
What is the claim do you think that I'm making that you are responding to? Just state the claim. He's gonna make this. I never said it. I never said that. I already know. I didn't say no one. I never said no.
Yeah, you did. You said
fucking did it.
Okay. So basically, you're saying reading the Quran, you can't say you've read the Quran. Or no one can say they've read the Quran if they didn't read in Arabic because translation loses some meaning.
Every translation.
That is a fucking here. Listen to what I said. You can't claim you read the Bible because you just read the translation of the Bible. That's just a freaking fact. You've never read the Bible. The Bible is a Greek text. Now, no one's saying you can't obtain the same information or understanding from reading the translation and the additional info attached that you would have got from digesting it in Greek. No one is saying that. You can.
When you say you haven't read the Bible because you're not reading in its original language, what are you referring to? What do you mean when you say I haven't read it?
Jesus, like what is going on? Minorities, bro. Minorities.
Because it's not true.
It doesn't mean that one cannot ascertain like meaning, right? What he's saying is like every text that's read in it, and this would be true for any form of literature, any work.
And why are the best scholars in Islam German?
Not true.
Why are they German?
Read in its original, when read in its original language, the language itself like comes with a set of like rules, such as like
This is why slavery. This is why the ancients invented slavery.
I'm supporting your point.
Yeah, I know, but what do I do with a bunch of smilers and bars? Like I enslave them. Like that would be the.
By the way, they're not saying.
But didn't you say you support a new cross? What was it called again? A newocracy. A newocracy, is that what it's called?
Yeah, the right man's rule.
Newocracy. I'm not newocracy.
It's played
like it sounds kind of like Noah, no?
Noocha.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's a rule.
Yeah, you know the Greeks are in J tier. Technically, in the Arabic framework, they're Semites. not like these are not the children of Japheth. Japheth, these are fuckers.
Can you hear me, Nardis?
Persians and Greeks are literally.
Why are the past Islamic scholars German?
Because they still study the language.
If you need to read it.
Listen, when
But those German scholars probably
I
speak it.
studied Sanskrit.
I mean, but they speak German.
Yeah, so what? They study the text.
So then you're art.
But they can speak German.
The
They can
window.
study the text in its original language. Oh my God, rather than having this conversation.
So is that what you guys do? Everyone's afraid of like kind of guiding Barth, and it's only been me who's been trying to like force knowledge in this guy's head.
He's pretty good. He gets
I
it,
did
and
this.
exactly.
Everything that you see this man built up to be right now, I did this. This is me.
I do thanks Alumi every day.
This is the Israel in me.
Hey, Nardis,
Keeping this guy
What?
always struggling with this guy.
my condolences. I just heard about the horrific murder of 165.
I'm gonna fucking kick you out. This is not a political room.
I'm just saying.
Like imagine an African coming in here and
Send her
talking
fucking
shit.
back.
Like, bro, go back to Ethiopia.
You're the matrix.
Bro,
I got answers for me being on fire. I don't expect that.
The affairs of the higher world are no
Yeah,
concern.
but alumni, I know you're really versed in history and all that good stuff. I do have a question for you. The Phoenicians gave the Greeks their language, right? I mean, their alphabet, at least.
They're the earliest that we can reference with an alphabet. Yeah.
So, technically, the Roman Empire and its alphabet came out of the Greek Empire, correct? Or the Greek kingdom, whatever you want to call it.
The
Greek
Latin,
civilization. Yeah.
the origin of Latin, I don't know what the fuck the origin of Latin is.
I mean,
Its connection is Indo-European, obviously. So
No, not the language, the script.
the Latin script.
I don't know where they got that from.
They got it from the Greeks,
Mm-hmm.
right? And the Greeks got it from the Phoenicians, correct?
I don't know the chain of transmission, buddy.
Man, I think you knew everything. I'm so sorry.
I never said I knew everything. Just
By the
because
way,
I know
where's the
more than
Islam?
you
Where's
doesn't
the
mean I'm
Islam?
claiming to be omniscient.
By the way, I gotta tell you, I enjoy your 3-4 hour podcast. It's really
3-4 hour podcast. Like exaggerate within the limits, man. Like
2 hours.
say 30 minutes.
Bro, you've gone on
Sometimes
for
they go on all night.
2 hours with who? With who? You sat, nigga. You telling me you sat in a room listening to me for 2 hours?
With the R?
No, it was an A.
No, he said nigga.
Yeah, nigga. You said nigga.
Bro.
He says
You're telling me, bro, this guy's gonna get offended over a word that's not even used in his fucking country. This motherfucker.
Do you know the
Listen.
word of nigger? You know
Oh my Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
coffee.
You're gonna teach the American the word. Okay.
the word
Like
nigger
seriously,
comes from-
these people, these Africans, bro. These Africans think they're black. I swear to God. You're not black, bro. You're African.
True meaning of the word
my God.
nigger.
Chinese, we all know that.
You're not black. You're
You're
African.
not too Chinese, but
Who's African?
I'm half Chinese.
This guy.
It's
All the Africans, like I don't like it when these Nigerians or Horn or Sub-Saharan, like bro, or you're not black. You're African. Stop acting. The Nigerians get it. I swear to God, the Nigerians get it. They're
So-
here. They get offended.
So, Alumi,
Don't call them black.
I just proved to you with the argument
All
up on
black
the top
as hell.
that the Greek
They're African.
gives a more understanding of the Hebrew
From
text
Nigeria.
than the actual Hebrew. And you said you were going to disprove this. I don't know. You haven't. You haven't disproved this at all.
Gonna disprove
Nah, he
what?
doesn't. It's just been
What
boasting.
did I say?
Yeah, he said the Semitic language is better to know in its original language. How come we're getting a better reading of the text in the Greek?
He's a
That's the
bullshit.
Hebrew. I think there's some
He
Hebrew.
be shitting on the bull.
I put the argument up at the top, man.
Put the argument at the top.
What did you
I'm
want?
trying
And you're just waffling, yo. You're just waffling, yo.
Just waffling with no syrup.
No syrup, no butter either.
We're getting back to the.
Hey man, I'll let you go. Do your thing. Go ahead, cook.
For Semitic people who gave civilization.
Now we're letting this guy go off.
What's your
Good.
Yeah, I know. And what
Oh, Menelik used to keep a tab on all these guys, but he's gone now. And they're all out of. Is he on the sound?
No, he doesn't like the sound because it's a bunch of wasteful and they do something there.
Is he on any social media?
Yeah, he's on the video with us. He's on Discord. You miss him?
Just Discord? Why is he on? Does he have an X?
You want to invite you to the Discord? We can bring you in.
Yeah, I miss the smartest Ethiopian on this fucking app.
Take it to the back channel, guys. Take it to the back channel.
Joy.
Yeah.
Joy now.
It's probably Jay.
Oh,
He was a
I don't know who that is. Little
I
Dick.
like what embarrassing.
Ooh, Little Dick? That's what you sound like. You just said Little Dick.
said so much Megatron. I used to just sit there and watch.
Well, he's so crypto. That's what kills him.
You know him, Marcus. You had a crush on him.
Nazir? I didn't know. Nazir, Menelik.
No.
I have a crush on him, bro. I have a real crush on him. Maybe there's another Marcus. Yeah, it's me, it's me.
Yeah, chicks love him. Yeah, he's got crushes. He called me where I was telling him he was stuck. I asked him about it.
You say he's a cult leader.
He has charisma. He could be a cult leader. He has a
You got Marcus on the fucking.
I know. I could be.
If he's on Discord, he's a cult.
Remember, I did the cynics, bro.
Narcus is trying to come back.
This Illumi. She's gonna tell him.
Actually,
I want to say
But I'm doing the Illumi. Come join my shit.
Yo, McZed loved him too. McZed was the biggest fan. I miss the good old days. We actually had good local discourse.
Chen, would like dissect words.
The what?
His approach to dissect words. And like his study was so thorough. Like,
You remember that for real?
Yeah, man. I know this year. I've known him for years.
But you didn't like Negra.
Oh God, just say it, bro.
But there was two Narcos at that time.
It's always been.
You still doesn't know another Narcos?
No, bro.
Okay. One and only.
I know you checked from before. But I know you through this year.
Yeah, we used to be like he's never coming back. He hates this place.
What's he in this one?
Yo, who's this BB guy? What's up, BB? What do you got?
Baby's a girl.
Who's that?
He's your on Persian girl. What up, baby?
Maybe I hope you're not drunk.
No, she's fine. She doesn't have to. Alright, thank you.
Baby gets.
Anyway, did you read my argument?
What the fuck you mean, BB? Is there another
Oh.
BB in
Oh my
there?
God,
Hey, baby.
Fuck.
Oh, baby.
Fuck.
Welcome. Alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Alaikum salam.
Don't make me roar.
She sounds drunk.
What the fuck? Oh, Iranian say, did I see you in the other room the other day? When I had to come and rescue you, you fucking motherfucker.
Rescue me,
Alright, so I gave 3 arguments and nobody took the bait.
Okay, wait, let me read yours. Can you post it again?
Argument was we.
I'm gonna post it again.
Yeah, the Greek. The Greek post it again.
The Greeks.
I trying to tell you guys. You guys don't want to listen to him.
I do want to see.
Lumi's the one that's
Yeah, he's the one who's
Getting
front.
debunked.
Somatic. Nothing is better about the somatic.
he thinks Arabic's like a magical.
Yeah, y'all can listen to fake Semites fucking talk about stuff, but when the real Semite talks about it, can't say shit. Yeah, it's annoying now.
To be a Semite until the Palestinian War. Now all of a sudden you're a Semite.
Oh, Palestinian war.
Yeah, the Palestinian-Israeli War.
Oh, you mean October 7th?
Yeah,
Yeah, because I wasn't arguing DNA before that.
exactly. So why all of a sudden you're a Palestinian?
I am a Palestinian, you idiot.
Because they've been claiming DNA.
Like, what do you
Yeah,
think?
I've never heard a Christian after like
Yeah,
ever.
from the Dominican Republic.
I've never heard a Christian actually complain that when they take over a land that they have to be like genetically attached to it. We're not genetically attached to South America.
I just think you guys should know. I mean, aren't you?
Places,
Look at this. Now blood doesn't matter to this Christian.
it never did. Never did before.
Ya Habibi.
That's our national.
Who's playing that?
Can you please speak? It's our national.
Ya Allah, Ya Allah. What up, God?
So I heard there's a lot of news saying that there's a mass extinction of Muslims in Iran. Is this true?
Are you happy about it?
Then a
Is
mass
that a net
extinction.
Is that a net positive for the world?
No,
or
this is
a net
this
negative?
is a religious topic.
Is that a net positive
No,
or net negative for the world?
I mean, they say that they're turning to Christianity, which I'm not like so
Then it's
crazy
a net
about
negative.
this.
Giving up religion, that's not true.
But
Religion gets boring in theocracies. Religion starts to take a backseat because any sort of political system in which
That's why Islam
is
can't work.
propagated, that is also true.
It's already working.
Islam
That is
has
true
to
for
be a
any system in which
It's not true.
religion
We're not a theocracy.
unless
Don't say we. I'll say we.
unless it reforms, right?
I'll say we.
Yeah, Christianity.
You represent yourself, Protestant.
Christianity provides
Protestant, you represent yourself. Don't say we.
we, the Christian, don't have a
It shapes
theocracy.
itself with the
You're a
times
Protestant.
before it survived. And that is a good thing.
You got no authority whatsoever.
what are you talking
Islam
about?
can't live without the Sharia, and we can't live with it.
What's Sharia? All right, baby, come on, chill. What's Sharia? We don't have Sharia in the Quran. They came 200 years.
Yeah, Sharia just means law. So any
Prayer.
laws in the Quran is considered Sharia.
Yeah, and he just established prayer.
Like the
and
law of being, exactly, going to prayer. That's Sharia.
That's it.
See,
No, this is like absolute.
cutting your hand off if you steal something is Sharia.
No, they don't have
100 lashes for
That's in
committing
the Hebrew Bible, you realize that.
Guys are a little bit acting low IQ. I don't know why. Please just not shut
Oh, they want me to fight.
I'm not saying it.
That's what it is.
Conversations in this room. Can you just
You know, when the defeated are defeated, like, that's it.
It's not an argument against Islam. It's just
Bro, like, you still want to argue, you
It's an
still,
argument.
notice, notice, I have told them, haven't I opened myself up for debate? Any of them want to argue that the Trinity versus Tawheed? I've explained to them, I've explained to the Muslims, none of the Muslims want to debate. The Muslims actually had the serious discussion with me, and they agreed with me. They agreed with me. You guys agreed with me. Barth, you agreed with me. And you still want to argue the old meta. So you're a worker of lawlessness, bro.
That's what
it is. You must be a worker of lawlessness.
I've done my studies.
Because you're arguing falsehoods. No, we're talking about the Trinity.
Oh, forget about the
Just
Trinity.
the
I'm done with the
rules
Trinity.
It is just a law.
Sharia
There
just
are-
means
Define Sharia, please.
There's no Sharia.
It's
Okay,
not,
exactly.
That's
So,
not the jurisprudence.
all right, then let him define Sharia real quick.
In the Quran. In the Quran.
Sharia, oh my God, no, in fucking the law of Moses, you retard.
Sharia.
The law of fucking Moses and the law of
It's just
Vedas
about
and the fucking
prayer.
Vedas. I want the Sharia in the
It's
Vedas.
about the
Taoism. I want it in Taoism.
Trying to get rid of the Sharias, remember?
There is no Sharia.
We got another African. What is it?
Yeah, we are
Fucking
trying to get
Africa
rid of
Day. That is Black History.
If
It's not African history.
Only Muslims want Sharia.
And they don't want no Sharia.
Well, they act like they do, and then they move away. No,
They get
actually,
Sharia
no.
and
Oh,
Actually, no.
they get Sharia and Iran revolt.
Then they walk away.
who's playing the music?
Let her play it, please.
Listen, please.
Linda, listen, Linda, Linda.
Please, guys.
Mamma mia,
Let her
tutti
play.
frutti. Oh, yeah,
So sad. My country.
Hey,
Hey, Matze Portoha. Hey, Jokasa.
You're not singing it very good, to be honest.
Stop. Stop.
You're not doing the right words.
Stop.
It's gonna go back to the way it was.
No, it's not. It's gonna be
It's burning.
a lot better. It's gonna get colonized, and we'll let them run their own country.
Yeah.
You're gonna colonize those lands. This guy thinks ground. He thinks the air is like the ground, bro.
We're gonna import our Western values that makes every country a better place.
We wish they were Western.
Exactly.
It's better than being soft-headed.
It's a different thing.
Yeah, like
I'm confused now, Jess. Shouldn't you guys be happy? Like, didn't you guys want to get rid of the regime?
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought they did.
Like, I swear to God, they can't make up their fucking mind, man.
they're always thinking
Women.
movies, man.
Women can never make up their minds.
Happened like 50 years.
What do you guys think? What do you think? America was gonna send the military to tell them please leave? Please.
Please, crackers and cheese. Light the thing.
Hey,
Light the
we told you guys it's gonna. A lot of you guys are gonna die, but you guys were like, "Yeah, we want it." I remember these people were crazy on this up saying we would lose 1 million people. Like, fuck. All right, stay less, bro. That's what the American military said. Stay less. Gotcha.
Can you give me the lyrics?
What are y'all trying to prove your nationalism? Get your ass on a plane ticket to fucking Florida. Go prove your nationalism over there.
Damn.
America, we're at war. I should. I better not see no goddamn Americans fucking acting all shady.
Hey, everybody. Ya Jama. And Ashadu la ilaha illallah.
Dude, he wants to be Sneeko so badly, bro. This guy. He wishes he was Sneeko. Nah, bro, you wish he was what?
That guy or that phase guy, that other dude.
Sneeko be fucking winning, bro.
What, the big goofy dude? The big dude?
He's just that generation that realize it's all about trolling and that's what gets you. And he just does it so well, bro.
Sneeko got bullied into Islam like a little bitch.
He hates I knew that would trigger the.
Sneeko who? Like Sneeko the. I remember
Put that motherfucker in the headlock.
The bully in the headlock.
You know what? I swear, kick your ass. So you know it too. Sneeko fucking ain't a pussy.
Sneeko's a bitch.
Dude, he took punches from that MMA guy. I was like, fuck. I mean, you know what? That's balls, bro.
He's about to get knocked out.
Still, bro, that he was willing to take those punches, man.
Nah, he wasn't willing. He didn't think he was gonna hit him.
He hit that guy, dude. He fought like a man, bro.
Sean Strickland was going easy, and then he pissed him off, and he started going harder, and that's when Sneak was like, "Oh no, stop, hold on, wait."
That's fine, bro. He still got in the ring with the guy. Would you get in the ring with him?
Yeah, if I told him, "Hey, go light," yeah, I'll get in the ring with anybody. What the fuck? If I'm telling him to just go light on me, then of course I get in the ring. He wasn't like get in the ring and let's really get down.
Well, I mean, what do you want him to kill you in the first few seconds? Like, we're sparring at this point. Like, obviously, you're not trying to fucking tap me out, but
yeah, but sparring is like that.
But I don't mind. I prefer wrestling. I never understood the American, like the Western way, or boxing. Like when I fought with like Americans for the first time, it was just like weird because this guy wants me to square up, and I'm like, I don't fight that way. Like we grapple. Right. And so you see, like when you saw those like Dagestanis and all that, you know, like they're all they do is just grappling. Like the West is complaining, like they're fighting. Like, dude, that's how you fight. Like you guys try to like break each other's bones. Like why?
Right.
Like just try to like how energy this guy dominate. Yeah.
Right.
You don't want to like fucking break his jaw or like
and break your hand.
It doesn't make sense. And when you do, you slap. Like if it's gonna be, you don't punch. Why are you punching? Use your palm, or you know, at least do what the Asians do, like the martial arts stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Or Wing Chun.
That's what. Yeah.
Hello? How much more you got left?
That's a lot.
Oh, you're just doing packages?
A lot of pain.
Well, Scott was around here now.
A punch.
No, he came and helped me, but I already got done with what?
Shut the fuck
I split.
up. You don't want me to be pressured.
Yeah, I'm gonna look for him.
I'm gonna try to fucking beat this cunt.
Yeah. I'll see you at the office.
Even
Later.
if I crash out on you, it's gonna be bad. You might not shit on it.
Yeah. I heard, whatchamacallit, Darius, you said that, I mean, you're probably good because you said you got a Jew when it comes to like managing a fund. The portfolio, yeah. I just saw, I looked it up on ChatGPT and I guess it was your perplexity. I guess it was true because somebody was saying that 80%, like over 80% of fund managers don't even beat out the market, so you were better off putting your money in the S&P 500,
yes.
Especially including like the fees and stuff. And the longer you keep it with them,
they're very, very conservative. He asked me to actually.
Yeah, they're like too conservative.
He's lucky also. He's very beautiful.
But he's a Jew. That's what I was saying. Like he might be the 20% that actually does get it.
So if you get a 10% return consistently on a year basis,
yeah, I do.
Good.
I guess.
No, if you go to 20,
right.
If you go aggressive with this shit,
I don't know.
When it goes down really hard. And when it comes up,
I did go aggressive and I.
Yeah, why don't you do aggressive now? You should got plenty of time.
Just not. Keep it at 10.
Yeah, I went down. So I thought with it.
If you keep it at 10,
yeah, he keeps it at 10. Not even 10 is a bit too
in
much.
7 years, you double your money. That's all that matters.
He does 6 to 10%.
Right. In 7 years, you double your money 10%.
It's not much, like 7 years. That's a
I'm on high risk. I'm doing high risk.
No. I did that.
I got 20 years.
I played too big too fast. I got lucky. Thank God. I'm still fighting a battle with it. But I do not encourage too big.
You played too big too fast, or did you dollar cost average into high risk assets
I'm not sharing it.
over a long term? Oh, okay, no problem.
Maybe someday.
Just saw a message. Yeah, someday you could call me. Yeah. You call me on my cell phone.
Oh, yeah, what's that? Oh,
Okay.
Yes, sir.
anyway,
What up, Baloney? Yeah, tell that dog shut the fuck up.
how much? How
I'm
much?
just joking.
How much?
What do you
how
want?
much do you want?
Little nigga. Give him just give him a gummy. He'll be,
Careful, gun. You know, Smiler's a white guy.
Yeah. Well, I look black.
That guy's a fucking Puerto Rican. He's European. He just had his ancestors had too many black slaves and he got darker. That's all.
It's my AI picture. I look just like that.
Jesus, second
I probably look better in person, but that's about it.
Bro, you're Puerto Rican.
You're handsome boy.
I'm not Puerto Rican.
You're Dominican Republic, whatever.
I'm not Dominican Republic. I'm not Hispanic at all.
The fuck? You're black? You ain't black. You told me you're Spanish.
He's half black, half white. He's a
No, I'm not. I'm half black and half Native American.
Yeah, bullshit.
All African
I've
Americans be safe.
been enslaved and genocided. I got enslavement and genocide on my family.
Pretending. That's what they call it, pretending.
They call it
Yeah, that's the white. That's all.
You know how many black people I've met that are like Indian? Like they got like some Jesus.
Well, no, we actually have no
It's like a thing.
verification and stuff.
Just stop being so racist.
Yeah, don't be racist, Illumi.
Dude, this guy literally told me Puerto Rican or.
No, I didn't.
What
I never told you.
Not smart.
Dominican Republic or.
No, I never said that. People say I look like I'm Dominican. Who knows? Maybe we come from the same ancestors. Either way, if you look up the police report, they're going to say I'm black. So we can agree on that.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. You know, America's.
Yeah, America just calls every brown person black.
No. I got pulled over by the police to ask me my race.
Well, no, what are you on your ID?
He's definitely black. What did you tell him, Jim?
I said I don't identify with race.
Race?
No, and then I asked him, why are you asking me about my race? Can't you see who I am? He's like, no, it's just something that we're mandated to do.
They asked me why I didn't stop at the stop sign. I said, I don't believe in it. I really don't believe in it. He said, Mom, I don't think it's a matter of belief.
Tell them you can't read.
No, I really don't believe in it.
You're colorblind and you can't
We're
read.
not official. I don't get it, so.
Colorblind and you can't read.
I think it's inefficient. Honestly, I just think it's.
How is it inefficient?
Doesn't have much utility.
It should
In
be a
places
yield
where I
sign.
live, it is. I mean, it's supposed to be a stop and move, right?
Yeah, it should be a yield though.
Yeah, but there are not that many people, especially.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Why are they stopping? For what? I don't believe it.
Just in case to ride into the bike through the neighborhood.
I should have just said it's against my religion or something.
Yeah.
I know.
You know that I know, I know, I know.
How is the pain, my love? What's the purpose of an hand? Well, we've stymied the corruption. Oh, you know, what good it's done me. Well served this mess. Far better to serve working than one makes to praise. Faint praise, my lord. Should I do this? You fond of one point. No, my lord, that's not my weakness. What is? Curiosity. The only way to treat disease is to understand disease. The only way to understand it is to study the effect it informed experiments on it. All day, my studies have given me insight. Saved many lives. I'm Paul's so sure. Men with no families to complain. We found a moaning in the poorhouse. Cut it back to the garret. Open up the buildings to see what was inside. How is it?
I've unified the two scales
You guys come in peace, right? Well, now that I've got you why are they chasing us?
They want to die for him.
What? Well, what told me? Some sort of defense shield or space armor. Yes, you homie.
I am the guy.
No, it's a part of Christianity.
Well, everything is pretty passive.
We do defensive warfare.
Crusades are not defensive warfare.
No, they should be though. When they started.
Yeah, but that's what proves you're a crusader, bro. You're not a Christian. You're a crusader. There's a difference.
The crusade started as defensive war.
Nah, bro. I wanted to go sack fucking the Romans.
Nah, we're getting tired of the.
Who's we, bro? You black Native American, bro.
I was on that side of the planet at this time. They didn't bring me over here.
What? But you were not on that side. Like your daddy?
What?
You tell me your daddy's Native?
Both my parents are Native American, and we have some African cousins.
Sure, bro.
Yeah, so anybody wants to go open up a casino with me, let me know. Let's get that casino going. I'll make sure I put it right next to the Black and Hispanic neighborhood. They like to gamble the most. I hate when it's cloudy outside. That was the only good part about living in Florida. It's fucking sunny 99% of the damn time.
Until it starts raining out of nowhere.
Yeah, but that only lasts like half hour. They don't have like in Chicago. Once it rains, it's about to rain all day pretty much. Florida, it'll rain for 20 minutes. It'll thunderstorm for 20 minutes and then be gone. That shit is crazy.
My first thought was, I was like, what the fuck is going on? Someone like changed the setting all of a sudden? Like,
yeah, they just got rolling.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's and then sometimes you'll see it from like a distance, and then just like they never make it to you. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it just gets all foggy, dark, and then Florida's a wild environment.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is, it's what people think California is, like the weather-wise, like, except the sporadic kind of rain and shit. It's like that hot. And I like Florida. I like Florida. It's just, it always keeps you running on warmth.
Yeah, for real.
So you always got energy, you always got.
California's not like that?
California can get cold, man. It chills at night, so it's just Mediterranean climate. You got a swamp environment bro, over there. You got like an Amazonian jungle environment, yeah.
someone get mad and break your neck?
No, this is merely maintenance.
Maintenance for a human is not. Clipping our nails, rubbing off dead skin, emptying our stinking bowels. You must think we're very dirty.
I was made to look like a human. Your shape was the ideal.
Do robots dream of wiping their own asses then? What a thought.
You're angry about the consort.
Right. Another one of those messy human things. Do you have the vaguest idea why I'm angry? Because I love her. The thing I had for a mother doesn't have any idea what it is to feel a connection with someone. Does it?
I understand connection.
Oh, do you?
I was not meant to stand alone. I was meant to connect to others of my kind. Robots shared one mind when we wanted. It was called a class. We shared all of ourselves.
Kind of how the wall controls talk to the furnace. Someone get mad and break through.
What have you done, John? Just fix your little power problem.
You reactivated it, didn't you?
Yeah. Should go off in about 60 microns.
And then it explodes.
Yeah.
A big explosion.
God, we should have voted. All in favor, show of hands. All opposed. 32 supposed to abstain.
The concussive pressure must exit through the elevator system.
And the shaft. At this distance. Think about it, would you protect us?
We'll find out in 15 microns.
This is your last chance. Come out now.
Love you.
Love you too.
Emperor. The Crusaderians are intact. The matriarch pod has not been harmed. Our fears were completely groundless.
3, 2,
What is that?
Hello guys, तो स्वागत है. Can you see me? Can you see me? How you doing?
Pull back. Shit, I'm putting most of my infrastructure. It's not good, man. I've thought about this crypto thing. You know what this is? It's kind of like a thermostat for like how much people have money to invest in like stuff. It's kind of a way of showing the economic health or something.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's like we're practically giving the government like statistics for free.
Wow, that's okay. We do that all the time. You know,
Sure.
you start your phone, you tell them.
But think about it, we're losing out because if your boss knows you got too much money in the bank, how likely is he going to give you a raise?
Right. Very, very unlikely.
Exactly. You wouldn't really blame him.
Yeah, it's like, man, he's got enough.
That's what we're doing. Telling the government we got money. Fuck no, I'm broke. I'm a broke ass bitch. That's what you tell the government all the time. I'm a broke ass bitch. You better give me my fucking food stamps and everything. My health care and all that. I want it all. I got kids from this other baby mama. Like, look at this. Just gotta feed this kid. That's how you
do it. That's how you hustle it.
Hustle.
I don't need to tell you. You know how many people around you, you know, making money and they got that EBT card.
What you doing, AC?
Shit, Smiler, you probably got an EBT card. Give me a fucking break, bro. Like we're talking about here. You got a kid, bro. Remember, he's stupid not to have one. Oh, so you are stupid. Oh, okay. I have no idea.
I'm a cool. So.
We don't care it's that. I was surprised, man. This guy making pretty much way too much money. He's got like food, ABTs. Like, bro, yeah, don't tell the government shit. You gotta understand in California, like, your poverty is like 100K. Like, you're like California. Seriously, look it up. Like, you know,
Just the parcels.
you're not making.
No, he just took the mail.
So what you think is money is not money in California. At least from the government's perspective or the state's perspective. So if it's according to the state perspective, take it. It's there. Take it. I mean, why do you want? You shouldn't even feel bad about it because it's like they got money to bomb Iran. Do you know how much every time? Let me tell you something. As someone who has experience with these planes, do you know how many the cost of just the fuel up for these? Just to call the fuel truck in and fuel one of these bad boys up. It's like 40K, 30 to 70K. Just fucking filling it up. What's poor? Look up what's poor in California. Got a kid, depends on your income, but you're not making six figures, you qualify. So feel like Craig with when Iranians were fucking bombing the shit out of Syria. Did you see us crying? We took it. We were like October 7th. We did that shit. No, that was me. That was them floppies. No. These people don't represent. Who's here really Palestinian? Prince and Jack. They don't bitch. I don't hear them bitching. Prince be speaking, preaching the gospel sometimes.
What you see here is a collection of one of the most expensive teas in the world, the famous Sinjin Mao Heian from Henan province. The best buds are harvested in early spring, when they concentrate more aroma and freshness. They are briefly aired and then go through the artisanal process of fixation or chacking, where they are heated in a wok to stop oxidation and preserve their bright green color. Cultivated in cool mountains, it offers a vegetal and slightly sweet flavor.
Dictator, a fucking barbaric dictator, was fucking burying people alive underground and went and
Your
tried
personal wealth, your business endeavors, raise questions about if you have any conflicts of interest. Have you disclosed all your financial interests so the public can make an informed decision about whether they believe in your conflicts of interest?
Yes, in fact, as you know, there's a statement of economic interest that each candidate puts forward. I list every asset that I own, every asset that's owned by Research. I trust
ride for the Iranian Smiler?
Aquí es donde ocurre la magia. Bienvenidos a la ciudad de la comunicación. Todo empieza por meter metal para el espacio espacial.
This has no freaking loyalty to the human family. His loyalty is only to
That's simple. I'm sorry, my bad. I was literally thinking, nah, there's a better word. What is it? Simple.
Hey, I'm John Kitover with the John Kitover News Network.
We stand by the innocent people around, but I'm sorry. Not just the innocent people. Oh my goodness. Hey. What's your name? What's his name? Smiler. Smiler, did they not say they want us to topple the
I don't speak in awesome that you do, and this is why I speak to you like this.
Did they not say that? Were they not all over Clubhouse? We want the regime gone. We don't care. Price is blood. Yeah, the price is blood.
Yeah, so that doesn't mean people don't feel remorse over that blood, okay?
Remorse over what? Remorse over what? So when
some people who lost stop. We didn't do this to you.
I'm sorry. Did you go up there?
Do this to you.
I'm sorry. Look at this person. Were you not happy? Were you not happy when the Israelis were getting bombed in the 12-day war? Were you not happy? Were you guys not gloating over that? Oh my God! Look at the hypocrisy. Look at the hypocrisy, Smile. Look at this hypocrisy.
Shut your mouth. Stop it. Stop gloating.
The one without sin cast the first stone.
These are still your family. Like, you're not that distinct.
I don't know why you want to make this personal.
You've been gloating ever since.
I am gloating, just like it makes sense to gloat when your enemy is getting fucked up.
What's wrong with you?
I want the fall of the Safahed regime. I want the fall of the Safahed regime. That's what I want. I want what most Iranians want.
The law will never come back.
No one gives a shit. Don't accept Safahed. We don't care. We don't care. We don't care about you guys becoming Muslim. We actually want you guys to be secular. We want you to be Muslim. Go be like Turkey. Be like Azerbaijan. Don't
we don't
be
want
Safahed.
your religion anymore. Stop.
No one gives a shit. Stop yelling, bitch.
Stop enforcing and imposing religion on us. Stop.
Enforcing it? No, we're liberating you from religion. Don't worry.
Off.
This is what they wanted, Smiler. Oh my God! Like, what do they want? I'm talking as an American. I'm talking as an American. Oh my God, she's
Americans don't want the freaking Ottoman rule back. Americans don't want.
No one's talking about the Ottoman rule. No one's talking about that. You're complaining.
No one wants
Look at this. What were we talking about? Y'all want a regime change. We're celebrating regime change. What's your problem?
You're gloating, thinking your Ottoman rule is going to come back. You've been pushing the Sunni Axis narrative for a while now. Enough is enough.
I said, no. The bet is not going to go away. The bet is not going to go away. No. The bet is still $1,000. It's still $1,000. The bet is not going to go away. You're not going to crash out away from that. No, I did not.
We die in pride.
Until the end of this, until the end game. Until we see the end game,
we don't bend the knee to anyone. We die because of it.
We didn't. No one lost the bet. She's trying to run away from the bet part.
Fuck off, you lost
Daniel.
it. I even told you give it to her.
No, there's no running away from me.
You've been gloating ever since long.
No take backs. I swear to God.
Thinking.
Can't take back.
That you're freaking God.
No take backs.
Your Arab freaking masters whose masters are the West have not been able to do anything, sitting on the fence and
Smiler, testify. I want you to testify, witness. There's a bet, and the bet is $1,000 over whether Iran is transitioned into the end game with the assistance of Turkey.
Bet the need of Turkey. That was bet.
No. I said all it would take. We agreed. The statement was all it would take is an official statement by Turkey that they helped mediate this. That doesn't lead to the collapse of the revolutionary government,
which is the government in Iran, the constitution in Iran, so that this would end with mediation or via Turkey, or that Turkey would have a hand in this. That is the prerequisite. That is the requirement. That's all I got to do. I get $1,000. That's it. And the other thing, but I don't think you'll actually fulfill that one. So I don't even think you'll fulfill the $1,000 one. But I just want to prove a point. So, but you ain't American if you don't fulfill the bet. That's all I know.
All this while you're posing as a freaking Palestinian. A Palestinian this and Palestinian that. Then when the whole Iran issue started,
Just like Smiler's posing as a black person. Right?
Okay. Suddenly you become this sort of Ottoman empire revivalist, where you want
literally on the South from the beginning.
Subjugation of Christians, Jews, and other people, and you want the whole Sunni access push.
No, she's trying to like straw man me.
Get over yourself. The world is
everybody she wants to ignore and lose
not
me.
gonna happen.
You're just gonna keep repeating yourself. Like, what is this? Like, if you want to bark at it, you have a dog. Go bark at it.
At the university,
What do you want? My crucify me? What do you want me to do?
What kind of a freaking nonsense are you, bro? You don't have within you like
I'm just gonna keep doing what I want to do. Oh my
you don't have it. Like, why are you happy about it? You've lost so many people. You've lost an entire race of people. How could you be happy about your birthday?
That's fine.
Are we still talking about politics, guys? Come on.
Jesus, shit.
There he is.
He wants me to make me public enemy number one. She wants everybody to gather because I'm hating on the Southamptons. People think because I'm marking maps, I don't know what they're doing. That's just the Arab side of me. My hand against all the nations and all the nations against me. Because y'all stubborn. You'll always do the pack on the kill black.
That's right. You are a slave in the way.
I am.
Your Arab masters are slaves to the West.
What?
Your Arab masters are slaves to the West.
Oh, really?
Yes, really.
What are you talking about?
Again, gloating ever since that they're dropping bombshells on Iran. Someone here has been gloating. I'm really happy about it.
I'm gloating about the destruction of the Safavid structure in Iran. This is what the majority of Iranians want.
No, we don't want the Sunni access to come back.
No one, look at her deflect. And no one's bringing up, you were talking about the Operation Epic Fury. Let me put the badge so everybody understands what we're talking about. Here's my badge.
We're talking about freeing the Iranian people from the Islamic regime. You're welcome, Israel.
The Safavids. No, you're welcome, Saudi Arabia. You're welcome,
Turkey. You're welcome, Kuwait, Qatar. You're welcome, Arab nations and Turkey and Sunni access that opened up the airspace. Yeah, because this operation would have never happened. It wasn't, who was it? Who was it? Netanyahu. Who was it? Netanyahu in his first speech literally went on TV and said, all the Sunni states, and this is, you guys are in on this. He literally wouldn't even let us go incognito. He just called us out. Why did Netanyahu say, why did he say in the first speech the Sunni access?
Thank you to Israel for defending them, for installing their
Not really. Thank you, Goy, for doing our job. Thank you, Goy, for doing our job. Thank you, Goy. 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 Thank you. Be a good Goy and fight our old enemy and destroy him for us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Goy.
What the fuck is he talking about?
Yeah, exactly. You don't know
Sounds
history,
like a
Goy.
black Hebrew Israelite.
Go look up what the Safavid state is. Go look up who the Safavids are. Go, run.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Goy. Thank you, Goy. Thank you, Goy.
Thank you,
Don't die. Thank you, dying for us. Thank you. Thank you, Goy.
From their oppressor, the disgusting Ayatollah Khomeini.
Thank you.
Islamic.
Yeah. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. Fuck that Safavid.
The Persians don't want to be Muslim Shia crazy.
Well, yeah, you hear that? You hear that, Ninjas? You hear that? It's over. It's over.
And you agree, right, Nargis?
No, she's actually disagreeing, Norm. That's the crazy part.
Nargis, am I right?
Stop.
She swear to God, she's disagreeing.
Nargis, am I right?
No.
No, you're not Nargis, you transsexual. Nargis, am I right?
Wow, look at this guy. He's fucking homophobic.
Don't the Iranian people want to be liberated from the Islamic regime? I didn't ask you that. I said, don't you want to be liberated?
We didn't ask you to liberate us.
Damn, you see that, Norm? You see that, Norm?
Hang on. You do want to be liberated, don't you?
Damn.
She voted yes and you complaining?
Waiting, Artist. Did you want that regime in power or not?
Yeah, Nargis, do you want the regime in power or not?
No! Stop talking!
We didn't want that power. We could have achieved it. Bingo! You didn't have to come and say it.
So you support regime change. Wait. Don't take it to the bank yet. So she supports, just ask her, Norm. Ask her, Norm, guys. She supports regime change. Ask her.
And by the way, thank you for staying in California there. Go blow up California.
Oh my God, look at this guy. He's like, just ask her, hey, you can have your W, Norm, but ask her this. If you got your, look at this guy. He just wants to run home. Then you should feel confident. You should feel confident. You got your W.
You gotta buy some more flip-flops.
No.
I miss you.
He's like,
I miss you.
I'll let him gas out.
You know that I don't gas out. This is one of
I know, but I already proved that I can gas you out. Like we already did this.
You've never gassed.
I already filibustered you. Yeah, you did. Remember when we stayed till like 6 a.m.? No, we did that.
Away.
Bitch boy. Look at this guy fucking lying.
Loser.
You're just a fucking idiot. You came in here just to lock horns with me, bro.
You know what? You're
trying to recover some aura points, bro.
Not worrying about the fake cities in California anymore. Sorry, not sorry. Sorry, not sorry.
Gotcha, bro. Now, can you ask her? To look at it? Just ask her if she supports the regime change. Does she support Operation Epic Fury? Ask her.
Did you take your medicine today? Because you sound like it was.
Shut up, you fucking Slavic mutt. Shut the fuck up, you old fucking bastard. Get up, you old fucking green goblin looking motherfucker. Shut up, you Brooklyn ass Slavic R1BJR fucking garbage mutt. Shut up, you green stained soap.
I got news for you. You will never be.
Did they make your ancestors some soap? Is that what happened? Is that why your name is Greenstein? How Semitic is Greenstein?
Take that to the bank.
How Semitic is Greenstein? I didn't know we called people green.
You will never set
what does green mean? I wonder what the Semitic root word for green is.
Well, that's our European.
That's our, yeah, that's your fucking fake ass Slavic name.
Yes. Our real name is our Jewish name. And that's why
Jewish name. What's that again? What's your Jewish name? What's your Jewish last name? Look at
I
this.
don't share it with you. I can tell you one thing.
He's got. Who gave that to you, fucking Rabbi fucking Schneerson? How much did you pay for the fucking name? Like $10? Oh my god.
And I'm proud of Israel, and I think everybody else is. And you see the Iranian people in the street saying, "Bibi,
Yeah, I support Operation
and dancing the
Undefeated.
YMCA dance because that's what Trump likes. And you know what? Thank you, Bibi June. Thank you, Donald Trump,
Thank
for
you.
liberating
Yes,
the
thank
Iranian
you,
people.
Began.
By the way,
Thank you.
thank you for
Sinzayed.
crushing
Thank
Hamas
you.
and Hezbollah. Thank you for
Hamas
crushing
is
these
literally
people.
not going to decide. Did you just see? I didn't know what you're talking about.
Hamas will do what
Israel, Hamas is going to survive, and Israel and the Board of Peace is going to rebuild Gaza into Singapore, and Hamas is going to fucking enjoy the billions of dollars that. No. You guys did enough. Thank you, Netanyahu, for giving us the billions of dollars to go fuck up North's fucking last 3 years. Thank you. No. Why? No. If they did, then why did they do October 7th? Is that them doing what they were doing? Oh yeah, Norm. You ain't about it, bro. You ain't about it, Green Goblin. When you get the fucking 10, you need to get another 300 years developing fucking every year fucking 100 IQ points to get me.
Filthy little land.
Because you're fucking an old filthy man who fucking has too much Jew indoctrination in his head. You got that Ashkenazi fucking Satan in you. You got that fucking synagogue of Satan. You need Christ, bro. You need Jesus Christ, bro. You need Christ, you Slavic mutt. You Green Goblin, long nose, fucking Dracula. Look at you, you fucking old ass monk. You're gonna die in a few years. Fucking go prepare for Hashem.
Into the dominant
Oh,
superpower.
you fucking ugly ass motherfucker. Oh, you fucking. Where are your kids? Isn't one of your kids a homosexual? Oh no. Is he gonna go to heaven?
Into the dominant superpowers arena.
Imagine talking about Judaism and you couldn't even raise a son as a straight. Talk about fucking this guy acting like he's the loved one of that shit. Jesus, what a loser.
Just make up the word.
Why is he not in Israel? Why is this guy not in Israel? They got a 50-year-old fucking brigade. Why don't you go join it? What the fuck you got going on for you?
He's too old.
No, but they literally made an old man brigade. Seriously, look it up. Look up like 50-year-old plus Israeli. I'm serious.
To watch this win. You got
Look it up.
to watch.
So why doesn't Norm go join up?
Who says that I haven't?
Go join
You
up.
just go flip around. Listen, I'm delighted that we're
They
crushing.
got an old man brigade in
I
Israel.
know.
Why don't you join up?
I'm delighted that we're crushing you. Delighted. I can't.
Crushing what? I'm supporting this, bro. Look at my PTR, you dumbass. This guy thinks I support it. He wants to ignore it, bro, because he knows he doesn't even want to look at the history because he's actually being our boy right now.
He's creating his own story.
He loves creating history. Kids, they got mythology.
And I am.
History
We could have done this a long time ago. And now we're doing it. And it's what needs to be done.
Yeah, because he did it on his own. Israel just did this on its own. The Zionist state was just fucking
bigger and stronger.
Yeah. They just like everybody. We don't. Saudi Arabia said no, and then Israel said yes, and Israel got the way it wanted. Yeah, that's not what happened.
Saudi Arabia says yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, we opened the airspace. So why does Saudi Arabia say yes, please? Why does it say yes, please?
The Israel and the United States? Because we're allies. And because we know that the Palestinians are...
No. Can you actually give it none of that abstract reasoning? Can you give us specific reasons? Can you do something? No, you can't. No. Don't look at him. Starts barking like the chihuahua you is. Get your Green Goblin back in the fucking cave you came from. You ain't about this. You ain't about this. I mean, I haven't filibustered you in a while, but I wish this was recorded because actually not today. I could filibuster you for another 6 hours.
Go to Gaza, but you'll never go to Mecca.
We're gonna go to I'll be in Ghana Gaza, literally by next year. Okay. All right. You'll never go to Jerusalem. You'll never go to Hebron. You're gonna die like a stinking fucking green goblin, Slavic fucking butt off of fucking immigrants from World War II. That's what's gonna happen. And then Norm, guess what, Norm? I'm gonna look up your grave, and we already said me and a bunch of people are gonna go piss on your grave in 5 years. I promise you.
We will bury you.
I'm gonna piss on your grave, Norm. I'm gonna look up your grave. I'm gonna look up Norm Greenstein, and then I'm gonna look up 3 of the Jewish cemeteries around fucking New York. And I'm gonna find him. And then we're gonna fucking me and a bunch of other people. We're gonna have some 40s, and we're gonna piss all over your grave.
After you do your suicide bomb, we'll send our dog
piss all over it. How are you gonna find a body if I fucking blow
We will
myself?
send our dog to poop on your grave.
But I won't. I'll just fucking be vapor, bro. I'll just be
I'll
fucking
give him
human vapor.
a doggy treat afterwards. We'll train him to go every day and poop.
We're still going at it. He's so triggered, bro. I love it.
Yeah, triggered. This is me celebrating Purim, our victory over Purim. So it was Purim, the holiday of Purim. It's a Jewish thing. You would
Celebrating it from a bunker? Oh yeah, I forgot. Are you celebrating it from a tunnel in New York?
We're not in a bunker. We're not in a tunnel.
Are you sure?
Celebrating our victory. We live in biblical times.
Oh, you're fictional biblical.
This is Israel's alive right.
Fictional.
Israel.
Okay, can you look up the academic consensus on this event?
Oh
yeah. We don't. You're just like, and then we make fun of the BHI, and then we sit there and make fun of the BHI.
The guy who never went to school with post-traumatic mental
I think
illness.
you're confusing me with
You ever treated your post-traumatic mental illness, by the way? Your post-traumatic madness?
Are you sure you don't have it?
Yeah, I didn't take
I mean, you served in the Zionist ranks, right?
That's
what you claim. You know how those guys have been killing themselves. Over 60 have suicided since October 7th. Do I see any people in Hamas suiciding? Why don't they do it, bro? I don't see none of them putting a pistol to their head. What's up?
How does it feel?
I just want to know, why is the chosen army of God suiciding?
To be humiliated by the Jews. It must be really hard.
You mean Slavs?
It must be really
I
hard.
got rabbis, the chief rabbi of Israel, calling like the IDF like a Slavic army, like a Russian army.
Yes, and you know what?
I don't know, bro. I got the Sephardi, I got the Mizrahi chief rabbi of Israel saying we're gonna bounce out of this country. This Slavic shit keeps going, man.
My rabbi.
I don't know, what's up, man? I got Yehud Barak talking to Epstein, talking about 1,000 Belarusian girls, bro. Why is Barak talking to Epstein, bro?
Talk about the Jews because
why is he talking about 1 million Belarusian girls, bro? He's like, we need to make the country because the Arabs are too many. And I thought it was about, look at this fucking godless Jew. Look at the godless Jew. This guy is like the main opposition to Netanyahu. And we got this guy.
Here's the bad news. You never will.
And then we got this guy Jewish saying he wants to bring 1 million. That's 1 out of 7 the current Israeli population. And he and women. Slavic women. So what happened to halachic law and how your mother needs to be Jewish background? And this guy, the Prime Minister of Israel, Jewish Yehud Barak, talking about bringing 1 million Belarusian women from Epstein. Girls. He uses the term girls. And we're gonna talk. Get the fuck out of here, Norm. Get the fuck. You ain't about this smoke.
Can you guys check out Normal? This guy's literally a pedophile worshiper.
No land.
I agree 100%. He freaking slumped.
No land for you.
This guy's literally the devil.
Celebrate our victory.
Normal, you
Imagine a guy like borderline 70, and he's
He's sitting on this app, fucking delusional, doesn't accept academia, doesn't accept news, doesn't accept religion. He's got a homosexual son, and he's got nothing going for him. And he's got posted pictures with his black girlfriend, which I can hate. I'm pretty sure she's only dating you because, you know.
Oh, I have many girlfriends. By the way,
I know you have many girlfriends.
yes, I do. As well as my son, by the way.
The leftover from
Oh, so he switched? He switched?
No.
So he's no longer gay?
No, not like you. Go ahead on somebody else.
Alhamdulillah.
You speak virgin. No, I don't worship anybody but God. I only worship the Lord. Why would I want to go to Iran? We're going to send you a little present through airmail. You get the present through airmail?
He loves this.
Did you get your present?
He doesn't know, like, you're talking to millennials. Like, millennials will keep barking at you all day.
Address right for your airmail? I'm just asking. Did you get my package?
If you're a man, go to Israel.
Did you get my package?
I'm reserved on the IRGC. You never talk to me, you little bitch.
You're not in the you're reserved in the freaking
you would be. What are you doing on this app if you're a reservist in the IRGC, bro? What the fuck are you doing here? Get the fuck off this app and go fight.
This is a bunch of Call of Duty.
I'm here right now.
What the fuck? Like, bro, you got us confused. I'm not supporting the IRGC.
Yeah, fuck you. I don't fuck your probably a
Thank you, but at least let's be consistent.
That's the funny part.
Oh, bro, I don't. If you can define how to respond to that.
Yeah, you're just a retard, essentially. That's all it really is. If you cannot even talk about Israel, you can't talk about Iran, none of the shit, because you never went foot on ground and did something about it yourself. So you can never do anything. You can never speak. You can't have an opinion on this shit.
What do you mean I never did anything on the ground? I mean, he would be going against the prophet. You have to engage allies. That's literally, I'm sorry, so Hamas was not able to engage in any militant activity until Iran and its revolution. Yeah, we were just, Hamas was gaining support literally day number one. I think you believe the Israeli indoctrination, buddy.
No. If it wasn't for Iran, Hamas wouldn't have been able to do anything.
I'm sorry, you're saying you're Sunni, so what the Hadith says that nothing will deter, no failure in supporting them. Oh, so now you're like, No. So you don't acknowledge Hadith?
I'm John Kitover in Washington, and you're watching the John.
Alright, so I'm quoting to you Hadith. What's the problem?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I'm a Muslim. I'm not no Sunni. I'm not no.
I'm sorry, I didn't ask you. You can't even define any of those. Let's not lie to each other. Bro, you're ignorant as fuck, I can tell. It's just sad that you're this ignorant, man.
You're a pussy.
What do you want me to do?
If you're a man, you would leave America, come to your country, and do something about it.
I'm sorry, is Gaza open?
It doesn't matter. You'll find a way to make it work.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. I need to. Okay, I see.
Make it work for yourself. Why don't you go join Hezbollah?
Hezbollah. I'm sorry, Hezbollah for the Palestinians. We were calling Hezbollah in the early 2000s. We Palestinians to join them on the refugee camps to join. They refuse. They don't want us in their ranks.
This is a problem with you Palestinians. It's never enough for you.
Dude, we told them. Oh my God, he just said, why don't y'all join Hezbollah? And we offered. They said no. What do you want us to do? They only want Shia guys. They only want those who worship femininity. Okay, that's fine.
You're a dumbass. You're ungrateful. You're a piece of shit. because without the IRGC,
Hey, they didn't do it for free. They didn't do it for free, bro. Scratch my back, scratch yours is not altruism. Scratch my back, scratch yours is not altruism. Don't crash out, bro. Just because I'm making sense does not mean you should crash out.
You're not making sense at all. You're just an ungrateful.
How am I not making sense? All right, show me logically. How am I not making sense?
You're a liberal dumb fuck that probably wears clear frame glasses.
I'm a liberal dumb fuck, man. That's what happens when you assume.
It's funny because your people are ungrateful as fuck because it's
like, man.
Worse what happened to you.
Imagine this environment. Christ coming to the people, and this is the attitude when a higher intellect is feeding you knowledge. And then imagine Christ. Of course they crucified the guy.
Yourself sound very white. You're just a fucking loser.
Of course, I know. I am white.
You're not appreciative. You decided to start this with me. I didn't start this with you. You started.
How did I start this with you?
You're a fucking loser.
You say you're a reservist in the IRGC at a time of war where the whole nation's fucking chain of command from the top collapsed. So you're a lying piece of shit. I got you.
I'm a lying piece of shit. Yeah, your country is the one getting annihilated.
All right, but you admit you're a lying piece of shit. All right, and now he's like, I'm a Muslim. He's like, I'm a Muslim, but now he's gonna talk shit about another Muslim area that got fucking bombed. Okay, I got you, bro.
I'm not really saying anything that's not true. It's all true. You could call me a kafir or whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm Superman. Superman. My dick is made out of gold.
You're a Hassan Avi fanboy. You're a liberal fucktard, and you're an ungrateful piece of shit.
Yeah, Hassan is liberal. Yeah, that's exactly. I think you need to go learn what the difference between left and liberal is.
People like you are the reason why your country's getting fucked up. And people like me are the ones that are actually trying to do something for your state.
So people like me are the reason their Jews are in Palestine occupying Jerusalem.
Well, fuck the Jews regardless. I don't like those faggots either.
Bro, you're still trying, bro. People get triggered, man.
You're not any better, man. I would classify you as like a... Yeah,
fine,
I'm Palestinian, but Hamas is actually very
bad. I got you, bro. I got you. You went from denying Hadith to Sunnism to Shiism to talking shit about bombing a Muslim people to I'm no longer of the IRGC to admitting that you're a lying piece of shit. I got you, bro. Like, that's what you're saying. I got you. Why is this guy crashing out, bro?
How ungrateful you are. No, it's because you're ungrateful.
So now you're Persian? Now you're fucking Iran?
Because you discriminate based on sectarian.
I mean, how do I know you're not lying? You just lied about being a fucking reservist in the IRGC.
Standing by the truth, that's who you are. That's who you think.
You sound like it.
Segregated based on race. You're a fucking racist. That's who you are.
Sound like it.
Illumi, not you.
Illumi.
This guy's the biggest retard. Everybody in this app that knows me can vouch for me. I've PTR'd many things. I've PTR'd myself live here in Shiraz. I'm reserved. I had a baby, and I've been on reserve for the last 8 months. You're a fucking piece of shit.
Bro, I'm just going by your word. You said you're lying.
I'm just going. When did I say I'm lying?
You literally said I'm a lying piece of shit. So you're like, I'm not reserved. Bro, I don't know. Now you're inconsistent, man. It's like, you know, the story of the fucking wolf and the 3 pigs.
He's not. He's JH. Everybody knows JH, okay? He didn't go.
You literally said, this is why I love recording.
Go back to America. You're a fucking pussy. You can never go back. You can never come back to Palestine because your dumbass is a pussy.
I'll be there next year, bro. I'll be there next year.
I'll be there next year. I'll be there next year. You're a fucking idiot.
Yeah, once the Indonesian peacekeeping forces are
listen, bitch, if I was in your situation
look at this guy.
Like Palestine, I would have went to Iran and did something about it.
But you are, but literally Iran is getting fucked like that. So go ahead. What are you doing? What are you doing, bro?
I'm not getting fucked at all.
Oh my god, seriously? Okay. Someone tell that to the Department of War Secretary. Tell them they're not. You need to up the pressure. Y'all can up it up a little bit. But that's just supported. So why are you coming at me when she's literally agreeing with Norm about regime change? But you see where you guys are fucking Safa-hit fucking clowns? That's what I mean.
You're a Palestinian wannabe white. You're a fucking liberal fucktard. You're a bitch. And you're a pussy.
Thank
Never
you
do
for
anything
the
for his
list of the
How much money
dominoes.
have you donated to Palestine, you faggot?
A lot more than you fucking know.
Well, I'm more than you. I picked up my life.
Thank you for telling that. And you see, you're like just like Norm.
The American pussy. You heard American bitch that likes to get in these rooms and report people. You're a snitch. You're like a Jew, you fucking pussy.
Report people. Report. How are you getting that?
I said record, you fucking idiot. Are you retarded?
Record.
This is what happens when you're trying to fake your little white accent. Yeah, like, report. What do you mean report?
Oh my god, just like Norm, dude.
You're a little bitch. Norm was probably better than you, because he's a better liar than you. And he's so smart that he's able to fool these other Zionists on the app. You're a retard. Your people probably won't even like you. Your people will like a man like me. Listen, pussy, your people will like your people will like me more than they'll like you, because I did something for your country. I fought in the 12-day war, you bitch.
You didn't fight shit. Shut the fuck up, you bitch ass nigga. You'd be fighting right now. Get your fucking reserve ass over there and fucking fight. Pussy ass motherfucker. Fucking reserve is fucking online, fucking yapping his mouth. You should be fucking having your duffel bag and waiting outside a fucking base, bitch. Like, doesn't even talking to fucking. So I'm fucking this time of war and you're in a fucking crisis and you're coming on a rich. Go fuck it. What the fuck are you doing?
Why are you building?
If this country was fucking being invaded and bombed, shit, we're not. You're a reservist. You would be on base right now. Probably a 14-year-old. Gonna talk not just like, I agree with regime change, I call me a wood pole. Yeah, so by he coming at you? No, he's why he's coming at me? Because I'm a Muslim Sunni, that's why.
He's a Sunni.
No, he's not. He just said he's not a Sunni. Okay, so he's a lying. He's a lying piece. So thank you for proving my point. He's a lying piece of shit. He lied. He just said he wasn't a reservist, and then he went back and said he is a reservist. I can't trust this guy. He's like always lying. He just wants to fucking get under it. But it doesn't matter. That's why I'm telling you, I could filibuster all these guys. I'm fucking playing Mario Kart. Let's just fucking talk all day, man. Chilling. I don't even have to use a cuss word, too. Got logic. And illumi. That's all I need. Before I crash it, I'll just illumi myself. Who's next, Danny? What you got on that list? I know, I was working on something, I just like, man, feeling it. It's all clicking. The logos is getting strong, and I feel the strength of the logos.
He's Logos activated.
That's what I mean. You ever feel like you're just remembering everything? Well, is that what you're thinking of? News about which position you're in. Actually, how to stay consistent. I just love how you're a chameleon. I love how this. Oh my god, look at it. I love it. It's like people, ENTP, they want to crucify me over the P, bro. Like, I'm perceptive. I see this shit in you guys. I'm a thinking perceptionist. Like, I'm literally geared towards thinking and perceiving. I I took the official test too. The fucking one that's like 100 pages and shit. Counselor for say that. Yeah, because I already explained this. I don't like beating a dead horse, so I tried to broaden the horizon. I'm gonna put that in my bio. No one cares why you arguing with me. No one cares. You'll just. I think my badges are pretty cool. I don't know, but this one, look at this. I just edited it. I just added the stuff in it, but it's an actually official badge, by the way. And then I made this one. This one's mine. I like this one. I thought of this one and then sending company to Kiva since 135. It's a big brain one, but you know what? Goo would get it. And that's all that matters. If the younger, smart generation can understand it, there's peace, there's hope in the world. Look at how cool it is, man. And then look at all the way to the right. You're gonna see like the map kind of doing like the Pan-Arabist or Palestinian kind of flag. It's fucking epic, man. Look at this thing. And then the Islamic star, it's on the Mecca, like so epic.
Yeah, this is what like the rock is saying.
You're wrong. Oh my god.
You guys would be like,
Look how sick this is. Come on, give me credit where credit is due. Actually, I can clean up my bio now that I have it as a PTI.
Yeah, I write the word cock on it.
All remaining systems.
Where's our friend El Moron?
Which one? Normal?
El Moron, that's what I call him.
Fucking the other guy claiming to be a reservist in the IRGC who fucking ran him off.
He is, but
Okay, hey dude, what's your name? I think this guy, you know. Time of war, reserve. What automatically happens? You get calm. You see the Israelis do it all the fucking time.
Yep.
They're filling up the reserve ranks. That's what they still say. So Iran has to be doing the same thing. Dude, they're getting ground invaded by the Kurds. What do we fucking talk about? He would be bullshit, bro. I know this guy. He's an Afghan. Yeah, he used to. I didn't even want to acknowledge him in his presence just because I wanted. I don't remember you. That's what. I don't remember you. You're not worth fucking the ram, bro.
I love the movie. It's so freaking hilarious, dude. This is so entertaining.
They love it too, bro. But then they're like, they think it's like, bro, like you want to play this chess game? Like, I enjoy it too, Norm. Don't go. But like make it coherent. Like, I just don't want to be like.
He goes off in a monologue and doesn't let anyone speak.
Because he's filibustering, bro.
Yeah, exactly. And the only choice you have is to speak over him.
Yeah, but I'm Arab. I can do that.
Have you heard of monologuing? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
well, that's so funny, dude. He reads the Bible and Genesis. Oh my god. Hilarious.
Yeah, I'd be reading if someone like interested. Yeah, I'll do research. I'll like I'll sit in one of my houses and like I'll be doing stuff. Like, it's not, but sometimes people like I already had a room today.
It's like one dysfunctional family wherever Illumi is in, whatever.
Yeah, we had the 7 Earths. I had a 7 Earth comment. That was pretty good. Like, there are people who show up and add some insight. So it's.
You're Muslim, right?
Yeah, bro. You know me.
Supposedly.
Oh, wait a second. This is David.
Yes, it's David.
Oh, the Greek guy. I don't know why, but you always sound kind of Persian. But
No,
Parsis, Greeks.
because I grew up amongst Arabs, so I speak the language. I speak Arabic, and I picked up a lot of the accents.
I'm saying you kind of sound like a Farsi.
Persian? I could be Persian.
Like the accent, for some reason. Is it only me? I don't know. Ask Nargis. Nargis if she actually
Is
hears
it Nargis or Nargis?
She, exactly. You say it.
I don't know. Nargis.
She doesn't want to say it. She doesn't like the ja.
Nargis.
Yeah.
It's like Schrodinger or Schrodinger, you're right? It's Schrodinger.
Yeah. Potato.
Tomata.
Point of order, moderator, point of order. This has gone on for many, many hours. I would like to read some Rumi to the room to help illuminate the room.
Rumi, bro. This is like the only book on his shelf. Oh, wait a second. Is this a Nargis thing? I'm sorry. Go for it.
What do you mean a Nargis thing? You mean
what's his game? Is this your game? Is this your angle?
My angle?
Rumi to chicks, dude. That actually makes a lot of sense. I'm gonna do that.
He's gonna take my advice. Wow. It does work. I will admit. You need to go on eBay or Amazon and get yourself a Rumi love poetry book, and you will knock the socks and the panties off.
No, I gotcha. That makes sense, actually.
It's because guess what? All communication is hypnosis.
Amazon, Rumi. You know what? You're absolutely right. Having that book on the shelf, it needs to be broad, though. Broad letters, something like that. Rumi.
I don't know this book. Rumi? R-U-M-I? What is it?
You don't know Rumi? How old are you, sir?
You don't know Rumi?
Hello?
Hello? You actually deserve to say that. Go for it. Go.
Hello?
I'll let him do it.
Wow, David, sorry to hear that, but I guess you don't know what this war is all about.
He's Greek.
We're actually upset that Rumi's such a great poet. We just can't accept the fact that, we'll never be able to be as good as Rumi. So we got to destroy them and blow them all up because, we can't be, number 2 in the poetry marketplace. Sorry.
I know Khalil Gibran Khalil.
That's not Rumi. You don't know Jalal al-Din. Jalal al-Din Rumi.
Let me find him on Amazon. Hold on.
Wow.
Jalal al-Din. Jalal al-Din.
Are you a linguist?
Yeah, that was my job in the army.
Jalal
Jalal
al-Din Rumi.
al-Din.
You're not army, bitch.
Not army, who?
Order.
Yeah, I went to a prestigious military academy, and I was commissioned as an intelligence officer. Hello?
I saw you in your fucking blues, bro.
Hello? Those are called Class A's, I think. It's been so long.
Army don't wear them.
Look at my Instagram account, John Kitover. I got my commissioning ceremony photo there.
You posted once to yourself. Dress code.
Okay, I got it.
You aren't wearing green, bitch.
Just go to John Kitover on Instagram. This is the mystical poems of Rumi. Jalal al-Din Rumi. Yeah, it's not stolen valor. Some of us actually did PTR every day. You know what I'm saying? It's called PT. It's called running mile after mile, soldier. Huh?
That's the one you're referring to, right?
Yeah, Rumi. Okay, pick a number 1 through 390. You want number 7?
0.
Well, the first caller gets it. So number 7. Well, actually, no, I can't do that. You'll have to pick. Okay, yeah.
Is there like a one big book that contains all Rumi
Rumi shit, like a big one that with a ball.
Yeah, it's the big red one, but I have many Rumi books, and you're gonna want to get the love one and then the mystical one.
I want something with like a color, like something. You know, girls see it on the shelf, like kind of. What is wrong with you, bro? No,
Okay.
It's actually a very good mood.
I just showed you the.
He's right. Do you know how many chicks know about Rumi? He's right.
A lot of chicks know about Rumi. A lot of chicks read Rumi.
Even though they never read the book, but Rumi's like, oh, I gotta go with it. Like
You gotta sit on the couch, pour a glass of red wine, light up a blunt, and read Rumi, and you will get so mystical. You'll be in Esfahan by midnight. Okay, this is number 207.
That chick to light up on a couch. That's it. It's a game. You don't need to read no Rumi.
Okay, you want to hear this or not? Okay, take the deepest breath of the day, hold it for 10 seconds. This is your mystical Rumi experience of the day. Last night my soul cried, "O exalted sphere of heaven, you hang indeed inverted with flames in your belly, without sin and crime, eternally revolving. Upon your body in its complaining is the deep indigo of mourning. Now happy, now unhappy, like Abraham in the fire, at once king and beggar, like Ibrahim Adham. In form you are terrifying, yet your state is full of anguish. You turn round like a millstone and writhe like a snake." Heaven the blessed replied, "How should I not fear that one who makes the paradise of the world is hell? In his hand earth is as wax. He makes it Zangi and Rumi. He makes it falcon and owl. He makes it sugar and poison. He is hidden, friend, and has set us forth thus patent so that he may become concealed. How should the ocean of the world be concealed under straws? The straws have been set a-dancing, the waves tumbling up and down. Your body is like the land floating on the waters of the soul. Your soul is veiled in the body alike in wedding feast or sorrow. In the veil you are a new bride, hot-tempered and obstinate like Narges. He is railing sweetly at the good and bad of the world. Through him the earth is a green meadow. The heavens are unresting. On every side through him a fortunate one, pardoned and preserved. Reason a seeker of certainty through him. Patience a seeker of help through him. Love seeing the unseen through him. Earth taking the form of Adam through him. Air seeking and searching. Water hand washing. We Messiah-like speaking. Earth Mary like silent. Behold the sea with its billows circling round the earthy ship. Behold Kaabas, and Meccas at the bottom of this well of Zamzam. The king says, "Be silent. Do not cast yourself into the well, for you do not know how to make a bucket and a rope out of my withered stumps."
I just bought it. Let's get a round of applause for our dear friend John Kitover.
One more, guys. One more.
That's the first time I actually heard him physically clap.
Can I read one?
Shit, there was a percentage of me, Daniel, that thought you were a vegetable somewhere for some reason.
No, just please do. You're gonna melt my heart.
Okay, thank you. Oh, you who've gone on Hajj. Oh, you who've gone on Hajj. Where are you? Where, oh where? Here is the beloved. Oh, come now, come. Oh, come. Your friend, he is your neighbor. He's next to your wall. You erring in the desert, what air of love is this? If you'd seen the beloved's form without any form, you are the house, You are the master. You are the Kaaba. You. Where is a bunch of roses, if you would be in this garden? Where one soul pearly essence, when you're the sea of God? That's true. And yet your troubles may turn into treasures rich. How sad that you yourself veil the treasure that is yours. O you who have gone to Hajj, where are you? Where are you? Here is the beloved. Come now, come. Here he is.
Whoa. Wow. That was really beautiful.
Don't stop. Keep going.
By the way, her elocution is as gorgeous and beautiful as her fair face. This is an image of her.
که به حج رفته کجایی معشوق همینجاست بیایید بیایید
Don't stop. Keep going.
It is over.
Oh, no. You ruined it with an Indian accent.
But it is over now. How many more times I should do?
Multiple times.
Okay. Let me do the gift for you. Rumi has one called the gift. Okay. This goes for John Kitover, who is a big fan of Rumi. The gift. The gift. You have no idea how hard I've looked for a gift to bring you. Nothing seemed right. What's the point of bringing gold to the gold mine or water to the ocean? Everything I came up with was like taking spices to the Orient. It's no good giving you my heart and my soul because you already have these. So I've bought you a mirror. Look at yourself and remember me. By Jalaluddin Rumi.
See, if we really loved each other, we would just read poetry to each other. But instead, you got to sit here and listen to all types of bullshit. And I can't understand why you guys.
It's enough negativity out of you, mate.
I feel more and come here and start reading poetry.
Actually, I'm fucking gonna. If you can get that to happen, John, I'll consider you a miracle worker.
He would probably read Rumi.
Just have
You think he would read Rumi?
Oh yeah, especially to an underage girl.
Why are y'all talking about Norm? About what is this new fucking joke y'all running on?
He was in a room one time, defending Epstein, and he's like, "No, we have no proof. This is hearsay."
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, you guys want to hear one more Rumi before I jump in the hot tub?
He's an Epstein defender, I see.
Of course.
He's not an Epstein defender. What are you talking about?
That's what our Greek brother here is telling us.
Yeah.
Listen, El Normo is just... Yeah, Amir. Oh, great. Yeah. Listen.
If you go to his room, he has a recording of him.
Yeah, he's having a yeah, I've heard it. It's not really defending Epstein. He's making generalities. There's nothing specific. Amir is just a shock jock, a clown house shock jock, wasting people's time while he's hustling, his Toro rental cars at LAX. And, he's lucky that the Department of Homeland Security doesn't kick his fucking door in and drag him to a prison.
He's an American citizen. What are you talking about?
Yeah, with known extremist terrorist ties.
Bro, this is America. Do you understand how many?
This is America! This is America!
October 7th reality. A lot of people support all kinds. Give me a break, man. Do you still think you live in that generation? Bro, this ain't your generation. This is not your world anymore.
Oh, it's not?
Yeah, it's our world.
Oh, I'm retired now. You guys can have it.
Yeah, we determine what is socially acceptable and what you can be canceled over. I think I'm the oldest one in this room. We got a Marine, literally full decked out uniform, just stormed the fucking Senate committee. Fucking 5 guys had to fucking drag his
Did
ass
you see
out.
they popped his? Did you see they popped his elbow when he was trying to? He wouldn't let go of the door.
I didn't see that.
Oh yeah, that guy's got a fucking serious injury on his hands now.
Oh, when was that today?
Yeah, he wouldn't let go of the door, and they were tugging so hard his elbow popped out of his joint. And he's screaming, "We're not gonna go to war for Israel! We're not gonna go to war for Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu!"
What got a white man in a Marine uniform, a veteran, fucking doing all that for?
Listen, the woke mind virus is everywhere. There's a lot of traitors in the military. A lot of traitors in the military. They're not willing to do what's necessary because they don't know how to follow orders anymore. Everything is a social media experience.
In the military, I'll tell you that a lot of people don't like Israel in the military.
Yeah, well, you know what? You know when you go to fight against somebody and you got a partner with you to help you kick some ass? It's good. It's a good feeling when you got somebody who's got your back.
Bro, we don't need you. We gave them them F-35s. Also, you think we can't conduct this operation without fun? Also, it's the Gulf and Turkey, the ones who allowed this. This wouldn't have happened. This is not a surprise to anyone.
Really?
I'm just saying that we don't need that. Bibi Netanyahu, he wouldn't even keep us under the radar. He literally went out on a first speech and called us out, said, "Yeah, you guys are in on this. Like, y'all need to start getting proactive." I was like, what the fuck? It's just literally started, asshole. Couldn't wait to, like, expose us like the Israelis and say, like, "Oh, yeah, it's not just me. I'm not doing solo cowboy."
Hi, I'm Ronald Reagan, and I destroyed the Soviet Union. Hi, I'm Donald Trump, and I destroyed the Democrat Party.
Okay, pick a number 1 through 10, and I'll read you one more roomie.
I got 1, 7.
We already read 7.
Yeah, 7.
We already read 7. This is 9.
3. Wow, it landed on 7. 3, yeah.
I just read 7.
No, just keep it right. 3 numbers. All prime numbers. 3.
You want 3? Okay. All right. So part of Rumi is, I think it's a meditation hypnosis. So take the deepest breath of the day. Reason says, "I will beguile him with the tongue." Love says, "Be silent. I will beguile him with the soul." The soul says to the heart, "Go. Do not laugh at me and yourself. What is there that is not his, that I may beguile him thereby? He is not sorrowful and anxious and seeking oblivion, that I may beguile him with wine and heavy measure. The arrow of his glance needs not a bow, that I should beguile the shaft of his gaze with a bow. He is not prisoner of the world, fettered to this world of earth, that I should beguile him with gold of the kingdom of the world. He is an angel, though in form he is a man. He is not lustful, that I should beguile him with women. Angels start away from the house wherein this form is. So how should I beguile him with such a form and likeness? He does not take a flock of horses, since he flies on wings. His food is light. So how should I beguile him with bread? He is not a merchant and trafficker in the market of the world, that I should beguile him with enchantment of gain and loss. He is not veiled that I should make myself out sick and utter sighs to beguile him with lamentation. I will bind my head and bow my head, for I have got out of hand. I will not beguile his compassion with sickness or fluttering. Hair by hair he sees my crookedness and feigning. What's hidden from him that I should beguile him with anything hidden? He is not a seeker of fame, a prince addicted to poets, that I should beguile him with verses and lyrics and flowing poetry. The glory of the unseen form is too great for me to beguile it with blessing or paradise. Shamsi Tabriz, who is his chosen and beloved? Perchance I will beguile him with this same pole of the age. This is Mystical Poems of Rumi, second selection, poems 201 through 400, Jalal al-Din Rumi, translated by A.J. Arbery.
I'm gonna read something and guess who it is, if you don't mind. Here goes. I will remember the kisses, our lips raw with love, and how you gave me everything you had, and how I offered you what was left of me. And I will remember your small room, the feel of you, the light of the window, your records, your books, our morning coffee, our noons, our nights, our bodies pulled together sleeping, the tiny flowing currents, immediate and forever, your leg, my leg, your arm, my arm, your smile, and the warmth of you made me laugh again. Whose work is this?
Khalil Gibran Khalil. Just a wild guess.
No. Gibran doesn't write so outrageously. Gibran's style is still very noble.
I know, it's beautiful. I don't know who that is.
This is Charles Bukowski, one of my favorite writers.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So to get to know you, I have to get to know all the words and lyrics.
It's not a lyric. He's a good writer. He's a good poet. If you really want to know me, you should read Ayn Rand. She's my favorite philosopher. I write her.
I heard I heard a critical analysis of Ayn Rand making fun of her, and
she's not a philosopher.
From that perspective, it was very funny. She's super pro LGBTQ, all kinds of crazy, ridiculous things that she supports as a libertarian. But she ain't no Rumi.
Yeah, she's a Rumi.
So the thing is, when you look at the Constitution, it's all about we the people, meaning like the collective Americans, but there are people who believe that Ayn Rand is all about the self, and it's not the collective we, it's, for me. But if everybody was optimized and interested in improving self, then the we would actually be much better off. But unfortunately, most people are not actually doing anything for the self, and they're relying like parasites on the we. And so, yeah, exactly. Hello. And so we have a problem here. We need an equilibrium, a fine balance maybe of the two to achieve a superior, optimal state. So how do you think the Iranians proceed from here? You know, knowing that their senior leadership has been completely taken out and they're all hiding in children's schools. Like, where do they negotiate? How do they negotiate? Because Saddam Hussein at the last minute was calling frantically saying, please don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. And it was too late.
Hey, do you guys know who Dr. Roy Casagrande is? He's a scholar. He is an American in Middle Eastern Studies, PhD. He just moved to Dubai recently. And today or yesterday, he was saying that the Iranians and Bush are having secret talks in Qatar about stopping the war. And I think what's going to end up happening is they're going to agree to giving him X amount of percentage in oil. He's a businessman also, so I think that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, but they never wanted to overthrow the regime. It's quite obvious.
Wait, you said Bush?
That might be, and that's what they're trying to achieve, because war is never good for anyone.
Except for the defense contractors. Hello?
Eventually, they're going to step up with reform, something that most of the Iranian people didn't want. Imagine getting placed again with the same. You know, the look remains the same.
Oh, you think they're just going to write a letter and say, hey guys, good news, we've decided to reform? How naive are you? You think they're going to draft a new constitution, like put it on Instagram and be like, great news, everybody, we've decided to reform our constitution. This is the new one. Oh, really? You really think that you really think that the regime is going to draft a new constitution and be allowed to stay in power? It's amazing, but I cannot believe you're a regime supporter. It's pathetic.
I'm not a regime supporter.
You just supported the regime in your statement. Do you even hear yourself?
Being realistic, don't act like the populists. That's how they say.
Oh, don't act like a Pahlavis? I'm not even talking about Pahlavi. You're the one bringing him up.
I'm just being realistic. Like, there is a possibility that eventually they'll end up just... This is like the low-case scenario, right? That they'll just end up like signing some kind of reform with them rather than the bigger goal that wants to overthrow the regime, which I do hope would be the case after all the fucking killings that they've given.
Sorry, there will be no reform, and it is a total war. I don't know what planet you live on, or why you're not actually looking at the news. Oh, really? Here in Clown House all day long, talking to Barth and Mikhail all day long, screaming at people, getting angry, getting very emotional and screaming while you're looking at the news. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hold on, strength. You still have family? Mom, dad?
Mom and dad know their children. They were about to come here, but...
Oh, where are you? Where do you live?
I live in California. I live in
So parents? Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, I forgot. That's right. So your parents live in Germany.
Right now they're in Germany.
Did they just leave Iran? Is that why they're still there?
They were in Iran before this. They left. My sisters with them. So they were about
Oh, I see.
But then the flights have been cancelled. I also told them they will come for now. So my entire mother's side and father's side live in Iran. Right?
So there's no flights from Germany or Europe, like at home? Really? Wow. I wonder how much this is going to tax the economy.
The fuel prices are going to be through the roof out there. It's going to go 10 times up because the refineries got hit in Saudi Arabia, and also Ukraine hit a fuel tanker, a Russian fuel tanker.
It's not so bad, though.
Yeah, they're going to feel it. We probably maybe a little bit, but not really.
We have Venezuela, so.
They'll be able to repair that drone hit at the Aramco facility within a few days. That's no big deal.
You know, the problem is refining it, not refining oil, not so much getting oil. Okay.
My aunts, uncles, their families, my dad's side, mother's side, all over. Also in same regions where the bombs were hit. I haven't heard from them. They're saying they're okay. Let's see. Open it.
Remind me again, where are you in San Diego? You
I was living
mentioned
in La Jolla for 2 weeks.
La Jolla. It's a big. I was in La Jolla.
I live in Torrey Pines.
Oh, Torrey Pines. Okay, I used to live in La Jolla. I moved to Del Mar.
Yeah. I moved up. I actually DM'd you, right?
Torrey Pines. I used to go golf there. It's a beautiful golf course.
Yeah, they have a golf course there.
Isn't that like one of the most famous golf courses?
Who else is from California here?
Illumi is from California.
Yeah, I know that. Anyone else?
I used to live in California, and I might have a kid in La Jolla.
Wait, are you? You're not the Marine guy, are you?
No.
Okay, because I would have said Camp Pendleton. That's where the boot camp is.
What do you mean you might have a kid in California?
I went to San Diego. I met a Persian chick on Hinge, and she was like, let's go out on a date. She's like, actually, just come to my house. So I literally came in her house, and then I went home. And then she ghosted me. Yep. So I might have a biracial Persian kid in the hills in like a $6 million house overlooking La Jolla.
You met on Hinge, and the first date is at her
I
house.
would be willing to bet you probably know this chick.
What's wrong with that?
First date?
First 45 minutes. First 45 minutes. She's like, I'm in her kitchen. She's like, I think we're going to have to extend. She said, we're going to have to extend this date and like go out another time. I got somebody coming to repair the house. I said, why wait? Come here, baby.
And then that was 43 minutes into it, and then 2 minutes later, that's what happened. That's why she ghosted you, brother.
Nah, girls just ghost. That's what they do. They turn into ghosts.
Brother, if you put that thing on her, she would have called you back the next day. Like, what's up around 2?
We did actually do a round 2 in the brief hour of passion.
And you didn't have to have. You didn't do roomie video.
No condom, no nothing. Just some random guy. Come on over to my house and fill me with your load. That's how she got down. I was like, baby, you must be from Esfahan.
Brother, I would have been scared.
In a $7 million house looking over the beach? You got to pick them and choose them, my friend. There's a time and a place for everything. Listen, if you catch an STD in an $8 million house overlooking the beach, you know, things could be worse, right? You could be in Esfahan right now.
Some people get married just to have a baby.
What if you can't get rid of it?
What if you found out she's anti-Semitic?
Oy vey. I'm pretty sure she was Muslim.
Strength, what's your ethnicity?
I was born inside Uranus. It's near Neptune.
Hey, don't talk planets to me. It's like talking dirty to me. Why, do you guys worship Saturn or something?
Rabbi, if you were to get on Elon Musk's spaceship, would you do a layover in Neptune to get to Saturn, or would you do the layover in Jupiter?
I don't know, because Apollo, I think 17, it didn't go over so well.
David, are you an aerospace engineer?
I'm an astrophysicist, but
I think I met you. David, does your wife or ex-wife paint horses?
No, I don't have an ex-wife or wife. Thank God.
Do you know anyone who's an astrophysicist who does?
Where? Yeah, of course. JPL. I used to work at JPL
in
for a while.
Yeah.
Is he Indian?
No.
Okay, there's one white guy and one
Yeah,
Indian
one white
guy.
guy. Okay.
He has long hair, slim, tall. I don't know if you know him.
That's his wife paint horses.
I think this guy's gonna be perfect for the.
You know the name?
Astrophysicist. Do you guys use a lot of math? They use a lot of math and astrophysicists career?
We don't need to, dude. Just look up at the sky. No, astrophysics is interesting because a lot of people think you're looking at, you're observing planet. You know, most of the time you're just looking at freaking data, analyzing data.
You're just a mathematician. You got to get into astrology.
Islamic inheritance dilemma.
My sister's an aerospace engineer, PhD, Toulouse.
France?
What does she do? Does she work on the IRGC rocket systems? Hello?
No, she is that.
Hello?
He's married to a German guy.
Hey guys, we need to have a drinking session. Not do you drink?
I don't like alcohol.
I like a good glass of wine.
She'll drink some white tea and smoke a blunt.
No. She'll have that. What's that yogurty drink with mint in it? I like it. It's chilled.
Oh, Dour.
Dour, that's the one. Dour.
Yeah, Dour.
I love that. Oh my god, that is so refreshing.
Were all those poems Rumi poems?
Yeah, that was mystical Rumi poems.
Most of them, yeah. Brother, you're asking a lot. Habib. Habib, by the way, is a great writer, you guys.
Those are love poems?
It's love poems.
No, these were the mystical ones.
Yeah, I wrote a book. I wrote a book called The Greatest Love Poems Rumi Never Wrote.
Oh, really?
I want to share one of the love poems. Yeah.
Jeez, by all means.
You're going to have some music in the background. Have some music in the background.
I don't think I can. I'm in a car.
Go ahead, brother. I mean, he's really
I wish I
good.
could.
He's really good, David. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I'm bringing it up. Let me see here. This is called. Well, I got a whole bunch, but let's just do this one. She spoke to me without even saying a word. She spoke to me. Silent sentences that put hope in me. Hoping we would fall in love hopelessly. Sell everything we have ever owned and live out on the open sea. Sailing the 7 seas at the same speed that the sun recedes so that we can watch the sunset perpetually. And every single syllable she pulled was like poetry.
Are you still
On
talking?
the edge of this summit, while the butterfly shut their eyes and begin to cry out of fear of the plummet, and I fell. And I have never stopped falling in love with you since. Since the very first time I set eyes on you, I said, I do. And the day you said I do too still gives me goosebumps. But now those goosebumps have turned into a flock of geese, and each beats with the blood tainted in the love of my heroine. See, you are my heroine. Your love has crowned me, crucified me, and so shall it resurrect me. And every moment I lay here with you was so spiritual. I swear we were never making love. We were only making miracles. How many momentous moments of miraculous have I shared with you? Things you could have never dreamed that I dared to do. So please, calm your fears. Allow me to commandeer the vehicle of your body and drive your pain away from here. Ride with me to the brink of ecstasy and let God be our chauffeur and our hearts be our chaperone. Let the supple hands of this supplicant suffocate you with my supplication.
Let my fixation on your affection asphyxiate all of your afflictions. Let this diction become your addiction. No, let this diction become your benediction. Have you ever met a lover who loved you as if he was being analyzed by the angels and graded by God? How great is our God? He gave us the midnight to maraud across your tribe called flesh. And if you ever left, you would only leave me destitute of any desire except what God has decreed and what is destined to be. And since your love is my oxygen, my only desire is to breathe.
Since we're reading our own poem, I'm going to read a few that I had published, if you don't mind.
Your own poem?
Please do, please.
Yeah.
Breaking news. The CIA and Mossad have hacked Tehran's hijab enforcement cameras to shadow Khomeini's security detail. The real plot twist, after eliminating Khomeini, they wiped the IRGC's policies database full of data on Iranian women and all the girls.
Oh, the suitcase. This is for you, Kitover. Actually, this is for you. The next time you leave, my poem is called The Suitcase. The next time you leave, looking for new things in new places, disappointed at the grass on the other side, because it's not as green as it seemed. Do not come back as quickly as you left. Open the suitcase you carry and lay with the remains of me. Because before you decide to return, know that this time it's your turn to get wasted away in case you decide to stay.
I love that. That's beautiful. I love that. That's beautiful, sis. That's beautiful.
That was quite a hard breakup I had once. Very painful breakup.
Oh, Marcus, let's go out for coffee.
Okay, dude.
I'll pick you up on a white horse.
I do ride horses, you know that.
Me too.
Oh, nice.
Arabian stallion.
Yeah.
You're gonna show up looking like Putin with your shirt off, riding a horse?
Excuse me. That's pretty funny.
You know the ranches in Salama? You know the...
Yeah.
Yeah. Where do you ride?
Del Mar.
Which one?
The stables, Del Mar, by the racetrack.
There's another stable that I know. There's another one. Poway also. The Poway Equestrian.
Oh yeah. I've never been there.
Yeah, very good horses.
Really? Well,
Yeah, very good.
Do you have your own horse or?
No, I just buy. Because you have to like. My family's in my extended family's in Sweden. We rode from when we were children. So the ones they have in Poway you can buy and just keep them. You'll actually take care of them. But then there are also like ranches I found in where my kid goes in Solana Beach. It's extremely good. And I was very tempted, but it's not worth it. I don't know.
You have your own saddle?
No, I don't have my own. I think just go there and pay for like every time we go.
Yeah, it's very expensive. It's not cheap.
But it's worth it, right? I mean,
So how many kids do you have?
I just have one.
Boy?
Girl.
Girl. Oh, bless her. How old is she?
I'll write it in my bro.
What?
Wait, I haven't DM'd these. This is a public platform, David. Are you giving out your intro like this?
No, it's not personally identifiable, but okay. You can DM me. That's fine.
Yeah. Okay, you might know my circles. I don't know who you hang with. Like, do you hang like in the living room and places like that? Do you know Sam?
Oh my God, the living room in La Jolla on Prospect.
Yeah, on Prospect. Do you know Sam?
Yeah, it's all full of like Persians and from the GCC, Khalid, you know.
He's Lebanese and he's Iraqi. He's I think the owner of it.
I haven't been there in ages.
Me too. I haven't, but that was where like we would meet usually, like most of me and my friends. So
yeah, that's a typical La Jolla spot. I mean,
yeah.
You know, and then down the street you get that Georgie's. I think Georgie's.
Yeah.
That's a nice place for lunch.
Place.
Yeah, it's got
That's
nice
a good place for lunch. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so
I heard it's expensive there, isn't it? Super expensive.
Yeah, it's okay.
Not really. I mean, California in general is pricey. If you live here, you must be able to afford living here. So,
how much is let's say you go to lunch? How much is a lunch?
Like
Two
where
people
are you talking about?
For one person?
Georgia. It's like where are you talking about?
I don't know. I mean,
Chipotle.
Everybody goes to. That's not nice, is it?
No, I mean if you go to like Georgia, how much is like 150, 200?
For lunch.
Yeah. Like,
you're gonna put $100 per person.
Yeah. Damn.
With a glass of wine, maybe, or something. I don't know.
But if you go to like Fleming's, for example, like I don't eat animals because I'm not barbaric and cruel like some of you in this room.
You don't eat fish? No fish? No. So it would be a waste to go to Fleming's then.
Fleming's would be a waste, but there was a time I used to eat.
On Her Majesty's Secret Service, Roger Moore did 73 through 85.
Who did Casino Royale?
That was the slimy British guy.
That's the
Remington Steele.
Was that who did Casino Royale? But why do I feel like they remade
no,
it?
but that's Daniel Craig. No,
I
Pierce
thought
Brosnan did not do Casino Royale. That was the
Yeah, but that was a remake. Because the original Casino Royale was filmed in the Bahamas when it was still Paradise Island.
But the men only to watch the places.
I know the original one was filmed, but maybe it wasn't considered.
Maybe it wasn't a Bond movie? Yeah, because I'm looking at all the movies. I have it on ChatGPT. So Roger Moore did Live and Let Die, great movie.
That was cool.
The Man with the Golden Gun, The Spy Who Loved Me, Moonraker, For Your Eyes Only, Octopussy, and A View to a Kill.
Which was the one where he's petting the pussycat?
Octopussy, maybe, I don't know.
It was, do you remember the Dr. Evil? Which was Dr. Evil?
Dr. Evil.
Dr. Evil, that's Austin Powers, you dumb bitch.
Felt like it was Otto Preminger.
Hang on. I'll go on voice chat. Okay.
Otto Preminger?
What was it? Dr. what? Dr. Evil?
Dr. Evil.
Bond movie. Cat.
Oh, he does not appear in any real James Bond. It's a parody, Dr. Evil, Austin Powers.
But no, there was a scene where the guy had one eye.
Fucking Abby is retarded.
No. If you just
We in a function, we getting litty. We finna mess up the city.
Ooh, let's remix my song. It's
on the tongue, we bow our heads to the nameless one. Ash on the hands, salt on the skin, we offer our fear for the rage within. Blood of the warlord, rise. Blood of the warlord, rise. Take our breath, take our pulse, take our race. Blood of the warlord, rise. Step in the circle, heal, town. Hi-ho. Iron in the air, smoke on the tongue. We bow our heads to the nameless one. Ash on the hands, salt on the skin. We offer our fear for the rage within. Lord of the war god, Lord of the war god. Take our breath, take our bones, take our eyes. Blood of the war god, rise. Step in the circle, round. Old scars burning at the secret sound. Names of our fathers carved in the stone. We feed our doubt, so your wrath is grown. Blood of the war god, blood of the war god. Take our breath, take our bones, take our eyes. Blood of the war god, rise. Hail to the breaker, hail to the flame. Hail to the taker who grants us a name. Hail to the terror that tears us apart. Hail to the keeper of the iron heart. Hoorah! Hoorah! Shaya! Shaya! Blood of the war god. Blood of the war god. From our wounds, from our thighs, from our lives. Blood of the war god. Iron in the air, smoke on the tongue. We bow our heads to the nameless one. Ash on the hands, salt on the skin. We offer our fear for the rage within. Blood of the war god. Blood of the war god. Take our breath, take our bones, take our eyes. Blood of the war god. Rise. Step in the circle. Round. Old scars burning at the secret sound. Names of our fathers carved in the stone. We feed our doubt, so your wrath is grown. Blood of the war god. Blood of the war god. Take our breath, take our bones, take our eyes. Blood of the war god. Rise. Hail to the breaker. Hail to the flame. Hail to the taker who grants us a name. Hail to the terror that tears us apart. Hail to the iron heart. Hoorah! Shaya! Blood of the war god. Hi-ho! Iron in the air, smoke on the tongue. We bow our heads to the nameless one. Ash on the hands, salt on the skin. We offer our fear for the rage within. Blood of the war circle. Rise of our fathers, carved in the stone. We feed our doubt, so your wrath is grown. Blood of the war god, blood of the war god. Take our breath, take our bones, take our lives. Blood of the war god. Rise. Hail to the breaker. Hail to the flame. Hail to the taker, who grants us a name. Hoorah! Hoorah! Hota Shaya! Hota Shaya! All my Christ alive! Blood of the war god! Hi-ho! Iron in the air, smoke on the tongue. We bow our heads to the nameless one. Ash on the hands, thin. Blood of the war god. Blood of the war god. Take our bones, take our eyes. Blood of the war god. Rise. Step in the circle. Round. Old scars burning at the secret sound. Names of our fathers carved in the stone. The war god. Blood of the war god. Take our breath, take our bones, take our lives. Blood of the war god. Rise. Hail to the breaker. Hail to the flame. Hail to the taker, who grants us a name. Hail to the terror that tears us apart. Hail to the keeper of the iron heart. Hoorah! Hota Shaya! Hota Shaya! Blood of the war god. Blood of the war god. From our wounds, from our thighs, from our lives. Blood of the war god. Hi-ho! Iron in the the hands, salt on the skin. We offer our fear for the rage within. Take our bones, take our eyes, blood of the war god. Rise, step in the circle. Drown, round. Old scars burning at the secret sound. Names of our fathers carved in the stone. We feed our doubt, so your wrath is grown. Blood of the war god. Blood of the war god. Take our breath, take our bones, take our eyes. Blood of the war god. Rise. Hail to the breaker. Hail to the flame. Hail to the taker who grants us a name. Hail to the terror that tears us apart. Hail to the keeper of the iron heart. Hoorah! Hoorah! Shia! Shia! Blood of the war god. Blood of the war god. From our wounds, from our thighs, from our lies. Blood of the war god. Hi-ho. Iron in the air, smoke on the tongue. We bow our heads to the nameless one. Ash on the hands, salt on the skin. We offer our fear for the rage within. Blood of the war god. Blood of the war god. Take our breath, take our bones, take our eyes. Blood of the war god. Rise, step in the circle. Drown, round. Old scars burning at the secret sound. Names of our fathers carved in the stone. We feed our doubt, so your wrath is grown. Blood of the war god. Blood of the war god. Take our breath, take our bones, take our eyes. Blood of the war god. Rise. Hail to the breaker. Hail to the flame. Hail to the taker who grants us a name. Hail to the terror that tears us apart. Hail to the keeper of the iron heart. Hoorah! Hoorah! Shia! Shia! Ash on the hands, salt on the skin. We offer our fear for the rage within. Lord of the war god, Lord of the war god. Take a breath, take a bones, take our eyes. Blood of the war god, rise. Step in the circle. Drown. Old scars burning at the secret sound. Names of our fathers carved in the stone. We feed our doubt, so your wrath is grown. Blood of the war god, blood of the war god. Take our breath, take our bones, take our eyes. Blood of the war god, rise. Hail to the breaker, hail to the flame. Hail to the taker, who grants us a name. Hail to the terror that tears us apart. Hail to the keeper of the iron heart. Hoorah! Hoorah! Shaya! Shaya! Blood of the war god, rise. Blood of the war god, rise. From our wounds, from our cries, from our lies. Blood of the war god, rise. Hi-ho. Iron in the air, smoke on the tongue. We bow our heads to the nameless one. Ash on the hands, salt on the skin. We offer our fear for the rage within. Lord of the war god, Lord of the war god. Take our breath, take our bones, take our eyes. Blood of the war god, rise. Step in the circle. Drown. Old scars burning at the secret sound. Names of our fathers carved in the stone. We feed our doubt, so your wrath is grown. Blood of the war god, blood of the war god. Take our breath, take our bones, take our eyes. Blood of the war god, rise. Hail to the breaker, hail to the flame. Hail to the taker, who grants us a name. Hail to the terror that tears us apart. Hail to the keeper of the iron heart. Blood of the war god. Blood of the war god. From our wounds, from our thighs, from our lives. Blood of the war god. Iron in the air, smoke on the tongue. We bow our heads to the nameless one. Ash on the hands, salt on the skin. We offer our fear for the rage within. Blood of the war god. Blood of the war god. Take our breath, take our bones, take our eyes. Blood of the war god. Rise. Step in the circle. Round. Old scars burning at the secret sound. Names of our fathers carved in the stone. We feed our doubt, so your wrath is grown. Blood of the war god. Blood of the war god. Take our breath, take our bones, take our eyes. Blood of the war god. Rise. Hail to the breaker. Hail to the flame. Hail to the taker, who grants us a name. Hail to the terror that tears us apart. Hail to the keeper of the iron heart. Hoorah! Hoorah! Shaya! Shaya! Blood of the war god. Blood of the war god. From our wounds, from our eyes, from our lives. Blood of the war god. Iron in the air, smoke on the tongue. We bow our heads to the nameless one. Ash on the hands, salt on the skin. We offer our fear for the rage within. Blood of the war god. Blood of the war god. Take our breath, take our bones, take our eyes, blood of the war god. Rise, step in the circle. Round, old scars burning at the secret sound. Names of our fathers carved in the stone. We feed our doubt, so your wrath is grown. Blood of the war god. Blood of the war god. Take our breath, take our bones, take our eyes. Blood of the war god. Rise. Hail to the breaker. Hail to the flame. Hail to the taker who grants us a name. Hail to the terror that tears us apart. Hail to the keeper of the iron heart. Hoorah! Hoorah! Shaya! Shaya! Blood of the war god. Blood of the war god. From our wounds, from our cries, from our lies. Blood of the war god. Iron in the air, smoke on the tongue. We bow our heads to the nameless one. Ash on the hands, salt on the skin. We offer our fear for the rage within. Blood of the war god. Blood of the war god. Take our breath, take our bones, take our eyes. Blood of the war god. Rise, step in the circle. Round, old scars burning at the secret sound. Names of our fathers carved in the stone. We feed our doubt, so your wrath is grown. Blood of the war god. Blood of the war god. Take our breath, take our bones, take our eyes. Blood of the war god. Rise. Hail to the breaker. Hail to the flame. Hail to the taker who grants us a name. Hail to the terror that tears us apart. Hail to the keeper of the iron heart. Hoorah! Hoorah! Shaya! Shaya! on the tongue, we bow our heads to the nameless one. Ash on the hands, salt on the skin, we offer our fear for the rage within. Blood of the war god, rise. Blood of the war god, rise. Take our breath, take our blood, take our race. Blood of the war god, rise. Step in the circle, heal, town, ground, old scars burning at the sacred sound. Names of our fathers carved in the stone, we feel our now, so your wrath is grown. Blood of the war god, rise. Blood of the war god, rise. Take our breath, take our bones, take our lives. Blood of the war god, rise. Hail to the breaker, hail to the flame, hail to the taker who grants us a name. Hail to the terror that tears us apart. Hail to the keeper of the iron iron in the air, smoke on the tongue, we bow our heads to the nameless one. Ash on the hands, salt on the skin, we offer our fear for the rage within. Blood of the war god, rise. Blood of the war god, rise. Take our breath, take our bones, take our race. Blood of the war god, rise. Step in the circle, heal, town, ground, old sound. Names of our fathers carved in the stone. We've
Ash in the dawn, iron on my tongue.
Megatron.
I'll carve your name in
Optimus
the inside
Prime.
of my lungs. Red on the stone.
Megatron Prime. Optimus Prime.
Dust in my teeth. I drink the silence of the enemies beneath. God of war, wear my scars. Take this heart like a banner in your hand. God of war, break their stars. Let their crowns turn to rust in your sand. God of war, God of war, guide my blade, guide my breath to your I bind my wrist with the torn white flags. I light my fear like a torch on the cracks. I hear your march in the crack of bone. Every shattered shield is another moving throne. God of war, wear my scars. Take this heart like a banner in your hand. God of war, break their stars. Let their crowns turn to rust in your sand. God of war, God of war, guide my name, guide my breath to your shore. If I fall, lay me face to the fight. If I win, pay my name in the night. God of war,
to the fight. If I win, paint my name in the night. Wear my scars. Take this heart like an arrow into your hand. God of war, lift my over fields where the silence cannot stand. God of Ash in the dawn, iron on my tongue. I'll carve your name in the inside of my lungs. Red on the stone, dust in my teeth. I drink the silence of the enemies beneath. God of war, wear my scars. Take this heart like a banner in your hand. God of war, break their stars. Let their crowns turn to rust in your sand. God of war, God of war, guide my blade, guide my breath to your sword. I bind my wrist with a torn white flag. I light my fear like a torch on the crack. I hear your march in the crack of bone. Every shattered shield is another moving throne. God of war, wear my scars. Take this heart like a banner in your hand. God of war, break their stars. Let their crowns turn to rust in your sand. God of war, God of war, guide my breath to your shore. If I fall, lay me face to the fight. If I win, paint my name in the night. God of war, wear Salt in the air, name of the walker, cut from a prayer. Iron in your eyes, but your hands stay clean. You win in the shadows, quiet, unseen. Maps in your mind, like a burning thread. You bend every battle before it's bled. Who walks where the fog lights me? Who writes fate in coded speed? We breathe in fear and send it back as steel. God, away, away. Crown of tactics, mind of flame. Lead the sharp and guide the brave. Every thought ahead and away. God, away. Let our call outlast the way. We will rise through subtle schemes. Victory born from quiet schemes. Candles on the floor, circles drawn in chalk. I bargain with bad, not.
Yeah,
Are we on screen?
you're live.
Dang. Well, it's not a big deal for me. It's more for you. Cause like I'm thinking like I just really don't want Jen Davis to win.
Yeah.
And so my dad's like, so basically my dad's hiring he already has a bunch of very sharp people going door to door of all different kinds of people, and sent out a mailer, and good for him. But like I think it's a planet we need to kind of treat it like military minded. Is I potentially go door to door, but I kind of want to basically just like go the avoid, just kind of just save a bunch of time and just kind of put the mailers on a bunch of houses. And we have the app where I have all the fucking dots of who to contact and whose house to go to. But I just want to put a bunch of door hangers up. And my dad would pay you, but I definitely would like maybe potentially even match, or it can be pretty lucrative for you. And the reason why I was asking about the recording, because might want the camera off for your sake, but for your sake and my sake, I don't give a shit. Doesn't affect me, but for you, that could be good. Could be good.
I saw that girl Moxie or whatever, the DuPage County GOP, like Jen Davis had like her big.
Are you down though? It's probably like a 10-minute. Because the 41st ward is his district. So if you just kind of went over there, either in your car or if you just went by foot or Uber, I'd pay for the Uber or something. And it's really like, how far is the 41st ward from you?
I don't know.
Not far. That's Amy Hexam's district. In Chicago. And also, like, how far is Rosemont from you?
I'm close to Rosemont.
Yeah, Rosemont's my dad's district.
Yeah.
I think my dad's district's even closer to you. I think you actually, like, it's pretty close to Jefferson Park. But, yeah, if you can really help him out the next, 2 weeks, let me know any days. And make it worth your while. Like, why not? Because, that's the most effective thing he can do is to get the communication that Rice is on the ballot. And, you really are military-minded, trained, and can really just, hit the pound on the pavement and put the freaking paper in the freaking houses. Bam, 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 bam. I think you and me can do the thousands that we need. They've knocked on over 4,000 doors.
Wow.
The last couple of weeks, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And here's the good news. I asked them how many times someone said I'm not voting for Davis. And so they can't, him and a couple of the others said not personally, but I think one person has once. Is that awesome? But so yeah, please let me know.
And by the way, the reason why your shit would be amazing is because she lives in Kane, so she's not going to be focusing on your part of the area at all.
Mm.
And if you can put up yard signs to any rate, it's spring, so the last couple weeks of left, I can see how many yard signs my dad has available. But what is your schedule like?
It just depends. There's a couple of areas of Rosemont that are they're public, but they're gated communities. Off of Higgins. I used to live over there, so I know the area. And
what's your schedule to just be going in those communities and just bam, 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 bam? And you saw with Mike Simmons. He wrote the law. It's illegal. You're allowed to campaign and be white.
What was the name of that guy?
You're actually protected. It's not. You're not. You legally. It's not spam. It says no soliciting. That's actually. I mean, please hope I'm not wrong. But from what I understand, I thought Simmons is actually correct. Illinois had kind of made it very friendly for canvassing. Is that Jerry guy? Is he a job?
He just got laid off at Blue Cross.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah.
Should I call him right now?
Yeah, for sure.
Does he have a car?
Yeah, he's got a Beamer.
Oh, let's fucking go. I'm gonna call him. Let me know if you're available though, because I need to get this done. What do you think is a fair price? How much would it take you? Where you'd be okay. 100 a day, 200 a day, how much?
Yeah, I mean, $200 a day is, but it's not about the money. I'd rather actually just help with digital spamming.
Well, that's good too. Wow, he needs physical spamming. If you want to start with digital spamming, I thought you could use some money.
No, I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine.
Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine. I didn't mean that disrespectfully. I did not mean that disrespectfully.
No, I don't look at it.
I thought the motherfucking
Yeah, they got me, but I'm just saying that I can still go to the dispensary.
This could have been cash money, is what I'm saying. It's okay.
Well, there's probably
I'm looking for people like that because this one's faceless. You don't need to talk to anyone. People just put the shit on their doors. And then I don't know my dad's yard sale situation.
Why don't you?
There's not enough time to order more, but he has a bunch.
Why don't we try to do this intelligently instead of wasting our precious time and energy and recruit?
No, I trust you because I think trust is more. I think I pay more right now because it's a time sensitive thing. And so I'm hitting up my friend Megastar, who is on disabilities. And is a man, has been my bro. Have you ever read Megastar?
Mm-mm.
Well, I shouldn't even say that. He might not even be. I don't fucking know his situation. But he's a fucking man, dude. He's my fucking bro. But I thought the only reason why I mentioned that was because I thought he was in a situation like Josh, where he could use a job, and I trust him so much.
Yeah.
He was a PFT. He was one of the not the nurse, the other. He's doing more shit than the nurse. But I don't know the acronyms. He was a PCT, PFT. Do you know anyone like that? Because the trust is the most thing. I trust you. I trust Megastar. I trust Jared. Seems cool. He knows the right people.
Wait, I thought that guy at the Chabad that we met.
He got the pass, and I met him. I feel like you need just look somebody out. You need to know, but also some very little big concepts. They like Jared. It seems like he gets the pass. So what? Are you saying?
I thought that guy we met at the Chabad who was running. He was running in the 9th district. You said.
Correct.
What was his name?
Sam Porn. I like Sam.
I don't see him on the.
He's big on Instagram. I see him on social media. He spends he's basically the moderate version of Cat.
Well, why isn't he on the Ballotpedia?
He is.
For 9th district?
Yeah.
Damn. He's got no coverage.
He gets little coverage, and he is really told he was a high school football legend,
Mm-hmm.
and like he really is gonna be a huge spoiler candidate for some of the fake moderates. But like, I think this is gonna win. I think Bush is an underdog. Don't count her out. She just needs the Muslim community to vote Democrat, and I'm not 100% sure if they will. That's on her. Not my job, but
Wait, Jeff Cohen was his name?
no, Sam Poland.
The fuck? Why doesn't he show up?
Yeah, but like Fawn doesn't have
Oh,
a
I
path.
found him. Yeah.
Cat really doesn't have a path. She's too fucking retarded. But she spoils Bush's path, because Bush's path was to get because we have a huge Muslim community, 50,000, and then also like feed the people that like would vote for Cat. But we'll see. Because I don't think people want to vote for Biss. But Biss might win because there's not. It's just it doesn't matter. We'll see. This just doesn't have race. Basically, everyone doesn't. It's crazy. Like everyone just kind of just. But he reminds me. Like, he could be like Mitt Romney 2012, where he won. Like he basically like everyone kind of. There was no alternative to Biss, and so. He just wins by default. He checks every box for all the progressive shit.
Does your dad?
He's an OG. Like he's been doing this shit for a long time. The reparations shit was Evanston. A lot of stuff was him.
Does your dad have any Instagram ads running?
No, he should.
Really?
If you give me if you tell me like the budget of what he can actually do in a couple weeks, I might be able to fund it. Is that something you could do?
Dude, I don't know. He's got to have it set up, like, then you just jump.
Can you do some shit?
No, there's nothing I can do. It's all on your dad's fucking account, man.
Who, has to be on his account? You can't just do that on your account if it's shit.
Dude, am I running or is your dad running?
And do what?
Bro, your dad has to buy media. I don't understand. What don't you understand?
He does. He does. Like, give the absolute credit. He does everything. He did a mailer. He does YouTube media, door to door, and like he pays for the shit. The only thing he doesn't do is TV ads.
Mm.
I think she's doing YouTube ads, which is really I'm worried about that.
Well, YouTube and Meta, Google Meta. I mean, if your dad isn't buying traffic there, he's got to buy it at least 72 hours prior to March 17th.
Oh, we should do a huge influx of spending like the day before.
Like 48 hours before, because it's too late on Tuesday morning. I mean, maybe it's not too late. You can run ads up until probably like 6, 7 p.m. I don't know. I mean, it's tough to say. Like, prices will probably be up, but you can you gotta have it all set up. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, the creatives, the calendar.
It's all set up. He has 4 or 5 employees, dude. It's all set up. It's all good.
Mm. Well,
I'm just saying, like, I'm like, I'd be down to add more.
Do you have any like statistics or anything?
They do. Talk to them. I'm on the team. I'm really proud of the team he's built.
Mm. Well, I think it's gonna be.
Do you see his shit?
I don't see it. No, it doesn't show. I'm not seeing any Mark Rice stuff. But I'm not seeing any. You know what? I'm also not seeing any Bailey fucking Del Mar shit. That shit is over.
I also think that there's been a lot of throttling. Because have you noticed that like a lot of political campaigns, like the Joe Severino's, like he'll get like 1 million views, and then now he's like now getting like 200 for posts, whatever.
Right.
Is I really think they're just reporting everything.
Well, my Instagram was getting 30,000 views a month, and then after I got removed from the ballot, my views dropped in half.
I think political shit used to be rewarded, and now it's like flagged as dangerous content. Because it used to be amazing. It's good for getting attention, but they're just like, you wrote the rules. You probably get copyright strict all the time, and you don't even realize it.
So do you
think about all the people that hate you and just probably report every fucking thing.
It's so funny. It's like I don't know who to hate more, like Bliss or Abu Zabuda.
No, I think Jim Lanham probably spends 1 hour a day. She's like, report. And he just keeps reporting your shit.
I don't know if you saw this one post that I made. I tried to tell you when we were at Chabad, but I quoted what Bailey said, which is we want to give citizenship to all illegal aliens. And then I replied to that on one of the posts, and then the guy from Illinois, he reposted me, and then posted that I was removed from the ballot under allegations, allegedly, of widespread fraud, and like they called me out when I called Bailey out, but my post got like a lot of views, so for me that's like a win. That I can discredit, that campaign, but that Illinois is like he comes out to protect them. So I mean, you understand this, like you've seen how they're doing it and how they, manipulate and this and that. But what do you think about Walter? Like, do you think he's got a chance?
Yeah, I've told you his 3-point plan that he's executed to a T. He almost messed it up, but I told you the 3-point plan.
Pat is so proud of his PR campaigning.
What's the 3-point plan, John? I mentioned it before.
Fucking Euros, juicy beef dip, and cheddar cheese, pepperoni pizza for that guy. I don't know.
No, it's that he's got to be first on the ballot because if no one's spending any money, so that's actually a huge advantage, like 10% or some crazy shit like that. There's actually studies on this. First on the ballot only matters if no one spends any money and no one gives a shit. So that's one, right? That's happened. Okay, phase 2. Be Polish, because being Polish is, as you said, Euro. It's like that's a group of people that are just gonna see Adam check. They're gonna see all those crazy letters, the CYSK, and I told it to his face. I'm like, and they're just gonna check. They're gonna check it for Adam check, and he uses it now. He stole my shit. And then here's the third plan, and he's executed. They should pay me for this. Like I'm the best campaign advisor ever. He had to really just change everything. And number 3 is he had to be a man, because a lot of people don't vote for women. You don't have to. Don't call me sexist. Call the world sexist, because this is just a fact. There are a lot of, especially in a Republican primary, which is a very like narrow, specialized group of people. Were like religious or like the number 1, where they actually like a lot of people don't think women should be in Congress. What it's like to have jobs or whatever. Like there are people believe that kind of shit.
What's your prediction for Tehran? When do you think Tehran is gonna fall?
And they don't know who they're voting for, so it's just a paperclip. But then Walt benefits from all the biases. There's gonna be like all the biases will move in his favor, unfortunately. Yeah. So that'd be sick. Because if he wins, I told him he's going to be the biggest testimony to GOP incompetence. He has spent $0. and every single media outlet and GOP organization and figure has endorsed his opponent.
Well,
who's fucking retarded and ridiculous and is another bureaucratic hack.
I'm gonna vote tomorrow. I think I'm gonna vote for.
No. Why not just not vote and run as an independent?
What are you talking about? I'm gonna vote for governor.
Do you want to run on Tyrone Muhammad's slate?
What are you talking about?
So Tyrone Muhammad is running for Senate. Do you know him?
No, I don't know Tyrone Muhammad, Max.
Dude, he's a political legend.
But I know Solomon. I know Solomon. Did you see Christine Maxwell endorse Solomon for write-in candidate? It's so. I can't wait to see the. I can't wait to see the results of how all this is gonna go, because it's like when you see how people just like waste so much time and they don't win, it's just gonna be beautiful. So much fucking effort goes into this shit, and then like there's always losers. It's that, to me, that's like the exciting part, is to see the results.
Well, if you vote for me, if my dad votes for me, if I vote for me, if my mom votes for me, if my I don't think my sister's gonna vote in the primary. I think I can beat Solomon.
Oh man.
I think because she even vote for him, and she in Cook County. Yeah, I think she is.
Did you get my text about on Val's Facebook? I just happened to come across his profile because he was like tagged, I think, by Pat, saying like how Val, is endorsing him. And then the first thing on the top of his fucking account is he's making fun of you. I'm like, this is crazy. Like you live in these people's fucking heads. Yeah, what's the difference between Maxi Pad, Max Rice's mom, and a washing machine? Every time I drop a load, the washing machine doesn't follow me around for a week. Fuck you, shit heart. He got 2 likes and 1 comment.
John, what's your thought on methylene blue?
Methylene blue?
Yeah.
What is it? A food dye?
No, it's a supplement.
Oh, I don't take any supplements. I have no idea.
Oh, it's okay.
I have no idea.
Interesting. But anyways,
yeah,
No, that's, it's absolutely insane. Imagine having a Facebook, and that's like for your friends from college, whatever, that are in the military doing cool shit, and you're making like Steve Jarecki, who went to Subway 2 weeks ago, is a bitch, and I had sex with his mother. It's absolutely insane.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What?
What are you talking about?
I'm making stuff up. I'm just saying, imagine if you just like, if just a regular person just like was like airing out like stupid petty drama.
Bro, Darren LaHood, he posts all these photos. He gets no engagement at all, but he has to post because he's probably worried that this Democrat candidate. See, the voters on March 17th, they think it's an actual election. The media doesn't even tell them it's just a primary. Like the news for Darren LaHood, like literally the Peoria News. I don't know if I know you didn't see it, but basically the journalist can't even put together a sentence. She fucks it up like multiple times. And then she says, voters will decide this Tuesday, March 17th, whether they want to keep Darren LaHood, the Republican, or vote for new Democrat, challenger, whatever the fuck his name is, Paul Nolley. And so it's just amazing. They frame it like it's an election, not the primary. And then at the end of the article, it says, and John Kitover was removed from the ballot, but they put a link to my website as a write-in candidate. So, but I'll be honest with you, I don't think I'm even going to get 10 fucking signatures. I would be surprised if I even get to see a result, because so many of these clerks either didn't respond or said they're not going to include me as a write-in candidate. So it's so fucking.
My bros from high school that I was just telling you about, that's the man. And I was talking about how, for why I'm looking for people that can temporarily use income, because I want to pay whoever above the fucking rate. Like, let's get it done. Let's get a win.
Dude, I don't know. Like, I don't know.
Regardless, he's playing pool with my other 2 high school friends.
Listen, bro.
The one that was Sano Cavalieri.
Well, you know a lot of people, but what I'm telling you is, if you really,
what do you want? We can go to this pool league shit.
What I'm telling you is, the guy that brought down Hillary Clinton, the Joe Biggs podcast, or whatever the fuck it is. It's a big podcast.
Joe Biggs is a piece of shit.
Not Joe beating up. God, I don't know, dude. I know you probably don't even want to do that, but
No, they're still treads are cops, dude. That's why they get on shit.
Anyways, I'd be happy to spend, I don't know, 3 hours knocking on doors.
That's how you know you're
Really don't want to knock on doors.
Well, it's on when though.
As soon as you come and pick me up and you go with me, I mean, that's when I'll do it.
No, I don't want you knocking on doors. No offense, John. You kind of scare the children sometimes.
Well, I knock on doors, but don't you want a paper with flyers? I thought that's what you wanted to do.
That's true. I wanted to get coverage and have,
You're working, I'll work with you, but like I'm definitely not going out, without you. That's like a fact. I mean,
absolutely. I'm if you have a car.
You gotta pick me up, and I will come with you to work with you wherever you're working.
So I'm not familiar with the area. Is there an area where we can go on foot together?
Yeah.
And do like 100,000, 1,000 houses or something.
Yeah, you just gotta get in your fucking car, come over here with a box of the shit that you want to pass out, and
where's a dense? I know I totally could do that, but where's a dense area where we can actually
just pull up the district map, and then we'll go to the closest section.
Okay, what's your schedule like? Potentially tomorrow, and then Friday morning for sure.
Dude, let's just do it Sunday.
Okay, we can do it Sunday. I need to do this shit every day. Something like that. That's my fucking win. Let's go.
No, dude, Sunday's a good day to do it.
I'll text Jared. No, every day is a day to do it. But yeah, the Sunday works too. Like I'm appreciative any day.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah. We'll text Jared. But the three of us can go do it. We could probably knock out, easily.
No. But him, I'd love for him to do it. We're like, what if he did it 200? Like, what if he made a fucking grand?
I don't. He's not in need, dude. He's a trust fund baby. He doesn't need. He doesn't need money.
Well, that needs money that we give less with a good opportunity. Like, that's a good person.
I mean, Jared may do it. Jared really likes, saving and making. So, ask him. I don't know.
I don't want to shame people and shit. At the same time, like
it's not shame. Dude, if he's with us,
I've offered a few people already.
The three of us could get 1,000 houses done in literally like an hour.
I don't have $1 billion though, so I can only afford to bless so many people.
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying we don't even need to get paid to do it. We just need you to drive. If we worked for 3 hours, we could get 3,000 houses lettered.
On Sunday. On Sunday, we definitely. Oh, we could for sure get 3 people in my car. I'd be so down for that.
Yeah.
And then we just basically go on different sides of the street type shit, and just drop. And then like honestly, like if this shit shouldn't be that much money because it's at least a very task. If someone like Jared could just like stay in the car and just there's some value in that, and then driving to us. You know what I'm saying?
No,
I don't. No.
It's pretty simple what you want to do, but this is the weather.
It's
yeah,
not,
Sunday.
I've done it for 20 fucking years. It's not. It's very military. It's not.
I get
obviously
it.
No disrespect to the military.
Okay, it's gonna be 60 degrees on Sunday, 70 on Monday, and then it rains Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So Saturday is a 24% chance of rain.
But you're saying we can hit 3,000 houses without using the car? I could just park my car.
We have to walk. Yeah, we got to walk around the fucking. We'll be out for about a mile each. Yeah. And we reconvene after we hit our desert. Like we'll have the whole thing mapped out.
If it's Sunday, just keep that in mind. And I have let me know which email is your best email because there's an app that my dad has, and I can.
Can't you just text me?
What?
Can't you just text me? I mean, John Kitover 2026 at Gmail, or John Kitover 2025, or John Kitover 2027, or John Kitover 2028. Let me just text it to you. Yeah, Jared should be down to do it. He's maybe not. I don't know. He was hit or miss. Like he was supposed to
Let's
drop.
get my dad to win though. Like fuck this bitch. And he has a better name. Like listening programming works.
Why don't we do a Sora account of Jen Davis, like mocking her? We will print out a large photo of her face, scan it into the AI, and then start casting her and mocking her. But the only problem with mockery is it sometimes has the reverse effect, and so it actually ends up becoming a promotion for her, as opposed to like mocking her and informing people that she's a bad candidate. It's not like that's not the kind of spam that could necessarily work. It's possible that it could be funny. It would be a lot of content to push out, because that's actually what we need. Is we need to create content. And plus you're like those groups, like this is an interesting thing is on Facebook, if you have, let's say your dad creates a camp. Well, I could show you how to do it. Let me just go to let me find your dad's YouTube account. So what you do is when you share the video, you go through your phone and then you click share to, but then there's you can share directly to Facebook groups, and it lets you post to 10 at the same time. Let me just put together does he have any new videos up? Damn, dude, your dad does not have even one new video up.
I would vote for a turtle.
Okay, I'm gonna do it right now. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, so he's emailing you now, Curtis. You may want this list anyways, because I know you. Spam man. But it's good. It's a good app. Or I don't know. I don't really know that. Could be good data, could be bad. It could be stress testing it. And if we're on foot, by the way, we might have to go beyond. This is just Republicans. We might have to go beyond Republicans. And just go for volume.
Okay, I'm gonna spam your dad out to all these Facebook groups right now. RightsForCongress.com. Eighth Congressional District. It's a good website. Okay, so what I need to know is 8th Congressional District towns. Schaumburg, Elgin, Rosemont. Okay. Schaumburg, Elgin, Rosemont, Illinois. Do not vote for Jen. What should we insult her with?
Are you doing a Jen Davis account?
Just give me something to insult Jen Davis with.
The naked pic shit. Like a naked pics her house. At her gym of herself. Like shooting basketball. Some weird shit. They're like artful nudes of her like throwing a baseball while like plucking her nipples with the like mitt. It's just disgusting. Absolutely I'm very against it. She is her kids.
She employed illegal aliens to raise her dozen children. Employed illegal aliens to raise her children. Outsourced hundreds of jobs to India. And what else do I know about her? And her software company is not America first. It is India first. Vote Mark Rice now to save Illinois and America. Low property taxes. Pay down the debt. I guess we'll just leave it at that. Mark is a true patriot. And Mark is a true American patriot. Intelligent, kind, loving, strong, a successful American. Family man. Vote Mark Rice now. Tuesday, March 17th, 2026. Select all copy. We are now, oh God, you know what? I don't know if I can post a fake book. She is a fake Republican, employed illegal aliens to raise her children, outsourced hundreds of jobs to India, and her software company is not America first, it is India first. Vote Mark Rice now to save Illinois.
Nice.
Vote Mark Rice now. Republicans, Democrats, Libertarians, Independence. Independence election. Okay, we're gonna find out. I think it's going through. Yeah, it went through. You're the driving force behind this. Share the message. Share the message.
Honestly.
Share the message. Share the message.
But yeah, whenever, what's it called? You definitely could be helpful on messaging against that. You can be effective on a lot of fronts. Because, I really do wish my father was doing more social media shit. Absolutely. Like, this is message.
Dude, your dad.
Like, do you realize all the endorsement shit she's doing is all just bullshit?
Bro, your
It's
dad.
It's like Mike Gentile. The dude guy's name is Gentile. How funny is that shit? And he's in Northbrook. It's like Gentile Consulting in Northbrook. That just sounds like straight out of a Mel Brooks movie. But he's like the assessor. Like, she's getting all these endorsements from like the guy on the what's it called, the Hunley Township like board member. You know, the village's assessor of like whatever. It's all these like random ass places, but
Your dad should honestly hire that guy Pat to give him 48 hours of coverage prior. Like, fucking crazy street activist Pat.
No, Pat's too crazy, man. He lies.
Dude, if your dad is paying him, he's gonna put out some real strong messaging and spam the shit out of it, and he does seem to get some reach.
That's not a liar, dude. We can't fuck with liars. We don't fuck with liars, bro.
So you know he's.
He actually lies. He's just and he's a dude. He's probably gonna kill someone someday. He's a red flag. I don't know the fucking dude.
You're summing up. I know. Well, anyways, like, I don't want to insult. I don't want to be that guy's victim, so I ain't saying nothing about his girlfriend. You know what I'm saying?
You know why he's mad at me? You know how I behaved with Dave, which is obviously a little embassy, because I thought Dave really crossed the line with me. I thought when he, regardless with Pat, John.
He called me again. Dr. Dave called me again just a couple days ago.
He called me like 3 a.m. I didn't answer on purpose because I was sleeping. But he's calling me at lunch. I haven't answered because they're always at like 4 a.m. But with Pat, our falling out was because I literally just out of concern called him like Pat, not because of politics. It's because I'm like Pat, like you should probably like stop me doing like so many like press conferences. You're losing your value.
That's what you said to him?
Yeah, I wasn't. This was not a dick move. I was actually trying to help his career, and he got really pissed off. And then when I kind of like just cut him off, is he wrote a Facebook post where he said that David Krupa called me a kike, and that did not occur. That's why I call him a liar. And I call Pat, take that shit down without even fear of lawsuit. That's just not right, dude. I'm Jewish. I don't like people like. I have been called a kike. That's not cool. So make that shit up. And I'm not a Krupa fan. Like, in theory, I would benefit from like lying. But I called him immediately, and I'm just like, Pat, what the fuck, dude? And he's like, dude, because I did tell me and were you there? You were there that night. Remember when I got in a fight with Krupa? Dude, you were there, John.
Yeah, I remember. But we sat down and had a pizza with.
Remember me and Krupa got an all-time shit-talking battle? Like, we were talking so much shit to each other. Like, he was cracking jokes about me. But he was like, your campaign wasn't serious. You made very disgraceful ads that I didn't like. I'm like, you're a bitch. You got accused of rape. You're clear to that, right? Is that, yeah. I'm not accusing you. Like, how'd that go? How'd your rapes go? Why are you wearing a hat? You goofy, so like you were there for that. Pat, like Pat might have heard about it, or maybe I forgot because I wasn't completely on bad terms with him yet. And he reports it as like David Krupa calls Mac Titan. I was like, dude, you can't say that. That's really fucked up. And he's like, you understand, you gotta, like, anti-Semitism is big right now in the news. You put something like that, and then it's the Frankie Coconati way, and then they pay attention to all the other stuff that's true. I'm like, nah, man. And then I just kind of stopped talking to him, and then I think it's interesting because like he hated, like I thought he had like restrained. They were like fighting his ex in court, and they hate each other. But I guess they got back, but he was also really mad that I put which was journalism. She's the fucking committee person. Do you see that voice message that she sent herself? She called Barbie. She's like, listen, bitch, he's eating my ass. You bit you. Like, she's swearing vulgar. And I put on my article, which gets like no views. But he's really mad about that. She is too. But she's not completely mad. Like, she still texts me every once in a while. And I've talked to her about it. Because I'm just like, it's just more like news. And like, yeah, like that's the whole point of Illinois Records, put stuff all out there. It's like, yeah, people are cool with swearing. Some people aren't. Some people are cool with talk. But she wasn't mad that I criticized the idea. I'm like, why does the SEIU have someone on the Republican committee? What a joke. She was an SEIU officer. Which is real. Yeah, get this on Clubhouse. I hear that. No, I'm educated. You help me. It's for podcasting. But yeah, let me more text more people. Anyone that you need blessings, I would definitely pay a good amount. And if they're very communicative, that is the best, is people that can go door to door. But I'm also looking for people like you who are military minded, in shape, that can just bam, 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 bam. Because it's quantity or quality. Both are important. But the people for quality need to be actual people that communicate and aren't gonna like get offended and stuff like that.
Is your dad still employing these people for the campaign?
He's got like 4 people, but more now because he's got like I think he's got like 4 people like on his campaign, and then he's got like 2 extra door knockers, and he's got 2 of the 4 doing door knocking as well.
I think I saw that Asian chick on Facebook who works for your dad, the young Asian girl.
Great.
Yeah, I think she showed up on my Facebook feed as like
very sharp. Very sharp. Let's get him a win. So whatever you can do.
Well, I just found your dad's X account. Like, it's the first time I'm looking at it in a long time. And I'm retweeting all his stuff and using hashtags and tagging him. And the problem, the worst thing about all this is like, most people will never actually spam the way that they should spam. Like unrestricted spam warfare, meaning like no fucks given, stay out of my way. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe, Like there was like this guy Marson I know, he had a pretty successful app called what was it called? It was like a protest app. He was doing like protest organizing. He's like a radical leftist. But anyways, like I was like, yeah, I'll help you grow your app, but you have to let me do all the marketing, all the content, and like you're not gonna like it. Like, and that's the point, is I don't want you to like it, because if you don't like it, like we'll never grow this fucking thing and it will never really be anything, bitch. And he's just a bitch, total pussy, total socialist, leftist, radical, anyways, I could say a lot of bad things about him, but my point is like, the app ended up having to shut down and as a failure because like without, anyways, your dad's doing it, but dude, I mean, I just hope.
Wherever you can do your help, man. I gotta get going. Good talk to you, John.
Okay, peace. Bye. Trying to play these new songs. This is actually what I wanted to do. I didn't even want to take any phone calls, but Here we go.
Teeth of kings, breath of battle, blood that sings. He walks where the banners burn, eyes like blades in the dust-choked turn, counting every step, every trembling hand, turning chaos into sharpened plan. Skulls in a circle, mats on the ground, quiet as a heartbeat, louder than the crowd. He weighs all the wagers, every broken sword carving out an empire with a single word. To the mind that conquers, to the hand that strikes, crown of iron thought in the smoke-lit night. God of war, hear an answer, lead us through the crush and cry. We bleed, we burn, we rise for your victory and design.
Female boy, he whispers in a strategist's ear.
Turn now, the opening's here.
Hey, oh, lines like rivers curving into place. Traps lay quiet in the empty space.
Ice in the dirt, prayer in the jaw. Every loss a lesson, every scar a law. He writes in the thunder, ends with the flame. We speak his symbols, never say his name. To the mind that conquers, to the hand that strikes, crown of iron thought in the smoke-lit night. God of war, hear an answer, lead us through the crush and cry. We breathe, we burn, we rise for your victory and design.
Pieces on the board. Move themselves.
All right, well.
Look at the nearest.
That mass uniform is lit, honestly.
Yeah,
What, the black mask? Yeah.
All of it. I want to see the Nakhba uniforms.
Explain to me when they released the hostages, when Hamas released the hostages, what was the thinking behind those ceremonies? Like, what was that? Like, is that something Palestinian we don't know about? Like, I'm not making fun of it. I'm really trying to understand, like, what was the thinking, like, behind that whole display? Like, was it to create empathy? Like, show power?
it's for the Palestinian and the Arab populations to see that Hamas has achievements, and in order to apply more pressure within Israeli society to piss off the Israelis against Netanyahu.
I mean, how did I don't understand how that ceremony achieved that? Like,
You don't remember how pissed the Israeli population was about those?
yeah, but like, I mean, didn't let Donald Trump say, like, what type of medieval stuff is that? You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't look good in the West. Like,
You think they care about that?
I think that's the whole focus for people.
No, man.
The damage in the West has already been done. So.
Name of thunder, walks where the banners burn. Eyes like blades in the dust-choked turn. Counting every step, every trembling hand. Turning chaos into sharpened plan. Skulls in a circle, mats on the ground. White as a heartbeat, louder than the crowd. Weighs all the way to every broken soul. Coming out with a single word.
Lines like rivers straps been caught in the empty space.
Dice in the dirt, fire in the jaw. Every loss a lesson, every scar writes in the thunder. Cutting with the face, these symbols never say.
That's the coolest one. It wouldn't do it.
On our skin, name carved in code, we call you. You see the hidden lines, scatter, feel like shattered glass, bend our down, let courage pass. Which the market cross our vein, enough from us to change, and every love to live sharp in every hand, for oh God of victory and reason, rise, stand in the smoke, stand in our eyes, guide every hand, every strike, every stride, we carry your will to the other side. Crown us a king, crown us a king, stand by our banners, we through our name, we march, we roar, we tear through the sky with the might of a thousand. We never logic, weight of fate, turn the cost to quiet slate, twist their fury into frost, make their numbers patterns in our breath, map the angles, sheep like death, or they charge and blind and loud, let us cut through cloud by cloud. Oh God of victory and reason, rise, stand in the smoke, stand in our eyes, guide every hand, every strike, every stride, we carry your will to the other side. Crown us a king, crown us a flag, stand by your banners, we through our name, we march, we roar, we tear through the sky with the might of a thousand. We never stand in our arms, we guide every hand, every strike, every stride. We carry your will to the other side. Proud us in fighting, proud us in
Stick towards Turks.
The Turks are not allowed to stop.
You're already doing it now. I mean, it's not like you guys
Stop. You don't know what it's like. You're sitting in your
What's right there?
Israel.
I know a lot. I know a lot.
You're getting bombed left, right, and center.
A lot. A lot more than newspapers.
Shut your mouth. Stop. There's no freaking way that the Turks are going to allow it. This has not mostly as
Why is your mic so low?
Oh, sorry. This is mostly like an ultimatum.
There we go.
There you go.
Bring out the sitting mic.
This is mostly like this is like an ultimatum to the freaking RGC. Like, what else could be more freaking frightening than separatism, right? No, hear me out. Separatism has always been like an underlying bitch in the psyche of Iranians, right? So this thing called separatism has always like resulted in an anxiety attack. And by allowing such a thing, or at least introducing such a thing, like Taco said, the numbers are not incredible, right? It just creates some sort of threat.
Listen.
And the same old underlying anxiety that always.
Did you see how the Americans by painting?
Listen, I'm done with the nuance merchants. Okay, I'm done with the it's complicated grift. I don't care if you're not pro IRGC, then you are pro Jewish and you are pro Israel.
Piece of shit.
I don't care.
No.
Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, you're a bitch. Shut the fuck up, Benny.
Johnny, chill.
No. This isn't the time for this shit.
Bro.
This is a once in a
I'm gonna be pro the people that genocided my people.
I don't think okay, the genocided really is gonna use that stupid verbiage, you fucking like little baby.
Yeah. Absolutely. I'm gonna use that stupid verbiage.
It's okay, Danny. They were just Muslims. You shouldn't care too much, bro. They're Muslims.
No, I still care. They're my people. I don't care if they're Muslim.
Whatever, bro.
It is like Christian.
Genocide.
Benny goes to Shia
Listen to the language that you're. Listen to yourself. Listen.
Yes, when they explicitly went after a certain group of people and they were killing their women and children and imprisoning them and torturing them and fucking dropping barrel bombs on them and fucking evacuating them from the country, effectively speaking, yes, they were fucking genocide.
So why didn't the
Get over
Iranians
it.
genocide the Sunnis within their own borders? If this was
Who was genocided? Who was
The
genocided?
Syrians.
The Syrians is trying to get.
The Syrian revenge.
The Syrians were genocided?
Nobody denies war crimes happened, but to suggest that there was a targeted extermination is preposterous.
There was no
Yes, they were targets.
No,
Prince,
no.
I've seen you make this argument in other
I never
rooms.
made
Yes,
a
that they went
genocide.
after Sunnis. No, that they went. They targeted Sunnis
Yes.
specifically.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
But that
So
doesn't
when
mean
they
that doesn't
targeted
entail
Sunnis
extermination.
specifically, genocide does not necessitate extermination.
Okay, but be that as it may, there was no genocidal intent.
How so?
Their intent is to control, not to genocide.
Their intent was, no, they went after specifically Sunnis and they killed a shit ton of them, and they intended to kill a shit ton of them, and they evacuated a shit ton of them, and they intended to evacuate a shit ton of them.
Mostly the killings would stop once the regime took over the city, but the killings have occurred when these places were not under their control, when they were under the control of their enemy.
No, after they took over, they would arrest people, torture them, torture their families, and then get the rest of their family to evacuate. That's how Homs lost 80% of its population.
They evacuated the people, the families of the people who were participating in military actions against them.
Oh really? 80% of the population of Homs?
I don't know. I've never heard they're 80%.
Yes.
No, that's not true.
Homs specifically, yes.
What?
Homs lost 80% of its population during the Civil War.
Bro, Syria lost like 60% of its population. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, more than half the country left the country.
No, that's not true.
That is true.
No, most of the refugees most of the refugees.
Maybe 8 million people left in Syria.
What are you talking? We have 20. We're 20 million people.
Yeah, but you only have 8 or 9 left in Syria.
No, over 20 million people are left in Syria. What are you talking about?
Where did you get that from?
Dude, you can find any statistic on it.
There are no statistics. Not even the
yes, there are statistics. No. The vast majority. No.
Counting.
No, you don't need a census to recognize how many people live in Syria. The vast majority of people who were refugees were internally displaced, not externally. That's number one, right? So when Homs lost 80% of its population, that doesn't mean 80% of the population was evacuated from the country as a whole.
No, I know.
But they had to leave their city. So when a shit ton of people were displaced to Idlib, these are still refugees, and they were counted in statistics as refugees. They're still in the country. This is why the country still has 20 million people.
Okay, so about 7 million left the country.
Yeah, roughly. Yeah, and then by the way, birth rates went up a lot during the Civil War, which is why there was a compensation. So if you see the statistics, there was a big dip, and then there was a big rise during the Civil War.
Yeah, okay, I only disagree with the genocide part. I haven't seen any evidence.
Okay, let's put genocide. Okay, fine. That's fine.
Even like Syrian oppositions have made that claim.
I made that claim. But you know what? Let's put that aside. Let's not use that word. Terrible war crimes, targeted killings, targeted torture, targeted starvation, mass murder, all of these things. You want me to side with the government that did that to my people? Fuck no. Tony said that. Tony said, if you don't side with the IRGC, you're resigning.
Yes, that's my position.
Yes. So you want me to side with the government that did all of that to my people? Fuck no.
And you're not really about it, bro.
All right, fine. You think?
Okay, no. If there is an imminent threat, a bigger threat to the region and to your own country that was just liberated, then you have to do the pragmatic thing. But I don't know what that means to begin with, to side. Like, it's not significant whether any or the Syrian people as a whole side or not.
No, the pragmatic thing for me is to promote the Shia killing the Jew. Because both of these have bad intent towards me and my people.
Wait, not towards the Christians of Syria.
I didn't say my people are the Christians. My people are the Syrian people. I don't give a shit what your religion is.
Even Benny laughed. He's like,
No, because I don't think like you. I don't say my people are the Christians of Syria.
Who's playing music, by the way? Who's playing music?
My people are Syrians. I don't give a shit what your religion is.
No, okay, I agree, but that does, however, contradict. And you can be a Christian or an atheist here and care about everything that happened and be against the regime for sure, but because you made the claim that the target was the Sunnis and nobody else, right? So,
well, the Sunnis are the biggest part of the Syrian population.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
But let's be honest, if you were a born Christian Syrian, you're more likely to have sided with the regime.
Yes, most likely, yes.
Only minority of the minority sided against the regime.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, but like I remember in the early years, we had Christians with us in the protests against the government.
Yeah, maybe a lot changed as well with the.
A lot changed during the course, yeah. In the beginning, there was a lot more Christians with us. There was even a Christian battalion within the FSA, and there was
Did anybody notice that they monetized Clubhouse? I've been receiving gold and I wasn't aware. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Let's see what people this guy's got.
Oh no, I got 20. I got 20. Can you see how much I got?
Yeah, I got
16
0.
gold. 16.
I got 0.
Where do you see how much gold you have?
So click on your profile. And then go to gold. It says gold under the picture.
I don't see gold.
I don't see it.
Then you haven't updated? Doesn't?
Maybe.
No, you have. You should see it.
No, I have karma.
You don't have gold. You haven't received.
I don't have gold.
I have 24. Do you know how much 24 is?
I got no gold.
It's 20 cents. 20 cents.
Okay.
Well, it's more than the 8 cents you've got.
How much do I have? Let's see.
You said 16.
I have 10 cents.
How the heck do you have money? From where?
People donated.
Oh my god.
Mine mostly came from Arabs because the other people in this app are not going to pay anyways.
Alright, I'm gonna go into El Normo's rooms and pose this.
You know how to make money now? It's open rooms against the mullahs. I got all these Iranians in.
That's funny.
How do you make money on that though?
Because it's Bani Adam, it's like TikTok. So you put your credit card and you buy gifts and then you start gifting people.
Wait, wouldn't you get more gifts if you were anti the mullahs?
No.
If you want to get down, get down.
No. I think when you have a unified group of people like the Iranians, most Iranians on the app, they're in one camp and they're battling other groups of people from all sorts of countries. So it's more likely they get money from them being an outsider speaking on their behalf.
Okay. But wouldn't you get more money from the people, from the majority of people that you're advocating for? Like the anti-RGC people.
These fuckers are poor.
Well, they're all poor.
No, the anti-IRGC? No. You get more with the anti-IRGC than the pro-IRGC.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I started your grifting career, huh?
If only they had it 2 years ago.
The first grifter.
Listen, man, the point is, I'm not siding with IRGC for shit. I don't give a
Okay,
shit.
then I'm telling you how to make money, you know?
You're a Zionist.
Be a Talibist. Become a Talibist.
You can call me a Zionist all you want, man.
No, he's not a Zionist.
Michael Bibi wanted to like hold.
I know, I literally was about to bring that up.
What? Yeah, Michael Bibi.
My problem is I get clipped all the time.
I want to hear what that is saying. Stop.
Guys, she's talking. She's talking to me, guys. Everyone.
Yeah, I have to interrupt. One such great event on TikTok. This is when Ital was emerging as like the king of TikTok for like his 5-minute thing. And then these people had decided, like, he had a script written for the coins, right? And for making money. So they had like, they practiced. What? Within 10 seconds, he got into a fight with the whole group. They scripted it with BB and them. That's retarded. How can you? Just for money.
He cussed out the old white women who were paying you.
The difference between expensive bells.
I could hear him cussing.
Shut the fuck up.
I was there. I went in to see what they were all about, and I hear that they're crashing out. Because they kept messaging me Cynic and Deviant, like, come join us, and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna look what they're doing. And I saw Pepe, I'm like, fuck this.
And there's 1.9 billion TikTokers.
And a lot of people have.
Yeah, I googled it yesterday. It's 1.9 billion.
There's a lot of people that have more than one account. I wouldn't think that.
Are you scrolling? Is it a sleepy?
$7.96.
Wait, who made that?
Mikhail came out with 0 with all the stuff that he wrote. Sick. People were so pissed off with him. They're like, traitor, how can you sell yourself off for a few bucks on TikTok?
What the hell, bro? He's so funny, dude. What the fuck?
He was making them practice their lines.
Bro, I can't believe they scripted some shit. What the hell is that?
Okay, baby, you go, then I'm gonna go. And then he's giving them the philosophy of TikTok right after that. Like how philosophically it works out. How people
Marcus, you remember what I said about all that shit?
Yeah. You and I stood against him. And we fought.
And I got moved down for it.
Yeah, Benny and I were like, you cheap whore, you're selling yourself out.
There's people that make livings on TikTok.
Yeah, but these guys, I mean.
No, but it was weird because essentially what Cynic was doing was an alliance of the enemies to profit off. Seriously, that's why
Benny and I were the only people who stood up and said, oh, this cheap whore, what are you doing? And you're selling off people for a few bucks on TikTok. I mean, eventually the Jew, maybe made money at least, like $7.96.
No,
Of course, the Jew would make money. No, he made more than that.
Mikhail came out with nothing, just a big fat fight with all of them, like within 10 minutes of the show.
And Bibi claimed that he was donating his money because he was making it.
Should Hamas invade Israel from the West Bank, bro?
From the West Bank?
They're weak, bro. They're taking damage right now. It's,
No. Listen, I'll say what I said yesterday. The Sunnis right now need to chill.
Just let it play out.
Let it play out. Let the Shia weaken the Jew, and the Jew weaken the Shia.
History is repeating itself, Jack. We're just gonna wait till the Romans and the Persians beat them. So
sorry, Dargis.
We're gonna go in.
The Persian Empire never died.
I mean, that's a decent analogy, actually.
Prince, I have a question for you. Has a war in Iraq, that war in Iran, has that helped or diminished aspects of the Palestinian movement?
Neither. It has not affected it, obviously.
No?
Neither. Nah, I mean, people are just riled up against Israel right now, but not necessarily hurting or improving the cause, but just specifically this war.
It's like taking a lot of media attention away, no?
What's his name? Who is the from East and Love. I don't know if you guys know who he is. He's a self-proclaimed anti-right. A while ago, he gave out this video where he said, first Persia will be taken down, followed by the Arabs, that will be taken down, and after which, that's how it's all going to come down, right? I'm not saying what he's saying is right. He must have calculated it through some color recognition or whatever. But don't you think that's what's happening? Like, that's people who want to do that.
But that the Arabs are going to fall?
After the Persians do it. They're working their best to bring down the region all for one cause.
Yeah, they're trying, but they'll literally have to kill most of us, most of the Middle Easterns to do that. They'll never succeed in that. Anyway, I honestly think IRGC survives this shit, bro.
Oh yeah, for sure.
No problem.
Where do you guys think that, though? Like,
Like, what? Yo, Daniel, take it easy. I know we told you it's monetized, but I don't know why you're like throwing all this money on.
Why are you hating?
Well, do me a Saudi. Wait, I have my Saudi fan is in the audience. You better double that.
Oh, is this what we're doing now? Nah, hey, Liberate, you better triple that, bro. Yo, my friend in the audience, y'all better quadruple what they just.
You know what? This is actually smart. Like, even because when you monetize them, number one, you're gonna make the app more serious, and all these stupid trolls are gonna be reduced. Number two, you're gonna make people be more professional, presenting better arguments and better evidence in order, for people to take them seriously and give them what they're asking for. So I think it's actually a good thing. It's cleaning up the
They
app.
should have done it earlier. They should have done it 5 years ago.
That's true. I agree.
Damn, he's still blessing you. Yo, Prince, you want 10 coins for that? The little speech you just gave, bro.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. That's why the Qatari came into the room. The Syrian guy. You want $10?
Damn, yo, you think people will start betting like this now? Like, I bet you 30,000 coins.
Yeah, of course.
She's gonna go crazy. Well, anyway.
Change the title to a much broader topic: Israeli hegemony. Well, no, let's do the question. Will it? Oh my God. Will Israel? Will Israel? Control.
Instead of love bombing Tony, you're gonna have to start sending coins to these girls.
I would like to hear from Dania.
That's actually a pretty good idea.
Daria, you want to talk, Daria? Daria, talk.
I just joined, so I'd rather listen a bit, and then contribute later.
No problems. Prince, what are you changing
there?
I mean, I'd just like to state that I was chasing Benny Boy.
Benny Boy? What have you been up to?
I was like in the previous room with him.
Yeah, I just met her in the previous room.
Yeah.
She's a Turk and
Christian woman. From Turkey.
She's a Turk and what?
Benny Goy loves turkey.
I do like turkey, yes.
Well, why don't you change the question to, are we going to see boots on the ground in Iran or not?
That was a good question. What do you think, Nora?
I think in order for a complete game change, okay, there must be boots on the ground. History tells you that.
Yeah, but what's the likelihood Trump can pull that off?
I don't know how he can.
May I just interrupt a little?
Yeah.
I'm not
Tony,
I'm not vouching for that. I'm just asking.
For Tony's rude interruption, go ahead.
Actually, pretty basic take if you ask me.
Where y'all from?
I'm from the Dominican Republic.
Cool.
Why, you got a problem with that?
From New York City.
No. I'm just asking, wondering.
Where are you from, Daria?
I'm Turkish.
Nice. What do you think about the war? Are you guys going to invade and take a slice of Iran or what?
No, absolutely not.
But they're going to have some refugees. That's apparent by now.
Yeah, well, we had so many Syrians, and then the war ended in Syria, and then they went back to their home. No biggie, we're welcome to everybody.
Wow. Can I tell?
What's that?
Jokes on you, I really came, but most Syrians haven't went back, by the way.
Yeah, most Syrians have not.
You're like,
and I think you live outside of Turkey, right?
3 million came to Turkey, and then like 2 million went back.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
I don't think that's true.
No. Apparently, like, that's the interior minister says.
It's probably lying.
I don't care. We're so big, so
What's up, friend?
we're all welcoming.
How are you guys?
Good, bro. How are you?
I'm good. No, just what's the topic? So, will Israel take over Middle East?
Yeah. We're trying to see like what's it look like, what's their intentions, and what's the next day after.
As of early 2026, 550, 600,000 Syrian refugees.
Hold on. Let's say Daria, she's from Turkey, so. Whoa,
Prince, I
close.
didn't mute you, bro.
Mute.
Making too much noise. I muted you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Hey, Daria. It's great to hear from you from Turkey.
Hello.
So there is topics that many people not many people, there is a minority of people from Azerbaijan. They think that Turkey is going to fight for them to take the land. Is this true between Turkish people, or there is a hallucination from them?
That's a hallucination, totally.
Yeah, I understand that, because there is a minority, there is not majority, and I talked to many of them, and including myself. My mom is Turkish, but they don't have such a most of these people, they don't have such a kind of things that they think they're gonna be separate. The minority of them are in Tabriz. You know Tabriz?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, there's a minority. Yeah, there's a minority there that they think Turkey is going to come and fight for them.
No.
Yeah, I see that. But going back to the topic,
because we got like relations with Israel apparently,
yeah,
which is sad, but like it's the truth.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be, if something like this happens, it's going to be domino, because in that case, Iran government is going to hold Kurdish to make, a lot of instability is going to bring to the region. So what is happening right now is Iran today, it's lost nearly 80% power of the missile shooting, which is good, because they was crazy. It was like a madman. They started shooting everywhere, nowhere.
Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Are you pro Khamenei or against?
I'm so happy that he is dead.
Yeah. That clarifies my question.
Yes. So happy to see him dead, because the ideology they had it's so crazy that they don't care about people's life. The only things they want is domination of the region through for example, wiping out Israel. And as an Iranian who lived there, I know they really wanted to go after the atomic bomb. The reason is there is a 9 country in the world that has a ballistic missile. 8 of them are the atomic power. Iran is the only one doesn't have. At the same time, they were trying to reach a high uranium, which is not necessary for the medical or energy, 60% above. It's really easy, because the West is not as stupid. And at the same time,
Did you just remove him?
Google kicked him.
Dude, you're gonna kill them, bro.
Fuck you. That's what
What the fuck are we gonna debate
Who
now?
always fucking does this?
Bro, the motherfucker doesn't shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah,
but at
it
least, we had someone
Is
like
this
this.
what you want to be subjected to? Fucking
Yeah, I was
garbage
about
like
to.
that, bro? For your own
Yeah.
fucking entertainment? Fuck wants
Yes.
to hear that. This guy's a fucking diasporoid cuck. Fuck it. Like, for real, bro.
I don't know why you guys mod Goo, honestly.
I don't even know why
Hey,
you're even
Tony.
in here. Everybody thinks you're a fucking thug.
Okay, that's fine. But why do you mod Goo? He ruins it.
Matter of fact, nigga, yo, you know what? Restart the room. I'm kicking this nigga right now, bro. I'm out of here. I just left work.
Wait, Tony, before you leave, Tony, what's the man, he left. Oh, man.
Oh, no.
Wow.
Guys, I
That
want
was
to
wild,
introduce you
fashion.
to Velasco. I don't know if you guys know her.
Yeah. My other username was JH Baptizer knows.
Oh, what the hell? Long time no see.
Yeah, so guys, I don't think you got kicked out.
You just restart the room, man.
Baptizer and Nargis know me, so guys, I'm reserved in the IRGC.
Oh, send me
So if anybody wants to know anything, feel free.
Under the new room we're about to open, bro.
Send me
Copy
through
this
there.
title and just.
Are we going to the new room?
Yeah, join the house. We're about to open a new
Also,
one.
why don't I have a
room?
Okay,
Yeah, we'll run it right
joining
now.
it.
Alright.
Fix of the imagination.
Well, is this the new room or what?
I don't know.
Here we go. Click on the house. Okay, now you can go join. Click on the house and click on the other room. Before it closes.
Aren't you coming?
Yeah.
At least now we have knowledge, so this should hopefully never occur again. Or at least if we see things, now it's not going to be like, okay, we think he's doing something. Now people are going to be more apt to like call it and say they're actually doing this stuff. So I think that part's going to be helpful. But and I agree with you. The Clintons, so we were Epstein thing as far as like some things were breaking. You're getting mentioned about Epstein. The Clintons testified at the end of last week. I watched the Bill Clinton one, and I just of course heard some of Hillary. Saying all that to say is that Bill Clinton testified Friday, and then Friday night, Saturday morning is when Trump launched this thing. If you listen to Michael Wolford, basically the Jeffrey Epstein biographer, the author, about that they're always trying to find something, but they're literally doing wag the dog works. Because CNN, everybody covers this. Al Jazeera, BBC, literally you can't turn on anything without looking at the news. So they get a break from, like you said.
We have to demand something different, though, right?
How can we do it, though? Yeah, I'm saying we can do it in these rooms, but I just don't know how we do it.
Doing it in these rooms ain't doing shit. I hate to break it to you. People just flapping their gums over here. People ain't doing shit. I'm sorry. Most people there are some people who are doing things, but we have to push back against that, right? We don't have to suck it up. We don't have to watch it. We can demand of our institutions that they do better, and we're not.
Ash in the dawn, iron on my tongue. I carve your name in the inside of my lungs. Red I drink the silence of the enemy beneath. God of war, wear my scars. Take this heart like a banner in your hand. God of war, break their stars. Let their crowns turn to rust in your sand. God of war, God of war, guide my blade, guide my breath to your sword. I bind my wrist with a torn white flag. I light my fear like a torch on the crack. I hear your march in the crack of bone. Every shattered shield is another moving throne. God of war, wear my scars. Take this heart like a banner in your hand. God of war, break their stars. Let their crowns turn to rust in your sand. God of war, God of war, guide my blade, guide my breath to your shore. If I fall, lay me face to the fight. If I win, pay my name in the night. God of war, wear my scars. Take this sword like an arrow in your hand. God of war, lift my robe and fields where the silence cannot stand. God of war, victory is
Hi ho, smoke on the tongue. We bow our heads to the nameless one. Ash on the hands, salt on the skin. We offer our fear for the rage within. God of the war god, God of the war Take our eyes, blood of the war god. Rise, step in the circle. Ground, old scars burning at the secret sound. Names of our fathers carved in the stone. We feed our doubt, so your wrath is grown. Blood of the war god. Blood of the war god. Take our breath, take our bones, take our eyes. Blood of the war god. Rise. Hail to the breaker. Hail to the flame. Hail to the taker who grants us a name. Hail to the terror that tears us apart. Hail to the keeper of the iron heart. Hoorah! Hoorah! Shaya! Shaya! Blood of the war god. Rise. Blood of the war god. Rise from our wounds, from our cries, from our lies. Blood of the war god. Rise. Iron in the air, smoke on the tongue. We bow our heads to the nameless one. Ash on the hands, salt on the skin. We offer our fear for the rage within. Blood of the war god. Rise. Blood of the war god. Rise. Take our breath. Take our pulse. Take our breath. Blood of the war god. Rise. Step in the circle. Heal. Town. Old scars burning at the secret sound. Names of our fathers carved in the stone. We feed our doubt, so your wrath is grown. Blood of the war god. Rise. Blood of the war god. Rise. Take our breath. Take our pulse. Take our hands. Blood of the war god. Rise. Hail to the breaker, hail to the flame, hail to the taker who grants us a name, hail to the terror that tears us apart, hail to the keeper of the iron heart. tongue, we bow our heads to the nameless one. Ash on the hands, salt on the skin. We offer our fear for the rage within. Blood of the world, rise. Blood of the world, rise. Take our breath, take our pulse, take our peace. Blood of the world, rise. Step in the circle, heal, town, old scars burning at the secret sound. Names of our fathers carved in the stone. We feed our bow, so your wrath is grown. Blood of the world, rise. Blood of the world, rise. Take our breath, take our pulse, take our peace. Blood of the world,
Banana.
hail to the breaker, hail to the flame, hail to the taker who grants us a name. Hail to the terror that tears us apart. Hail to the keeper of the iron iron in the air, smoke on the tongue. We bow our heads to the nameless one. Ash on the hands, salt on the skin. We offer our fear for the rage within. Blood of the world, rise. Blood of the world, rise. sound. Names of our fathers carved in the stone. We feed our bow, so your wrath is grown. Of the world, God, rise. Of the world, God, rise. Take our breath, take our blood, take our hands. Of the world.
Okay, so look at what was, right? So the point is, Iran was never free even back then. I'm not saying it was a great time. So what happened is, again, I'm just interpreting story as it was, right? So what's the best way to get rid of godless USSR, right? So the West came and basically tried to get rid of communism within Pakistan, anything with Turkey and anything with Iran. So what you see in mostly all the countries in between USSR, like Syria, Egypt, and all of these sides, all you're seeing is that the blowback around what happened, right? I'm not here to disrespect people's religion or beliefs or whatever. So none of these countries have ever been, people are nice everywhere. I've traveled enough to not to judge, right? So all of these countries have been manipulated by the West and continue to be manipulated by the West. And if you left people to their own being, they wouldn't be trying to kill each other. Now, what the IRGC is when Khomeini was returned to Iran with a lot of help from the West. Specifically, when Khomeini returned to Iran, he told the Americans, "Look, anyway, all these guys left. I don't know if you guys want me to talk." Are you here? I'm here. I stopped talking because the people who asked questions, they left. So I think it's just natural for that.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think there is a natural reluctance or resistance to take those types of actions. And history shows us that sometimes that's very, very costly. And so in hindsight, it becomes clear, oh yeah, we should have acted earlier and we would have saved, millions of tens of millions of lives or whatever. I think we're in a similar situation in that we do not want to be in a world where Iran has nuclear weapons. This would be a very dangerous world to be in, and the powers that be have to ensure that doesn't happen. And as I said before, obviously it's very debatable how you go about doing that and when. And perhaps we're acting early now, or perhaps we're acting too late. When Israel and the United States did their first round of bombing, a few in the previous attack. At the time, then I even questioned perhaps we're stopping prematurely. Maybe we should have done another round on those sites because it wasn't clear that the that the targeted nuclear sites were obliterated, and to what degree that they were still functional and that they still had uranium capacity. And it appeared that the cutoff was more based on convenience more than anything else. I get the impression that this time they want to make sure that their objectives are reached before stopping.
El Normo. The heat-seeking missile known as El Normo. Indestructible. Omniscient. All-powerful. El Normo! The norm! The norm. People seem to... You really get under people's skin. It's a delight to watch. I was dying laughing while you were...
Why would you say something? That hurts my feelings. How do I get under their skin? Just because they stutter and can't think of anything to say, so then they just go, "You're gay! You're so gay! Your whole generation is gay! You're all gay! Gay! We're talking about Israel and Palestine, and suddenly if you're gay!"
Yeah, Mikhail, poor guy, he is, man, I mean, I wouldn't want to have to, experience his brain. That would be, I don't know, it's you in particular with him, all before you got there, he goes on and on for, I think, 2 to 3 hours he was talking about, whatever. But as soon as you come in, it's just like secret key activator. But yeah.
Thank you for letting me know.
It's funny. It was funny. I mean, I was sitting here. I put it on Instagram. I created a reel, and I saw myself laughing. I was like, that was pretty funny. There was some,
Could I see it?
Yeah, but I'm not sure which account it's on. It'll come up, and I'll text you.
Okay.
But
I say, don't you want that government out? And Argus, well, yeah. I mean, I don't want you to bomb us, but yeah, we want the government out. And Mikhail is like, okay, I'll give you the win on that. But your son is gay.
They're so conflicted. I don't understand why. That girl Narja's, it's like they live with two hates in their heart, It's I don't understand why people can't just, this is brutal though. I wonder if they're gonna do a ground incursion, if that's on the...
I don't think we have the will for that. Israel's on the ground though. They've been on the ground for a while. The Kurds are doing this a favor, as they always do.
It's kind of amazing because it's they really have to pick them off one by one, and they're doing a pretty fucking good job. Same in Lebanon. I mean, the Israelis, I guess, have been fighting this for so many years now, and but it is one off, and yeah. I mean, I hope their whole regime just crumbles, and it does seem like they're going to break it up, right? The Kurds are going to finally maybe get their own country.
I wonder.
Christopher Hitchens was always a big Kurdish supporter. He would always, offer prayers.
I was such a big admirer of him until he turned against Israel, as so many did.
Hitchens?
Yeah. Oh, not Hitchens. No, Chris Hedges. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Hitchens is dead. Hedges is alive. I'm sorry. I got some transposed. I was in Bosnia with Hedges. Hitchens, unfortunately, instead he smoked and drank himself to death. He'd be having a party, drinking like crazy, chain smoking.
Mm-hmm.
And say, excuse me for a minute, go upstairs in 45 minutes, bang out a brilliant column for Vanity Fair or The Nation, then come back down and keep partying.
Mm. Yeah, he was putting all his faith in chemotherapy, and I think, if if I was in that situation, and if you look at the statistics on chemotherapy, that I would probably prefer to just go a natural death without the chemo. You know, seems like the chemo kills. I mean,
Well, that's what it's poison. It's literal poison. The idea is you poison the cancer. Unfortunately, you also get poison.
Isn't that almost like the same as like bloodletting? It's just so medieval. I don't understand it, and the statistics just don't back out. For it's a huge industry. It's like a $40 billion a year business in America. So there's like a huge push to do it. I mean, I saw my uncle pass away from bone cancer, and that was like observing the body, how it putrefies, is interesting. But he was on these pain meds, and that really zonked him out. He was always sleeping, limited mobility. But man, my uncle, like, he was very strong up until the medical crises. But he was strong. He worked out every day. He could run mile after mile in the Florida heat. He was strong.
His father's brother?
Yeah, Barton.
His name was Arton?
Barton. Bart Kitover.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that, like, no chemo. But anyways, I got a hot bubble bath waiting for me. I'm listening. I have all these X accounts up, and I've been helping promote Mark Rice for U.S. Congress in Illinois 8. And
did he win his primary?
It's March 17th.
Oh, okay.
But early voting's out, and I hope it goes well for him. I hope he beats this woman, Jen Davis. He had a big debate. I filmed it, and his son.
How'd he do?
I thought he did great, really great. But the thing is, there's like a political network and a political machine here that is fighting him. And it's pretty, it's like a lot of legacy people. There's just so many politicians in so many forms of government here. And if you go to her X account, she posts all her endorsements. So Mark was texting me gossip, Lashon Hara, about her. So I was replying with all the gossip about her, trying to cause her a little chaos tonight. It's funny how, random spam can, be impactful. But anyways, his son wants me to go knock on doors with him on Sunday and pass out flyers. So I said I'd go with him for 3 hours.
Yeah, this election is very significant difference in how to govern the country these days, huh?
I don't know. We live in a very status quo, very well-established society. The problem is it's just so debt-ridden, and these property taxes just keep going up and up and up. And then there's an election for the new assessor. Then there's 12 commissioners that sit on the assessor's board, and it's like, anyways, there's one candidate here running for governor that exposed the Chicago public school system for hiring many, many thousands of new employees and increasing the budget over $2 billion annually. And he puts out a lot of infographics. And I talked with him on an X space, and but people call him out and say that he's a globalist banker, because he worked in Latin America as the president of BOA. And but to me, he seems very intelligent, and I liked him. So I think that's who I'm probably going to vote for. The fact that I talked to him, I think it's always best to like participate or help somebody if you actually meet them or talk to them, regardless maybe of some political differences. Like, I signed a Democrat's petition because she knocked on my door. A state senator knocked on my front door. I said, I'll vote for you because you have confirmed that you are, really doing this. This is you. And now I've met you. So now I will support you. But I will not support all your other petitions. But anyways, this is, wild times. it's like, you know, did you see what happened in the Congress today?
That the bill to stop the war failed.
I didn't quite understand it. Is that what it was?
The Senate. Yeah, it was like 53 to 47 or something.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Look. The War Powers Act.
Well, I have one of my best friends growing up. He studied Hebrew. I studied Spanish, and he did Aliyah. Got married, has kids, lives in Tel Aviv, works in medical device technology, VC type.
You married a Puerto Rican, you eat beans and rice every night.
No, but his wife, which is really interesting, you know, an American Jewish girl. I think she did her like master's degree and maybe even PhD in like Iranian, Persian, you know, history, this and that or whatever. But you know, I'm pretty sure she works for the government doing what God knows what, you know, maybe analysis or translation or something like that. But just, you know, I guess she was just really interested in the history and the culture, and you know, because people love Iran. I mean, it's such an incredible culture, and
it's an interesting place.
I was reading Rumi afterwards to that room that you were in, that you roasted Mikhail. Mikhail calmed down, and they all listened to Rumi. They asked me to read 2 verses.
That was nice.
Yeah. And
I like that guy. He likes the guy that likes the labor Zionists. That was funny. They got so triggered. Went, yeah, I like the left wing Zionists. I don't like the right wing. That's right. Remember that?
I don't remember that. That's funny.
The Persian guy who started with the Rumi. Yeah, then they switched to poetry. He seemed like a very sweet guy.
Oh yeah, the black guy. He even wrote Rumi verses. Said this is not Rumi love poetry. That was like the title of his poetry. But anyways, but what are you gonna do the rest of the night?
Oh, I got kids. I got girls. I go to synagogue tonight. I put some food up. I made the most delicious freaking eggs earlier. I'll just tell you, you like to cook, right? I know.
I mean, I do basics. Yeah, nothing. I don't do anything.
All right, chop up an onion, put it in the pan with no oil. Let it cook in the pan at very, very low for I don't know what, a good 10 minutes.
An onion?
An onion.
With no oil?
No oil. The water comes out of the onion and it steams the onion, and it locks the flavor. Then when they're transparent, stir it around. Take 2 eggs, crack them up. Then put the eggs in the pan, and then just keep flipping them around and making scrambled eggs, salt, pepper, and hot sauce. Oh my God, it's like the most delicious thing. You know, you think, well, this is just egg? Oh my God, it was like beyond delicious. Then I got, you know, I spent extra money for fancy rice.
Mm-hmm.
So I got this thing called basmati rice. So, you know, make the rice and throw in like a half or less of a bouillon cube. So it's like you're making it with broth.
Mm-hmm.
And oh my God, it's just transcendently delicious. It's the simplest ingredients. Anyway, I like to eat.
I bought
all my friends over. Sorry.
I bought a Belgian waffle maker on Amazon, so I'm gonna start making Belgian waffles. No, I think it was maybe like $20-$30 for the Belgian waffle maker. It's pretty affordable, but it's the basic, you know, rotator flipper thing. It's pretty standard.
I have this thing I must have for like 15 years. I got a $12 waffle maker. It doesn't flip or anything. It just, you know, one side, it just, you pour you make the batter, which is just eggs, flour, and milk, and baking soda, right? That's all it is. You don't need to buy a mix necessarily. If you throw some yogurt into the batter, it gives it like a tangy kind of a bubbly thing. It makes them fluffier. And you just pour the batter into the thing, and the light goes green. You take it out. I have them all the time. It's really fun. Anyway, you're going to enjoy that.
The batter requires butter, and I keep forgetting to get butter when I go to the grocery store, so I have yet to enjoy a delicious Belgian waffle with scrambled eggs.
I get Amazon to deliver stuff all the time, too. I buy butter. I buy like a pound of butter, in sticks, and then I keep it in the freezer, so it keeps forever. You get a couple pounds and throw them in the freezer. You take one out the night before in the fridge, and the next morning it's perfect. Keeps forever. Anyway, I don't want to lecture about food and everything, and you want to go take your bubble bath while it's still hot.
Are you using TikTok at all?
No.
Because right now I'm live on TikTok, and I'm a giant banana. I got a banana face as a filter. Somebody's watching me. But yeah, I mean, I always forget to look at it, but so many people are addicted to it, just like YouTube and Instagram. They're just TikTok addicts.
They're always sending me links too. It's like just one extra social medium that I don't necessarily need to bother with. I feel like. I mean, maybe I'll be persuaded.
Well, they do have these live rooms, and Bibi and all these Palestinians that go in there and they debate it out. And I was just listening.
Bibi
Tapara. Yeah. Yeah. What I mean, I haven't read anything about what's going on in Gaza, but like the one thing I did read a couple of weeks ago is that the Hamas are constantly violating their agreements and attacking. I guess like on this.
So then we go and kick their ass. I'll tell you one thing: the IDF isn't leaving until they're either gone or disarmed or just whatever. There's no need for us to leave. Nobody gives a shit about this in the first place. People give two shits about Gaza. It was like some weird trend, like the yo-yo or something. People don't really care.
I was in a room, and they were saying that the Kushner plan, this $100 billion development, that Trump, after he gets out of office, is going to be anointed as king of Gaza. Like they really believe, they really think he's going to become like the king. There's going to be a Trump Tower, and he'll become like. It's just people's just imagination is so stupid, but if that really goes down.
They're incapable of being peaceful or trustworthy. This is why they look. Gaza looked like shit even before we went in there.
Yeah, it was. Well, at least there was. Yeah, but in 2002, I went to Israel on a birthright trip, and I can't remember how, but I found this Palestinian Media Watch organization, and just tore through all their content, and I was, just that was like my first observation of real propaganda, extreme, propaganda where they're using Disney characters to indoctrinate Shahada. And blowing yourself up on a tank, and your mother is crying and praising you at the same time is very intense propaganda. And anyways, I gave a presentation on it.
Shaheed, not Shahada, by the way.
Yeah, Shaheed, yeah.
I corrected you for Amir's friend taping in the audience.
Isn't Shahada? I thought Shahada is a Shaheed.
No, Shahada is when you vow to be a Muslim.
Oh, I see.
It's called taking the Shahada, and Shaheed is when you go splody dope.
Oh, I see. Well,
Shaheed is a martyr. Shaheed is a martyr, just to be accurate.
God, it's just so crazy that like, if you could reverse engineer or reverse timeline your destruction, and you could go back in time and say, okay, guys, this was a bad idea, this isn't gonna work out for us. Let's reevaluate our lifestyle here, our strategy for living successfully. And but damn,
the sick thing is, I think they're actually satisfied with this outcome, just living under occupation, because nothing that they do is a step towards a different way of life. They're oriented to live passively with refugee charity under occupation. They don't have a government. They don't have an economy. They don't have stuff like that. They have tunnels and guns.
It's so strange because I know Arabs, and for the most part, like they're all just normal people that want the good life, and they're not really even racist, and they work with Jews and they like Jews, and they're not polarized like this. So I can't understand why this particular area.
Arabs hate the Palestinians. They hate them. They don't want them anywhere near them.
Why the hell are they so different? Is it just it's the
They're like a construct. Somebody sold them the bullshit idea that they could take Israel. Like they literally look at pictures of buildings in Tel Aviv and say, well, I'm going to get this building and you're going to get that building. They're like children. It's like Christmas for them.
Well, people, I guess, are just delusional, but damn, I mean, they fucked up. October 7th was, the straw that broke the camel's back for them. But damn, I mean, that was a really savage, brutal attack. I mean, yikes. And I was worried. I was like thinking, don't go in. This is going to be a trap, just artillery the shit out of it.
And we figured it out,
Yeah, but damn, I mean.
I was with you. I was like, what's going to happen? These damn tunnels and everything. Well, guess what? We figured it out.
Yeah. All right, well, I'm going to pipe in a clubhouse room here. It's called Civil War on the Way. More doom and gloom. Lefties uniting. This is Benjamin David, Roy Voss, Cora. I'll send you the link. And Breyer, this fucking crazy kid Breyer, and Pro. These are.
Breyer's the worst. That's his real name, by the way.
He's a very strange person, and this is why academia is so fucked up. I'm so glad that I went to like a very.
Academic. That guy he didn't go to college. He's a fake. That guy is a fake. He didn't even go to college.
I'm pretty sure he says he's a professor.
No, what he says is he's a debating coach. That's what he says. I'm not kidding.
What?
He's completely literal.
What is that? What the fuck does that mean? He speaks with such an air of authority.
He teaches kids to debate. He's a bullshit artist.
Ugh, he's extremely annoying. I mean, I have thoroughly enjoyed making fun of people and roasting people. I think in hindsight, like maybe kind of like really, maybe like ruthlessly, but like funny. I don't know.
You're often entertaining.
Thanks. Yeah, I try to be. I mean, I got great critical rave reviews for my Indian voice on that critical thinking forum. People were applauding me.
That was really good. Your voices are good. Your other voices are good too. Very good.
Okay, I bid you adieu. I hope to talk to you later tonight.
It's very transparent and obvious, and what it ends up becoming, like, that'll depend on what the country does. But anyway, I think that's what's going on. The grown-ups put on their big boy clothes and decided to step in and try and destroy and build things,
I mean, it's such a shame that J.D. Vance has the charisma of a used dildo.
That is an insult to sex objects everywhere.
Yeah. At least say that the dildo is wedged between the cushions of a futon or something.
Definitely, yeah. It's glued on.
No, the futon. Never mind.
No, I know. The dildo is glued onto the futon.
Are you blocked from the room? I sent you the link if you got it.
I'll check. I didn't see.
Just throwing it out there.
Pro is an actual math professor and a musician, and I did hear him rap the other day, and I was actually really surprised. It was actually very good. And he does have a following. He has like he's basically like, I call him a white Eminem wannabe, but he does have fans. People, it's music's like a network. I mean,
challenge of Armageddon with your new love of seminarian Tallarico.
It's not a good one.
He's
well over 6 months.
Revelations and Armageddon.
If he was a woman, we would weld
we two things right now.
Yeah, it would be like at least thinking of a more important date in the future. I want to say that love affair has been almost a year. But I'm sorry, what was the question?
The question is, how do you compare and contrast is a love affair with the Bible, which includes Revelations and all sorts of good stuff. How does he frame this? Is it not in his Bible, or is he right there with the truth saying it's all God's will? And we got to start an Armageddon war so that Jesus can come back in a cloud of glory. Does he not believe Jesus is coming back in a cloud of glory?
Wait, who's the he?
James Tallarico.
I mean, he could be the kind of Christian, or is he Catholic?
No.
Okay, Christian. He could be the kind of Christian that reads the Bible metaphor.
Yeah, every indication of that is that he's very sane, very rational.
I don't think that you read a verse in the Bible like you should take care of the orphans and the widows as a metaphor, do you?
Fuck you, dude. Like, you've been such a shit tonight. Like you go on these weird ass tags. It's like you're talking about Armageddon. That's the metaphorical part. What you fucking did?
He clearly rejects that from him. It's crazy stuff, bro.
Bro, your microphone is weird. Stay close to your phone.
Sorry. It's my headphones. I am close to my phone. Let me just take the Bluetooth off.
Talking to the bottom of your phone, it might be using your phone.
Bro, I'm pretty good with taking the Bluetooth off. Look, I'm miraculous. Look at the miraculous.
That's good.
Yeah, miraculous, right? I'm like expert level of taking Bluetooth off, bro. I don't think there's any signs that he's any, Armageddon kind of thing or whatever. All that stuff is wild. If you watch him for 5 seconds, the dude is all about the humility parts of Jesus and the be great to one another and all that kind of stuff, bro. So I think his theology, way more mainline Protestant interpretation kind of stuff, run of the mill symbolic crap.
At least he's not an asshole. And
No,
he's not divisive. And he's
That's
not
the
fucking looking to wreck the fucking country.
Right.
And
That's
make
the main
himself
thing.
rich in the process. That's all I want. I want fucking Bush Jr. back, man.
Right. I said this morning to Benjamin the same thing. I said, I don't care. I really don't. I'm not in a position right now to care about anyone's policies. Just be a decent human, and I'll let your policies
Don't
follow.
be an asshole.
Yeah, but I think that you should not act like you support him, bro. Because can you imagine atheists support on any sort of like significant way, which is like poison the whole thing? That could be so used against.
Yeah,
we
don't want him to lose, right?
Yeah,
And all that I've watched him, he doesn't push the Christian agenda. He pushes the ideas of being a good human being, but he doesn't push the Christian agenda. To me, at least I haven't seen it.
Right, Miguel. It's really bad when Donald Trump makes Bush Jr. look like fucking Nelson Mandela.
It's fucking crazy, dude. But like, yeah.
Shame on me. Twice. Shame on some. Just don't fool me. Don't fool me twice. You can't fool me twice.
No, fool can't.
I think this whole like glazing and I don't know, the nostalgia bait of like, can we get back to nice Republicans? Like, I don't know. I think probably a lot of you are close to my age. And I was out there protesting Bush 1. I remember the first Iraq War. I remember the groundwork for Trump didn't happen overnight. You know what I mean? Like, it was the rise of Fox News. It was the rise of Rush Limbaugh. It was the whole like neoconservative project that creates a whole fear and xenophobia as politic, and this hyper, everything from the Islamophobia to the immigrant stuff and ICE. None of this happens if it wasn't for these people, laying that groundwork. And so I think it's really important that we don't go back to like, oh, let's just somehow, like, I don't know, everybody's personal politics, what they go for, but this like everything was hunky dory under Bush, and he was such a scholar and a gentleman. Like he likes to paint. I mean, like, come on now.
Yeah, George Bush, he knew when to like roll his dress shirt sleeves up, and like be seen. Like, we're gonna get down to fixing this flooding in New Orleans. Got my sleeves rolled up, And I've never seen Trump do that. You ever seen Trump roll his sleeves up?
No, I mean it would show all the bruises.
Nobody wants to see that shit. Yeah, nobody wants to see that shit.
So you see his varicose veins, spider veins.
He's good at tossing paper towels around. At least I've heard that.
Does he have orange arms?
No. Oh, the Guardian reported. The link in the room is the Guardian reported on that thing I was talking to you guys about earlier, the Substack.
Did you hear about it yesterday? He was telling somebody that his dad was born in London. Did you guys see that? When he was with the German, whatever, chancellor, whatever the hell it is. The dude is a pathological liar, man.
Yeah, he often gets that wrong because previously he said his dad was born in Germany, so I mean he's all over the place. In terms of a good political analysis of Bush versus John Kerry, I put a link in the chat. Some of you might be familiar with it. It's a YouTube video that was made by Jib Jab.
I mean, so there were certainly George W. Bush was significantly better on immigration than Trump is, right? And the sort of statesmanship was there way more than Trump, and he sort of had a better understanding of how the political system works, and sort of abided by some rules, right? Even though he was a very useful idiot, and Dick Cheney played him like a fiddle. But you could kind of tell that, like, all in all, he was more well-intended than not. He was just used by the system to do some military-industrial complex.
Well, yeah, Cheney, right?
Yep.
Do we buy that this son of billionaires who invested all over the place and did crazy shit, like he was just sitting there like, oh, I don't know, maybe we go to war here under false pretenses, maybe not. Like, I mean, he's an heir to an oil tycoon family who went to some of the best schools in the United States, was part of all the right secret societies, had his artistic tendencies and read books, and he was just a cold, callous, rich Nepo baby who fucked up our country in incalculable ways. So this, like,
who's this?
George W. Bush Jr. Like, I was that was when I had my political awakenings and got involved in politics. Like, the damage he did to the environment, the way they enriched themselves off the oil industry, like, I just think we don't need to go, like, that dude over there is, like, literally eating small children. This guy just beats his child. George Bush was awful. I mean, like, freaking, like, Obama was so much worse than so many people had hopes for him was, right? And Clinton screwed us royally. Like, we don't need to, just because Trump is awful, I think there's a danger in going like, oh, let's just get back to bad. Like, there's been people that have tried to do really good, and there are potential betters. And if you want to worship Talrico or whoever, I just think it's a worthy endeavor to aim for better politics than, like, mediocre bad.
Oh, I completely agree. I was just, like, by comparison, Trump, Jr. Looks better, right? Purely by comparison. And, like, I remember what he ran on. He ran on compassionate conservatism. And then 9/11 happened, and that was the opportunity to go in a very different direction. And we can talk about 9/11, but I think that's sort of a rabbit hole not worth going.
Dude, I'm convinced that Trump and his minions hate this fucking country. They hate America. And I'll stand by it.
Absolutely.
I think it's actually simpler than that. Like, if you type in hate America, it doesn't really work.
I think it's simpler than hating America, right?
If they're just rampant narcissists, they'll do anything to enrich themselves. And I do think they hate anybody they don't view as within their tribe. So if America didn't view, they didn't view it within their sphere of influence, like, sociopathic people tend to have black and white thinking, all or nothing, in group out group. And everything is instrumentalized to them. And you can just so understand and predict what these people will do in large if you kind of view that as what's going on. Like, I think the only reason why I don't think Trump is deeply racist in terms of he views the world entirely through this racialized lens and has deep attachments to it. I think he's just like, black, everybody's a tool. I don't like black people. I think they're a threat because they're not like me. Like, it's kind of the classic roots of where a lot of bigotry comes from. And that's where, Trump can like his quote blacks, as I'm literally quoting him. Just like he could like his Mexicans and talk about how great his taco salad was at Mar-a-Lago. So, or wherever it was, he said that ridiculousness. Like, he's just a sociopathic narcissist that's using whatever he can.
You know what, Briar? I talked to quite a lot of Christians on this app over the years, and very often, like, we'll come to a conversation. The conversation will come to, Christianity and politics and government, and a lot of times it comes down to like, people will say, well, I just want everybody to become Christians, and I think we should have Christianity within our governments, etc., stuff like this. And then we go down like these rabbit holes, and very often like the conversation comes to, I have to sit here and explain like why the government has separation of powers, or like, why do we have the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and all of this stuff, and why did the American Civil War happen? Why did the American Revolution happen? Why did the French Revolution happen? Why the Scientific Revolution happened? It's like they have to, they're like these people, they're like descendants of people who were against against the Enlightenment, the French and American Revolution. They want the theocracy. They want the religious bloodlines. This may be a bit of a long inference to make, but I think this is the same place where Miguel gets, and I think they just hate America. Because what does America mean? America is all about those things that
There's a paradox in America. I always think of like that Superman cartoon where it has like an American flag and talks about Superman. He's like, I'm an immigrant as well. And it's some like cheesy platitude, like, anybody who talks bad about immigrants, like, isn't with me. It's supposed to be some basic Superman, we're a nation of immigrants, they built this country, which is objectively true, right? And that used to be our ethos, but it is also a nation where the majority of the citizens had no right to vote, or not even, probably majority of citizens, but also, enslaved people. Like, so we have a history that's extremely problematic, whatever word you want to use for it. And we are both like the best and worst in the sense of being a nation that came together with all these different people to form something, and then like committing genocide to take over an entire continent. And they're both true. And I think some people like emotionally have trouble squaring that because it feels bad. Like, one way or the other, it probably feels bad to you. And I think these people are agnostic. They're just like, and if immigrants are working in their hotels, they're good immigrants because they work for cheap and they do hard labor and they clean up the poop or whatever the hell they think they do. And if they don't, they're all bad. And I think that's just like, how it works within this sphere.
So, really quick tangent. The ShamWow guy ran for Congress or for some sort of political thing in Texas and lost, and I find that really funny.
I don't know about ShamWow. I'm going to add to something we already passed. Zero, I was going to bring it up, but I think it's more relevant, even though it's further back. comparison between saving lives and Nazi Germany or the rise of it. And I went down the whole rabbit hole with that. And so it's hard to pull information from that far back to get the pulse of the United States. And there's some red flags in like what we were lobbying in the United States because of ideology here, to where it seems more likely that we had a deeper pairing to Germany pre-World War II than a lot of people want to recognize, because some of the lobbies during that time were dragging our feet or didn't want to war because of very similar ideology. And I don't mean racial ideology, I just mean Christian or that version of Protestant at the time and a Protestant rise here. And it's a difficult thing because it's not necessarily what we're taught in the history books. And the rationale of why I went down this rabbit hole is I was in Munich a few months ago, and obviously I'm not trying to directly compare, governments and governments. But I was at Munich before, and it really struck me a lot different this time. I was at Dachau because during the trials there, it was us. It was us, certain groups in the United States, and I think they were a minority at the time, that lobbied and then represented them with trials due to ideological bonds in the version of Christianity. And it was a subgroup here at the time. And that's like shocking because they didn't catch it the first time I was there. And I don't think it overlays with the majority, but that seems to be problems, as we move through in time over the last 100 years, of where we're protecting people based on ideology in different regions, not doing the right thing, and then trying to re-represent reality so they might be doing a more correct thing. And then we get past it. But my point with that is I'm not really sure that we could have intervened quicker because of some of those heavy pairings when he first started action. Death My Peace, and I think a lot of those lines were ideological. And then within Germany, like there is this big, and it's moving because a lot of people talk about the philosophers, positive philosophy. Like you end up with this whole Europe of intellects. I think there's like 35 of them that come together because there was an issue between what people were using for myths, specifically Nazi Germany, not connecting to reality. And that whole movement out of Venice, I'm saying it wrong, it's not Venice, it's Austria.
Vienna?
Vienna was to try to stabilize empirical reality and be like, hey, no, this is the ground. And it's eerie on how close it is now. And I don't mean across the board, so I don't mean stats like with politicians or anything like that, but the echoes towards, hey, we're doing the right thing to start the Armageddon and that sort of stuff, because it's very similar symbolic language that was used by identity groups or ideological groups. That's all. That was a lot of landscapes, so sorry about that.
Sakurai, I just wanted to interject really briefly. You referenced the possible difficulty of discerning sentiments and whatnot in the 1940s in America. If you're not familiar with Google Ngram, and if this is something that you really want to study for English or other corpuses, it's incredibly useful for determining trends of sentiment. So do check out Google Ngram, and some incredibly good scholarly work has been done using.
Hey, I actually really appreciate that. I just wrote it on an index card. I think some of the problem of being honest about like looking back like that is it's really hard to get a good read on like how big of an issue it was and like what percent. So I appreciate that. I'll look into it.
Another good book to
is very dramatic, prequel, because it highlights what was going on in the United States at that time very vividly.
To be fair, to put it mildly, there were a lot of Americans that were extraordinarily anti-Semitic and had strong sympathies on that level with Adolf Hitler. We actually pushed back and refused relocating a number of Jewish people to the United States. We had opportunity, and I've heard estimates that could be, easily in the hundreds of thousands that died because we didn't want Jewish people here. One of the reasons why they ended up on Crete after World War II and then the Middle East was most of the rest of Europe was extraordinarily anti-Semitic. And that's just, objective history. And beyond that, there's this kind of glazing over, everybody knows about the whole Nazi rally at Madison Square Garden, but there were thought leaders and think pieces that were saying, we ought to embrace Adolf, this is the new economic model, he's Times Man of the Year. And it wasn't just a, scary ooh, it was, a lot of people thought this was the future. There was an economic impetus. People forget that until, I'm not sure if it was World War I or actually World War II, when it was we stopped requiring German to be taught in school, there was a high-minded, respect of German ideology. So, we did not jump into World War II. We limped in very begrudgingly, and there was a lot of pressure and confusion about what happened. And people forget, we didn't declare war on the Nazis. Even after Pearl Harbor and everything, people kind of tell this weird story now, okay, and then we went to war with both sides. We didn't go to war until they started attacking us. We put it off until, we couldn't any longer. And I've heard all the arguments about, it was to prepare and gear up and, it's inevitable and everybody knew it. But the truth was that there was money. There were people sending over resources to Nazi Germany to try and help them develop. And during the war, there's huge groups of people that got busted trying to send resources over there. So, this is a part of America that we're not comfortable with. And I'm always a fan of being honest over being comfortable. But the truth is, anti-Semitism, racism. If you check out anything and read any articles about Mein Kampf, Hitler explicitly talks about and used what we did with Jim Crow in the South and our treatment of indigenous Americans. That was his big inspiration idea. And these are all historical facts that you can look up. So I don't know. I think that we're not as much of the good guys as obviously we like to say often.
So there's actual history, and then there's the story that the United States tells itself, and those two are very different.
What do they tell themselves from now?
United States, that we were the noble country that saved Europe, that we rose up against the Nazis and the Japanese. And
weren't we trying to stay out of the war, though? We were kind of isolationists at the time. After World War I, we were trying to become a neutral country.
Do you know what the slogan was for staying out of World War II?
No,
it was America First. And if you want to see the Dr. Seuss has a great cartoon with a man with an American and what was it, Uncle Sam, or what? And it says America First on it, and it says something like, "Don't worry, the wolf child, it hasn't come for you yet," or something. It's something really ridiculous. But Dr. Seuss was a political cartoonist before he wrote children's books, and he's got some pretty racist ones about the Japanese, but there are some really good ones criticizing the American First ideology you can look up. So, that's where I say this wasn't an obscure thing. And the fact that Trump chose America First and Make America Great Again, he is of the age where he was exposed to all of this, just like my parents. They know about this stuff. They saw it. So I think it's, I don't think, and these dog whistles are not all just really, really odd coincidences.
Yeah, so there was a lot of resistance to the United States joining in World War II. So you mentioned many of them, the anti-Semitism, the affiliation with Germany, and there's the isolationist movement was quite strong. And described as a, quote unquote European war. And you might remember that the MS St. Louis left Germany with 937 passengers on board, most of them being Jewish refugees that were fleeing Nazi Germany in 1939. And the ship was headed to Cuba, and then Cuba denied them entry. And so the ship turned around and headed to the United States, and then the United States refused them entry. And then eventually they had to go back.
But I think the America First thing is a lot older than the 1940s. So I think Harding used it in his presidential campaigns. They used it right around World War I, and they even used it back as far back as the 1800s. So it's not nothing that it's just something that gets reused over and over again because it appeals to Americans to hear somebody wants to do something for their country.
So if America is not the good guys, which country has done the most for, let's say, a couple of basic values like freedom and human flourishing for people outside its borders in the last, 500 years?
Well, obviously France. But as far as the America First goes, it was used by Woodrow Wilson in his 1916 presidential campaign, and it was specifically to argue that the United States should remain neutral in World War I and avoid entanglement in European conflicts.
Yeah, it was a huge loss that we had. We had a pretty big loss in World War I. It wasn't like other countries, but it was big enough that we didn't want to go into war again. And I think that was the underlying thing with that. But I could be completely wrong. But I think I'm looking now. It was used in the 1850s by the Nativist American Party. And I don't know much about them, so I have to look into that.
Yeah, do nothings.
Anti-immigrant. It's always been what it's been about. They were at the time anti Italian, probably Greek, Irish. So the history of America First, that slogan has always inherently been anti-immigrant, pro quote unquote nativists. And the irony that this was a time when there were still a lot of Native Americans around. So there's some irony there.
I think there was an interesting point was landed 3 times in the last 2 hours where we have multiple truths at one time. And there's something I thought about for so many years, and I can't imagine being a country sometimes outside the United States because of how we've politically both parties leadership, how we flip-flop on countries, and what I mean by that is where they get their money, where the lobbyists, but where the narrative changes to where the people in a foreign country haven't changed, the government hasn't changed, but over an 8-year cycle, we'll have 2 different perspectives on that same country. And I don't mean bipolar as in psychologically, but bipolar in how we talk about them and how we think about them. There's a lot of that globally of whether a country is a decent country or not a decent country, and then it changing with the narrative. And sometimes why people are in that country. And us, federal wise. And that's really confusing. And it plays on such a human nature piece too, because none of us can wrap our minds around this or all the problems. And I really appreciate what Elliot said when he first, or not Elliot, sorry, Brer shared when he first came in, because he took, this stance against Iraq war. And that was it was 8% of our population. There were a crapload of generals that retired because of it, to say, hey, this isn't the real information, and then they ended up retiring. It was more dramatic, but it was 8%. But I think it was a year and a half into the war to where the public support, and this, don't quote me, dropped to 20 or 30%. Our narrative
narratives change so quick, and public sentiment changes so quick. And my point to land on is prudence. In the Declaration of Independence, it talks about that coming from our government, being prudent before we do stuff. And as civilians, I think there's a lot of reason to do that and be prudent and think before we decide. And there's a huge portion of this on information, whether we have access to the correct information. I'll end there.
Yeah, I mean, public sentiment in support of war changes, as you point, radically. So the support for it increases from the time before the war starts or is declared, and the war starts, and then the support goes up. And then depending on the quote-unquote outcome, if it's going well or bad, support fluctuates a lot. But talking about this nativist movement in the mid-19th century, this America First, this was actually in reaction, somewhat ironically, to the German immigrants and the Irish immigrants at the time. So there was a large wave of immigration, and particularly because they were Catholics, you had German migrants and the Irish, which were Catholic, and the movement called themselves, by the way, Know Nothing, which I think is an apt description.
I don't get to know nothing. Can you explain?
That was the movement. They called themselves the Know Nothing movement, which was
there was an actual Know Nothing.
Yeah, they were a party. Yeah, they were an actual party.
So they wanted it all? I mean, what?
They were anti immigration, and like I said, it was a reaction against just the German immigrants and the Irish Catholic immigrants who came in relatively large numbers in the 1840s, 1850s, and they had slogans like "Guns Must Rule America." They were very opposed to Catholic influence.
Oh, the irony. Colonizers complaining about immigrants.
Well, there's another irony too, because we're like anti-German, and then when this movement gets revived 100 years ago, they're no longer necessarily anti-German because they just switched the nation of the immigrants that they were opposed to.
Yeah, but I would like to challenge this narrative. I think there's just a more reasonable narrative, more factually rooted. Because I think there's a narrative I heard tonight repeated that is something like, America does the most harm. Look, in terms of contributions to mankind, the United Kingdom is a major contributor for its common law and parliamentary democracy, which was repeated all over the globe and brought all kinds of benefits to people who didn't have a legal system with them. The United States, only in the last 100 years, right? But scientific and medical output is unprecedented. Freedom of navigation, people can move all around the world without fear of pirates. The Netherlands is a major contributor. But when we ask about which countries have done the most harm in the last 500 years, the United Kingdom fighted for all of its colonialism and Portugal, Belgium, etc. But the Soviet Union, China, Nazi Germany are cited for their brutal dictatorships. And the United States doesn't really make this list. I'm suspicious of this Blame America First narrative that I hear. I think just a little too conveniently, a little too often, and with about as much data as John Clauser provided for his part of the tangle claims, which is to say, nothing.
Well, you didn't hear that from me. But I would say your question sort of boils down to what did the Romans ever do for us?
The Romans ever do for us? My question is what?
It's
what
a Monty
country
Python reference.
Sorry, that's my bad. But I'd like to hear what a good country is. What if it's not the United States that crossed the oceans to free Europe from a mess of its own making, largely. Just tell me who the country is that has given its blood and treasure to the benefit of mankind. I'd like to know. Who is it? Who is it? Come on, you idiots. You're telling me America's at the bottom of the heap. Why can't you tell me who's at the top?
So,
You don't know.
I don't think anybody. No one said they was at the bottom of the heap. It sounds to
you
me
just don't have an argument.
It sounds to me like you're going with the most uncharitable
Silence
perspective
by
on
a
this.
very simple argument. Oh my God. You should be embarrassed.
You're going to filibuster, Benjamin?
Who was
No, I'm gonna
imitating
listen.
Gavin? I need to.
It doesn't sound like you're fucking listening, dude, because you're over talking everybody, asshole.
Yep.
Yeah, and I already answered the question earlier. I think my only question is, have you taken your meds recently?
Yeah, you've been in a weird fucking mood like the last 2 days. Are you well?
I look for your answer. See France.
The last 2 weeks.
I didn't pay France.
Yeah, like it's been a while. Like he's had a bug up his ass, right?
Okay. Look, I don't see any support for certainly no evidence for that answer. Does anybody have a different answer? No.
I think we're done talking to you, Benjamin. I think that's what you're hearing.
It's not that clear, Benjamin. There is no top, but definitely we're shooting for the bottom at this point. We're shooting for some of the countries that we shit on decades ago for being horrible. We are lowering our position, but there is no top. This is not like a pyramid where you got one at the top and it grows down. It's very it's fluid, and we're actually moving downwards. We're in a decline. I don't know how else better you want it. There is no best country.
The problem is the question is flawed. Countries don't operate to be like good for the rest of the world or good for other countries. They operate in their own national interests, and sometimes the result of that is good in the world, and sometimes it's bad. So you could talk about the British Empire, and I think it's very well known. All the terrible aspects of the British Empire, but there was also obviously positive aspects, as you pointed it out. And I think that's the case for all empires. And that's why I made the joke about what did the Romans ever do for us. So if people are familiar with the Life of Brian, it's a scene where they're opposing the Roman Empire and they're complaining about injustices. And then they point out that the Romans did a lot of good things as well.
The list is huge.
Yeah, the list is huge. And that's sort of the reality.
I think maybe a deeper confession is when somebody just starts insulting people and demanding an answer and they don't get one and they assume, I don't know. If people behave this way, this is what the internet does to people. If somebody came over to your house and presented something that way, you'd never want to have them over again, and that person would end up very socially isolated.
Right. Wait a second, Brian. You're saying you wouldn't want to go to dinner with somebody that said to you, "Hey, give me an answer, idiot"?
Yeah. So I just think it's and then somehow in this current political climate, we present that as oh, I owned you because you didn't answer on that time. The premise and everything. It's just probably smarter to not engage, but to other people's point about radical self-interest. Countries, there's a really difficult philosophical question if you want to answer that honestly, in terms of is there ever an altruistic, act? And you have to look at the self and what is our goals and what do we want, and some deep level of desire and humanity and our core instincts. And if you don't want to get into like some really broad philosophical points that are very difficult to answer and not conclusive, it's kind of like saying, what is consciousness? These are things that are still being written about everywhere, and there's 10,000 theories because there's not a clear answer. But I certainly think we've created most people don't know the term Westphalian world order because it's so naturalized. Like, we just assume history and everything has always been about countries. And that's because there was literally the Treaty of Westphalia where we decided that this was going to be the world order because people said, hey, we can get empire, we can set if we do it this way. So they signed the Treaty of Westphalia and say everything will be run as nation states. That will be the primary thing. Nation states will basically only deal with other nation states. Now here are the nation states that are on a map. And now we'll pick who's the leader of some and we'll power negotiate based off their status. And it's just kind of hard, right, from a modern perspective to picture that. But the idea was, here's how we compete with each other. Here's how we will chop people up. And here's when we go to war or do trade or try and get something from somebody else. Here's the rules, and I think that's like basically what you see when you look globally is that there's just I don't know. It's just so we've set up the world where we're always competing and trying to dominate, but it doesn't always work that way, and we're getting leaders and systems that encourage that, and we don't have to. And I think it's just good to recognize that's a choice.
No, I think it's well said. I think, Benjamin, I think you might be hearing this upside down, or like if you're getting that from me, or like I'm embarrassed of our leadership, like incredibly embarrassed. I was really lucky in the positions I was in the military, and they were incredibly inspiring leaders, like all the way up the fucking ranks for me. Like, looking back at that, I don't recognize our national leaders. And I'm confused, like, why the bar is so low. Like, they exist. They exist in our ranks. They're in completely different lines of service, and we're dropping the bar. That's my opinion. I'll throw rocks at all the leaders that can't be honest. Like, in my line of work, people aren't honest. And when civilians talk about, this is that politicians lie, it's what they do. Like, bull fucking shit. If they haven't developed their character in the time it took for them to walk into an office, any of them, like, our kids deserve better. Like, the next generation behind us deserves better. These people exist in the United States. I think we've done amazing shit in the world for hundreds of years. Looking at history, and we've done a lot of bad shit too. But the question isn't who's the best, who isn't. We have the ability to set an incredibly fucking high bar for the rest of the world. The amount of international laws and systems that we built to prevent exactly what we're doing right now is through the fucking roof. But the embarrassment is we're breaking the fucking laws. And the personal piece to this, and I don't mean to get too emotional, is, man, I live these fucking international laws my entire life. Now we have a government breaking these laws. I would go to fucking prison for this shit at my little individual level. And so would my dudes. And so if we can't hold our national leaders accountable for upholding fucking national laws, upholding international laws, we as civilians are all failing. And I don't know what the problem is, and I don't mean to accuse you guys, but like, maybe we should be teaching the Declaration of Independence, first grade, second grade, third grade, like all the way the fuck through, so people know what their rights are, and they know the basics of the Constitution. So when they're our age, they're not arguing about what their opinion is. And I don't mean that in here. You guys are incredibly fucking educated. But they know where the standard is. They know where the bar is. And they can shape their character to that. And when they open their mouths, they can make sure that they are advocating for other Americans' rights. They don't have to advocate for themselves, or have so much instability in life, they haven't thought through their positions. Like, I'm embarrassed, man. Like, I'm incredibly fucking embarrassed. When people talk on TV, it's fucking embarrassing. Like, our kids fucking deserve better, and I'm being a little fucking dramatic in this, but like, that's one of the hardest things. And Benjamin, like, I think you angled this at me, and I don't mean to share my life experience, so it's angled at me. It's kind of a recognition of serving with people that are incredibly fucking courageous, incredibly fucking loyal, incredibly driven. So that's all they do and all they fucking do in life. And then we end up in a culture, and it's not everybody, but it's people that don't know, like, the standard that some people hold. And like, my piece about leaders getting in the military, if that's done selectively, these are probably holding incredibly fucking high standards that are risky for our policy to keep moving forward with them in their positions. That is really concerning to me when you have these dudes that have been in it for 25 years, 30 years, 35 years. And I'm going to land with this other point, because, like, this is a mistake I see some people make, and I know fucking probably gonna beat me up, but some of the fucking leadership, Pentagon, they're not there by accident. They fucking own the respect everybody under them. They didn't get there accidentally. Would fucking die for those dudes, because who they are as leaders. And that bond is really, really fucking deep, because it's not political, it's not religious, it's people know who that dude is because he led so great. And we know in the ranks because we talk to each other. And to go all the way to your point, with the civil walk that we did before, that's the real danger. When people hit the bar to where enough's enough, when those dog whistles are called, people are going to fucking answer to them. And that is an incredibly dangerous position for us to be in if we continue to slide. But the positive side is, if somehow we fucking come out of this, I don't think these mistakes will ever be made again. I think our kids will see what right didn't look like and probably do a better job than the rest of us. And I hope that future happens. I'm going to start off.
I don't know that I'm that hopeful, but I do just want to clarify
very well said, Zach.
that my frustrations are not.
Don't you want the group to give feedback to one of the speakers?
I do, but I think he was.
Listen to him.
Benjamin
was
was
quick
nice
to
answer.
He was directing most of that at me, and I just wanted to point out that my earlier frustration was not at Zafari. It was at this view. I think I would just say it's this view that we could just call Blame America First. I think the Blame America First crowd often falls short because they can't explain what country they think is really failing, and so we can look at them.
Tell you what, every other country is better than we do. With more couple.
So it's both, right? Where there are aspects of the United States that are amazing, they're wonderful, and then
what? I agree, Romero, but let's be precise. Like, what's
public education, public policing, public firefighting, the allocation of taxes to social and infrastructure projects, the concept of liberty, whether the execution is a little bit different, but that's the bipolar nature of countries and governments. Yes, there are things that the United States has done that have been amazing. There are technological advancements that happened here that they would have happened in Germany or somewhere else, right? So that's you can't just be like, oh, America invented this, therefore that's why we're so amazing. That's a high water. Going to the moon is a high water, right? The semiconductor, high watermark. Nuclear power, high watermark. But these technological advancements were inevitable, right? We just happened to get to some first. In terms of like vaccinations, I think vaccinations is something that the United States did beautifully. But then you go back to the beginning and you have the sort of the founding fathers making these really wonderful poetic statements about people, all people being equal, except for the blacks. Yeah, all men being equal except for the women and the children and the blacks and the browns and the yellows and whoever else. They're not human. They don't deserve same basic rights. And then we have several years of cattle slavery happening in the United States. And then you have the fallout of that slavery for literally that's still affecting us today. So so if you want a sort of global ranking of top countries, you could say, well, okay, there's a whole series of countries that seem to do pretty good by their people and seem to cause less harm currently, right? But all the major European countries have caused harm at one point or another, and it's the nature of empire. It's the nature of country, right? That it's only about the people that live there, and everybody else can fuck off. And even then, it's not everybody who lives there, right? There are chosen people that are part of a social class or an economic class that get treated better than others. So, like this whole like myopic black and white. Well, if you're pointing out the wrong things that America has, that means you hate it, and that means that there must be another country that's better. It's like, no, I mean, most countries are relativistically the same or similar, right? They have some virtues, they have some bad things, but we have been doing a lot of bad in the last 40, 50 years, and our entire history is marked with some pretty evil shit, on top of also being marked with some really noble, amazing things. I don't see how that's so difficult to understand, Benjamin.
I just don't. If people ask what America does, and I can't take credit for this. I read this elsewhere, but I was very persuaded by it. America, the most exceptional thing America probably did was the ADA. And the cool thing about the ADA, people don't know the American with Disabilities Act. And until very recently, I was not disabled, nor were there tons of people like that close to me. But what this changed in how we did construction and access to buildings, and the spillover effect that benefited pregnant women, and construction changes that benefited like access to buildings and whole new industries that the world has looked and appreciated from. And if you want an example, like I've traveled extensively in Germany and Japan mostly, right? Those are the two countries I know outside the US. It's horrible to get around a lot of those places, even kind of newer cities, if you have like one piece of luggage that's heavy. Like it's just so not made for that in any way. And so you appreciate the spillover of like just having the ADA out here makes it so easy for me to travel in the US. And then I traveled with someone who was pregnant, and my God, like it's life-changing having those sort of things. So the ADA and the American park system, which is now really under threat, are probably the two most exceptional things I can say about America that we've done, significantly as a country. Our public educational system is really up there. Like until the 1970s, we had a K through 14 education system. Universal public access to education was a U.S. innovation, arguably first in the world. So those are like some things. It's really when we've come together and done something for all people and recognize that our government and our systems can come and benefit everybody together. And then we have just extraordinarily rich and diverse biodiversity in our nation. We're not, you can have all sorts of other countries have beauty like that too, but making these public park systems and protecting public goods, that's what America does that's exceptional when you talk to other countries. Not just on paper what we say, not just this, that, or the other. I mean, we are the richest and we have the most military bases. So, and at other points in time, there's been other incredibly rich and powerful empires and military bases. I don't know if anybody knows throughout history who the richest man in the world is, but most people can't say his name, even though he eclipsed like everybody else who's ever existed. So, like those things.
The Muslim guy that gave a bunch of gold away.
Yeah. And so like that's the history of I think the United States. What's been exceptional is we figured out at various points that our collective resources are valuable and looking out for everybody is good. And then we constantly go against that. And that's what's very, very difficult is like we don't seem to have deeply internalized that lesson. And I think both those are obviously true. It's not even hard. You don't have to do mental gymnastics to say like somebody can do really cool stuff and awful things. Like I love the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Fucking love them every time their songs go on. But like their lead singer like writing an autobiography and talking about his pedophilic tendencies towards a 12, 13, 14-year-old child. Like, and why, and it's just like creepy. Like he's a total creep. Good music from the band he's in. So I think we're coming to that whole artist and their work. And I think the other thing is like something I took away from some students I taught, which changed the way I view the world, and I think it's a better way of viewing the world, is quit having heroes appreciate things that were done. So I don't like love the US because they passed the ADA. I love the ADA. That's a really cool thing. I like people that stop wars. That's a really cool thing. Instead of trying to worship a person or a place. And I think like that solves a lot of global issues and a lot of tribalism and other things if you start to look more at the actions. And of course, people, it's not to excuse anything, not being blind to it, but these are the cool stuff.
I think that we've done a lot of amazing stuff. I remember '99 for the cholera outbreak in Mozambique. We went down there and arguably saved lives. Also around the same time, the Kurdish region, when the Kurds were freaking isolated and basically kicked out by every country, we went out there and did, we were basically doctors for them, And I don't think many people heard about those things. And we do that over and over again. We've done it many times, and it doesn't make the news because it's not convenient, I guess.
Well, like one of the things that offers a lot of healthcare for people that like we're reducing risk globally, right? Because we don't want the spread of AIDS to just go unchecked. So like, yeah, we invest in birth control and condoms for people in other worlds to try and minimize our own risk globally. Like that's fucking great.
But now it's gone.
Now it's gone.
In a year and a half ago, it was here. Now it's gone. And so
PBS.
So is your influence. Voice of America is gone. That was
PBS, right? Like, how many kids learned how to read and spell because of PBS?
Word.
But we got to privatize it, right? Because if we can't nickel and dime a person, then they're not worth it.
Well, actually, I think they killed PBS due to political reasons, didn't they? Kind of in a way. Or am I wrong to think that?
No, you're right. It's political, but they've been wanting to target PBS for decades because of the education that it offers the public. Right? Education is also a weapon in the United States. Who gets access to it is very much entrenched in class and rate.
I don't know, but our educational system in the world standing is not very high. I don't, somebody can correct me, but like I live in one of the states with the worst education in the country, and
Georgia?
It's sad. No, I live in Arizona, man. We have some really bad education. It's like bottom 5 in the country.
Yeah.
And I think in the world, we're not even top 10. I don't even think in the world. I could be wrong, but countries like Japan.
The reason why we're so low. Sorry. I keep coming in hot. The reason why we're so low is that and this goes back to like racism and entitlement in America first. So we decided that, and by we I mean like it's a decision of the U.S. government decided that they didn't want to. There was so much objection to having black kids go to school with white kids and sharing resources, and there was so much understanding, like you mentioned, that education is profoundly powerful. But there was a collective decision that we really shouldn't be funding this nationally. At the same time, we had this history that we couldn't on paper abandon of saying, well, everybody gets an education. What if you live in a poor area, they can't afford it? So what we functionally did is we said, okay, well, education is a local issue. And this is one of the great ways that, depending on the district, we're in the top few in the world. In some cases, we're like pushing the best in the world. But if you actually look nationally, we're horrible. And that's what funding things locally does. Like the rich communities that understand they can invest in this and provide a resource, they do it. Like people have no idea how fiscally conservative most of California is. Like it puts Texas to shame. But they understand this is a good investment. But that school system would be in like the bottom 5% of developed nations. Like the kids functionally are 70, 80% illiterate. And, it's a 40, 50% graduation rate. And the school next to it, literally sends 7 to 8 kids to Harvard, Stanford, and the Ivies every year. And the other school, I think once in the past, 20 years, sent a kid to an Ivy League school. And there was a whole, literal route because some kid got into Harvard from their school. So that's the kind of disparity we have, and we've embraced exceptionalism. If you look at all the top performing educational systems, famously like Singapore, Finland, China, others, and China's not in the top for this reason because they won't fully embrace it. They've pushed equity over exceptionalism. So they've said, we want all students to do well. It's the same reason, if you want to see the best example of this, is Norway. Norway completely rejects any sort of private elite training for most sports, and they have these huge public sport programs where nobody decides what they have to do. They all participate, and from having this huge egalitarian, like every kid try out these sports and don't have to commit.
Right, the way that education is done in the United States is economic warfare. Right, it is explicitly designed to hurt people and maintain people at a certain level.
But exclude the rich and the powerful.
Yes.
They can afford to send their kids to a good school. Especially in Arizona, they're doing this whole voucher thing now with school vouchers, and they're gutting the public school system. They've got, American Leadership Academy is setting up all over the state. I don't know where they've actually sprouted to, but the dangerous precedent that they're setting, because the poor people are the people that have 3 jobs and they don't have $450 in it.
Where it ranks 26, so well below the OECD average. But on the other hand, they do very well in
a grain of salt. But last I looked, I think we were about 12 to 15 for reading. Math, we were going down. We don't get ranked in science once a week in the younger ages, but yeah, if you look at a lot of other standings, we're pretty abysmal. And there's a reason why the U.S. doesn't really analyze its science performance as much. And yet, if you go to a high-performing school district, you bet your ass off they are. And that's part of that, you kind of mentioned, class warfare.
It's the question I got for you, Briar, is, are they...
Yeah, Americans are dumb as fuck.
You're right. I understand. They're teaching to testing standards. Am I correct in thinking that? That's what I've been told by teachers or professors. That, in Arizona, they teach to testing standards. For the student to pass to finish school.
No, Americans are just dumb. So I think, I would normally chime in with Visa's result. We don't have the results yet for this year. But in terms of science, the United States was ranked number 10th. So 10. And I see some of this raw score isn't so bad. And that's in reading.
Jesus. Anyway, Miguel, the teaching to the test phenomenon is very real. It happened especially with the whole No Child Left Behind and certain things started metrics that it's weird. It incentivizes you to go up and do well. It incentivizes helping people that are really struggling. But when you talk about teaching to the test, which is a really big mantra, I don't think that's the core. So the biggest issue where you look at Gen Z and there's an actual performance drop, there's an IQ drop, there's an attentional drop, and the whole like the next generation is I'm going to use actual term that's used a lot, is dumber, is they're all idiots or whatever. That's usually really overblown, uninformed, and not true. However, now it's demonstrably true that Gen Z is really suffering, and every previous generation had been going the other direction, like longitudinally. And what's changed is the U.S. Started dumping tech in every classroom. Tech companies said, like, you need to make them tech literate, so give them iPads, give them this, give them that. And so we started moving away from, like, you know, the things that tended to work, experiential learning, collaboration in the classroom, critical thinking and engagement on real world issues, nonfiction reading, like all those things we started to dump. And so I think that's what took the hit. That's one of the big ways we took a hit. Another really big way we took a hit was I think we started a long-term trend of this kind of hostility towards education and like worshiping Ludditism and you know, demonization of knowledge made it such that education was more a political endeavor than, and arguably, like somebody said before, arguably it always was. So that's completely a fair point. But it becomes more of a political endeavor, and there's this worshiping of ignorance as a virtue. And that changes the way schools are built and like how they treat kids, you know. So I think that I've made big impacts. The teaching to the test things is a result of saying that test scores and standardization is the answer. And most of this comes out of the privatization of education and wanting to have these big educational firms. Like, education improves when you have teachers, education schools, those people on the ground saying what's working, what's not, really studying it. Education usually like falls off a cliff when we're worried about like making it exclusive and exceptional and letting some fall behind, or we're using private companies that want to make money. And those private companies, like, if you could solve all of educational problems, then you'd do it in years and your company would be out of business. So it's no coincidence that these giant companies want to sell long-term products that always take time, or a standardized test will solve everything. You look at the billions of dollars spent on standardized testing, and that is not, like, that's not the thing Finland is working on, is improving their standardized testing.
Well, there's also the extremely obvious, right? That like we're heavy metal poisoned in the United States. We're pesticide poisoned in the United States. We're also undernourished in a lot of parts of the United States. And we have microplastics in our balls and brain tissue. So like, and the processed meat phenomena that is very much an American thing. Right, you combine all those vectors, and you end up almost with like a perfect storm of fuckery.
Wait, you think the Philippines, kids in the Philippines are running out in some kind of pristine, organic environment?
I don't think we're talking about the Florida. I don't think we're talking about the Philippines. We're talking about America, man.
So like,
no one understands.
Look at other European countries, Benjamin. Just look at other countries that sort of mimic our sort of economic status. Right, they have healthier food, right? Like people in Europe eat healthier food.
You think Italians eat healthier food? Have you seen Italian food?
Have you seen Italian food? Literally,
honestly, dude, what is up with you?
I've never seen Italian food.
People on Earth are from Sicily, the Italians. It's like, Benjamin, what are you talking about?
Yeah, people in Italy don't fucking eat Olive Garden. Like, what the fuck?
Like, why? What's up with this fuckery, dude? Like, what happened? Did someone hurt you today? What's going on?
What do you think about gluten?
I don't think that's a fair criticism. I think that I did pin a research. I know you guys don't understand data much, and nobody's offering to back up anything or something, but I did. So I'll show you how it's done. I pinned a paper at the top of the room. This is U.S. spending. Learn how to back up the data. This is U.S. spending. Now, what I found interesting is the United States spends more than most countries, way over the top. There's like 3 countries at the top per pupil. So it seems to me the problem is not that America is being stingy. terms of the money that it spends for people, but rather that it's just terribly wasteful.
You know that's not distributed equally, right, Benjamin?
I appreciate that there are countries that distribute it more equally, but nonetheless, even in places that where there's less money per student, it's still well within the range of funding per student for all the countries.
Malnourished kids don't do well in school, Benji.
So I'm wondering, what is the efficiency problem, the cost effectiveness problem?
So Romero, just to your points are well taken, you know what I mean? But if you look at like lead piping, there are other countries that are much worse than the United States, and lead poisoning is 100,000% a significant factor in neurological development, especially prefrontal cortex, pre-25, particularly like 1 to 7, right? But there are countries with worse that can do kind of, that doesn't seem to be the controlling variable. In terms of Gen Z doing worse, it does seem to be technology. And like we can even do micro studies that say like schools that adopt high use of tech, especially when it's like broadly and they drop the more experiential interactive learning, tend to do worse. Also, like kids that are on social media more perform worse than kids in areas that have lead-based pipes.
This could all be attributed to parenting, right, Brian?
It's part parenting, but even schools are embracing it. And like, I mean, here's the thing, like, this is one of the things I think that America, we believe so much in exceptionalism that we reject data. So like, we're so into exceptionalism. It's like, oh, look, this poor person made money. Being poor doesn't hold you back at all. This like minority did really well. We had a black president, racism solved. Like, there's this, the overwhelming statistical data doesn't teach you anything because you can find an isolated example of the opposite. And this myth of exceptionalism keeps us from looking at like the realities of what's going on. The Gen Z phenomenon is global. And it's not equal in every nation. It's among highly developed nations. And what really changes, there's like good studies on this, is literal social media. So take like some of the interaction happen in this room. People that are on social media more have actual cognitive deficit. Social media, like our government is using social media for communication. Businesses are on social media. Our jobs, we're expected to engage often with social media. And the type of quick scroll attention, like the number of adults that read books in the US is at an all-time low. The type of music and media we consume, the rapid dopamine rewards, like smoking's down, drinking's down. To Romero's point, actually lead toxin rates are way lower now than before. Microplastic up. So I guess there's some argument you could say about like we really don't know. That's why Ray's freaking out recently about microplastics. We really just didn't deeply get it. But the honest truth is, I think right now, like the easy thing is like it gets talked about so much, it's become a meme and it's lost its potency. But the type of online world and economic system and motivational system we have is harmful to human brains in the same way that the only diet that has consistently been shown to tank life expectancy is the highly processed food Western diet. And the United States exported that all over the world. And every country that adopts that type of diet does worse. In the same way, the hyper-consumerist, rapid online dopamine hit mindscape or mediascape, I guess you could say, seems to be just toxic to the human brain. And if you look at all the data that's coming out, people aren't having a like E theory. This seems to be the thing that's hurting.
I totally agree, Briar. I remember going late 80s, early 90s to Germany, and the people looked completely different than they look now. I went last summer, and Western food has completely, made them fat. There was no fat people in Germany in the 90s. I don't remember seeing any. And if it was far and few in between. It was like when I was a kid in the 70s in school in the 80s, you had that one fat kid in class. Now it's flipped a complete 180. Now you have like one or two skinny kids in class. Everybody else has got some type of metabolic issue. It's kind of weird.
Just look at the comic relief fat characters in early 80s movies, and they look slimmer than the average American now.
It's kind of sad.
Yeah, a lot of these are deeply. And you know what I'd say? I think the commonality is that we have a toxic global socio-political system, and our minds and souls are suffering for it. It's just that easy. We have all this innovation. Like somebody was saying earlier, what has America made to make us better? Right? What did America have money at the altar of giving up our character and our humanity? And so it's sad. I mean, it's kind of deeply philosophical. It's not just
the question is, how do we get back on track? The railroad tracks.
Whoa, what is this back on track?
It breaks.
Well, take me to this time when things were good.
Fucking 1980s were good, dude.
When it comes to food, pre-1980s, yes. When it comes to food,
the 70s and 80s.
Food was like fresh food was
70s. The 70s are when it was good now.
70s and 80s. It was pretty good.
When it comes to food,
hold
yes.
on. Wait, overly simplistic. This is an overly simplistic type answer that we're incentivized to give. Some things were much better in the 70s. Some things were much worse. Yes. People had better social cohesion. People had better senses of community. Racism was maybe even worse in the 70s or not. Acceptance of social dimorphic, like different types of identities was way worse. Things change. We want a simplistic, quick answer, like do the thing. Like whatever the socio-political economic system we have right now is encouraging bad shit. Like we have more wealth. Okay, so in 2002, I think, if you use WHO data, more people start dying of excess caloric intake than lack of caloric intake. So we start poisoning ourselves with too much food globally, to the point where some developing nations, people are fat because they have so much calorie intake and dying of malnourishment. So we are now producing so much food that we're poisoning ourselves with it and starving at the same time for the basic nutrients we need. And we have more technology and we're less informed in a lot of ways. People don't understand, they're less exposed to high culture and art. They travel less. Their bodies are physically less healthier. So there are lots of metrics that are lower. At the same time, we have more connection. We have more technology. We have more widgets than ever before. So, I think people want this simplistic answer. Like, give me the error. Show me what's wrong. That's the thing that's wrong. We have a system that encourages the wrong types of motivations and values, and we've devalued character at the altar of consumption, and worshiping consumption and consumerism is literally poisoning us in our body, mind, and soul.
What's your best example of the loss of character that we used to have?
Take a look.
When did we have?
Sure. Take a look at any current political climate. Right now, there is the, quote, post-truth, hyper-reality, postmodern leaders that don't need to embrace truth or value or anything. They don't even embrace lying. If you want to read a great article, read Frank, for example.
Haven't our societies been dominated by religions for all history, and aren't religions fucking post-truth?
So Benjamin, I think this is a great example where if you look at I know it's a talking point I like to go to. Right now, there are some religions that did amazing jobs of creating social cohesion, improving people's subjective sense of well-being, encouraging healthy diets. You want to get a weird example? The Seventh-day Advents, I'm not religious at all, but Seventh-day Advents, very healthy, live a predominantly vegetarian/pescatarian diet, encourage social cohesion. You look at the Amish. There's also
the Amish.
But all of that
and veggie cuts are highly processed.
I mean, you don't want me to go reading you some of the weird ass stuff they believe.
So Benjamin, I don't know if everybody here wants to have I know there's 18,000. I just want to shit on religion rooms. Jump in them, go for it. But I don't think that if you look at America right now, it's not like the decrease in religion.
Generations.
Don't tell them about
anybody that they would reject.
Well, I gotta finish the thought from earlier. So when it comes to food, there literally is, in the 1990s, a time period where petrochemical companies started buying food companies, right? So there is literally a point in time where you see things go from good, decent, okay, starting to get a little out of control. Holy shit, there's shit ton of chemistry in the food now, right? So, like, if I could go back,
don't you have to compare that to the organic food movement simultaneously creating?
You're not a farmer, are you?
So sure.
Have you done like a lot of big agro projects?
Regenerative agriculture is the shiz.
I grew up on a farm. I raised chickens. I collected
So
eggs every
you know the dirty secret about organic, right?
I know that organic is 7 letters and not much more.
It's marketing, yeah. They still use pesticides. They just move things around and put a label on it, and it's organic.
Okay, a little more technical, Romero. It depends on the individual product and category. So if you buy processed food and it says organic, I think it's only like 13% needs to be organic at all. Whereas if you buy organic produce, depending a little bit on state, but mostly federal, because most of this is there are actually some regulations around what they use. You're right that they can. There's loose standards on what they do and the type of testing to get certified as organic. Like in California, it's hard. I'm friends with a lot of farmers. I really, if anybody knows me on here, every weekend go to 3 to 4 farmers market, all my shopping. I've become close friends with them that grew up in a small farm town. And like to get certified organic is hard. It takes a lot of work. You do not get to use, commercial pesticides except for very specific ones that are arguably more sustainable. And at the same time, the nutritional, like when the food hits the shelf and stuff like that, there's good data that sometimes organic is beneficial, sometimes it's not. Glyphosate is probably shitty for us. Whether it's as shitty or not as shitty as other stuff is debatable. But
yeah, I grew up in a farm in Mexico, right? And like organic is not universal. There's not like a standardized, you're organic here and you're not organic here. And so produce from parts of the world, different regions of the United States are going to say organic, right? But what counts in this state or this country in California are going to be potentially wildly different.
Well, just to kind of like, I don't know, put a button on it or whatever, I think that the thing that really hurts us is the highly processed Western diet pioneered by the United States. There is copious amounts of data that you'll never move away from that what we eat and highly processed food is bad for you. Like, there's a simple rule. I think it's like, in general, if there's more than 10 ingredients, it's probably very unhealthy for you. If there's more than 7, it's usually bad for you, right? So I know one of the advice a lot of nutritionists will now say is, if there's more than 3 ingredients, try not to eat it, right? And if you can't understand and simply pronounce everything, don't eat it. If it has a shelf life of months and it's not pickled, or preserved like a jam or something.
Right.
Yeah, like don't exactly. Yeah, like don't eat it. And most of us don't do that. And also, like there's overwhelming data. People keep trying the whole maha and all this shit is so much crap. There's overwhelming data that you can eat an almost carnivore-based diet and be okay. But if you want to live and thrive and maximize the health of your body, overwhelmingly eating a lot of fresh plants and vegetables is the key. And you know what cultures realize that? Fucking almost all of them that had access to fruits and vegetables. Like, you can read shit from like the 1700s, 300s. You can read shit from BC where it's like, for a virtuous life, one should be prudent with their consumption of breads and meat and, indulge in the healthy, we can feel it in our body when we eat fruits and vegetables. If you're a healthy person, you will feel better when you eat that kind of stuff. So, like, it's not a big secret, and that's the shit we don't eat and make more expensive, why we subsidize fucking corn and soybean and feed products and try and tell everybody they should be, sitting there shoveling as much protein as they can in their face. It's just ridiculous.
Well, I mean, so for me,
there's nothing wrong with soy as long as it's like traditional
professionally prepared. So like decent tofu, tempeh, that's all fine. You just don't want the heavily processed shit.
And that 95% of the exposure nowadays is the processed shit.
Well, like I remember, like I don't know, being like 9 or 10 or 11, somewhere in that range, and sort of having the realization that every time I went to McDonald's and got chicken nuggets, it was always the same shape, right? And then I was like, oh, how do they do that? Oh, it's a pink mush that is pushed through molds, right? And you get the same shape because it's not real. It's cartoon food.
So, as far as
I love that cartoon food. Sorry, Euro. That was hilarious.
Yeah. So as far as organic food goes, there is a single EU-wide definition for organic production and labeling. So we have the clear definition. Have we reached the point where we really think that the major issue that's going to cause the civil war that we all think is on the way is going to be organic food versus processed food?
Civil War, Benjamin.
Rage bait.
There's not
Everybody pay attention to Benjamin before his head explodes.
I know. We should do a thing. We should have like a norm in this room that's like, oh, rage bait. Okay, back to the good conversation and just move back. I think the thing about processed foods and like the way we get our nutrients, I didn't find out this shit for a while studying biomolecular engineering, and I didn't find out until like I don't know how many years ago. You know, and there's the whole this many years old.
Wait, we should continue this conversation if anybody's actually learning anything. Has anybody learned something they didn't know in the last?
Oh my god! Rage bait. Moving on. Like a lot of vitamins can't be consumed and benefited from in their additive form, and when people process a lot of foods and you see like the nutrition on the side and you see the vitamins, a huge percentage of that you literally just cannot absorb in any way. So there's tons of vitamins that you can only really absorb when they're in the plant form and consuming it. And that like shocked me to read how many. I started going down a list, and I'm a pescatarian, and unfortunately I'm really bad, as much as I try and consume fresh fruits, being good on certain types. So I do have a couple vitamin deficiencies, and mostly I had a major neurological healing and stuff. So I had to go out of my way and look at like, okay, these are like 3 to 5. I think it's really small. Like this is, PhD doctors that say this stuff. It's like 3 to 5 vitamins, vitamin D, some B vitamins, riboflavin. There's only a few that we really absorb well when we take them in like a pill form and we're deficient. And the rest really have to be addressed through diet. And so I think that's just a great example of where like, in Japan, there's this rule that you should have like 3 to 5 colors of food on your plate. And basically the color came from plant. So you were encouraged to eat 3 to 5 plants. In a lot of different countries, like in Germany, there's this word like it's morning bread and the evening meal. Like in the olden days, it was like eat the plants in the evening. In Spain, they used to say like one meal should always consist of a vegetable soup. And some of the stuff is so antiquated, people have never even heard of it. It's like of course out the door now. Like in Japan now, this will blow your mind. They eat more wheat per capita now and more bread than rice. And now they've always had certain issues, but they're having just flying through the roof on colorectal cancer and a few other strokes and different things because they're switching to this wheat bread based diet that they, despite high rice intake, they hadn't figured out how to eat rice with different things and be healthy. So I think there is this just like, in the same way that humans evolved opposable thumbs, I think cultures evolved healthy diets. And I do think it's a natural evolution is really difficult to say and explain all this, but the systems we've made evolutions that are economic and beneficial to a few at the whole. And I think if you look at our societies, that's what you see.
Yeah, once you have food be profit driven, then like finding yourself in food deserts where you're surrounded by fast food restaurants makes perfect sense.
And Briar, correct me if I'm wrong, there's like the nutritional class, nothing really high, just basic college level. But like they talked about blue zones, people that live longer. And it's not only, they might not have the healthiest diet, like, Benjamin said earlier, Italians, but they have culture. They have like a sense of like their culture reveres the older you get, the more knowledge you have, and the more respected you are in your community. And a lot of these people stay very active, and they have very close families. And I think that has a lot to do with it, with us falling into despair as we get retirement here in the U.S., and the families are fractured. And basically, there's nobody to talk to. That was something, I don't know if you're familiar with the blue zones or not.
Yeah. The newer they're finding the blue zones in common have culture, including like communal eating, slow eating, and you eat like different foods when you're like expected to prepare them all day and sit down and consume them over an hour. Like you don't grab a McDonald's burger, right? That would not be something that you would, if you had all day to make a food, you would never in a million years come up with a McDonald's burger, and it wouldn't be ingested. So look at like Indian cuisine, right? You're slowly sauteing, including spice, marinating foods all day long, and pickling things and extracting herbs over steam, and like hand grounding a grain to produce something. So with the culture of producing and making food that way, then you consume it in that way communally, and everything from like the literal utensils you use to how you have able to like the way you serve, we're about that. I think the things I've heard that are in common of blue zones is they tend to be coastal. They tend to have a moderately Mediterranean climate. They tended to have high amounts of seafood and fresh plant intake. And they actually do eat a lot of grains that were like not what we think of as modern processed food grain, but like they eat, rice or potato. Potato is a big thing they have in common too. So like Costa Rica, which is a lot of people probably surprised by it, is one of those blue zones. They consume a lot of potato. Okinawa in Japan, which has the highest rate, replaces a lot of rice with sweet potatoes. So there's like some commonalities. They have the Hunzas eat highly apricot-based diets. But the commonality is that they prepare their foods. They're intentional about them. And the other thing, like when people are talking about Italian food that Americans don't realize is like Italian food is not always pasta. And when they have pasta, you're eating a very small portion. But like Italian food, when you go to Italy, is not like here's a lasagna. Like that's something special you do on a weekend where they make like a gravy. It's like I have Italians on another side of the family, so I'm not Italian, but they would make like Sunday sauce, and that's something you make all day Sunday. And then you serve like different things in a massive meal. You're going to sit down and eat over a long time and drink and be with family, and like it's not like quick grab the sauce and dump the Alfredo on it, right? And likewise, like most of the Italian cuisine that's really delicious and healthy, like seafood, the Italian diet is so fucking heavy on seafood and plants. And when you eat it in America, it's like pasta with sauce and meat with sauce, pasta with meat. Like, it's kind of like Mexican cuisine is incredibly rich. But when you eat it at a taqueria, and don't get me wrong, I fucking love taquerias, it's like rice, beans, cheese, and flour or corn, or cheese, rice, beans, and flour or corn, right? It's the same ingredients. And that's because it's cheap and you minimize waste and you can use the same product. So again, like when food, like whoever said that earlier, totally the right way of phrasing it, when food is profit driven, it's going to cease to be healthy and filling, and it's going to become very profitable. And so American Italian food is in general shit.
Yeah, I mean, Italian cuisine, if we're talking about Italy, is very, very healthy, very nutritious. I mean, they use olive oil as their main fat, and has vegetables and legumes, and whole grains, modest portions of pasta, lots of fish and seafood, fruit. This is well studied under the Mediterranean diet. It has nothing to do with what's called Italian cuisine in the States, which is completely different in terms of ingredients and everything else.
Okay, I really think we've budgeted long enough. So everybody feeling like they've said good food is good and bad food is bad. I want to get back to
what does that comment?
You're not familiar with bike shedding? We're just talking about food because everybody has to eat it. Everybody knows about it.
You feel like the one that
Benjamin is so over.
It's just an easy conversation.
Benjamin.
Basically, no controversy. Nothing to be learned. It's just lazy conversation. Okay.
Well, then
I want to get back to something a little bit more difficult.
Why are you so tired of you guys sticking to the earth with gravity? Fucking tired of.
So the question was earlier is why is the America spending so much money on education and having such poor outputs? That would be a pretty good.
Well, then don't waste our time with asking about Italian food.
I think the point everybody here might be noticing is Benjamin, like, I don't think people like to be insulted. I don't think it makes you like cool or anything. And to be honest, you asked me why I have beef with you. I don't like people like you. I don't like people that are like insecure and insult others to try and make points. It reeks to me of something that destroys social cohesion. I used to consider you a friend, but you just do this more and more and more, and you have a little shiny medal next to your name, and it drives engagement. But honestly, it makes the world worse. And I think it makes your life worse and my life worse. And I give a shit about you. Like I said, you were somebody I used to consider a homie. I used to invite you to help run the rooms when I did the dojo and everything. And like, you've become anger and rage bait and clickbait personified in a person.
There's nothing angry about pointing out that we have luxuriated in a lazy discussion.
We all see it. Everybody in this room sees it, including me. And I'm not like hating on you. I'm saying as a friend, man, when somebody was saying earlier they're making all these crude comments about you being on meds and everything else, the point is you are engaging in rage and clickbait. It's become something.
There's nothing enraging about discussing more difficult topics than what you want to.
Benjamin, that's not a genuine response, bro. I'm being real with you for a second here. I understand since there's a second.
Let's do this another time. You and I can catch up. I'd like to catch up.
Okay, but
the last time I was with you in was really difficult and problematic.
Okay, can you stop like bullying on whatever? I don't know why you're doing that, but like nobody else has in this room that I've heard. It's a decent conversation. If you dislike everybody in this room and we're all lazy and unintellectual and idiots,
we can do a little better than chewing our cud here, Brian. You know.
No, but Benjamin, the irony is you're the one that raised the question, and then you criticize.
Well, I don't quite think that's true.
It is 100% true. You specifically said,
"Oh, then I retract the question. I apologize for leading us into that. In that case, I apologize for leading us into a useless conversation. I take the blame.
Yeah, but okay,
Michaela try to fix it by getting us back on track.
Yeah, Michaela wants us to move on. She doesn't want to talk about Italian food anymore because she probably eats tater tots and fucking chicken.
Well, open this room to talk about expectations.
Right.
And I just try to keep us on track if possible. And I thought I put some stats up here.
You know,
the United States spends a lot of money on its students and has pretty poor outcomes. And I thought if anybody had any ideas about why that's the case,
capitalism.
That would be a little more work than what you want to put in your face.
It's a good question, Benjamin. But didn't you just raise that same question not too long ago?
I think I didn't get an answer yet because we got sidetracked by
it's
capitalism and microflop, if I recall.
Yeah, I think that the communication, like, I don't know. This is an example of, I think, where our country suffers, is that we've inflated, like, the ability to try and own somebody and creating, like, a kayfabe of it's all a competition. And by constantly doing that, it serves to divide. And there's this idea, well, then I can own and we can have, like, the exceptional winner and the pathetic loser. And that produces a society.
There's no winner and loser in this conversation. I would like to, from people like you, who are engaged in education, what to think.
You didn't have to cut off, bro. Like, you know, I'm like, you didn't have to do that. The society that produces us, that makes us like always want that kind of content, is a lot of what's causing the harm. Like, you can see on fMRI, you can see how people thrive and get dopamine. And like literally when we talked about communal eating, when people had to come together and use social graces and engage in community and find meaning, they live longer lives. They have lower BMI. They have higher IQ for whatever that measures. They have higher like satisfaction in life, and they produce more beautiful things. And so I think that's a basic thing. And our American society encourages like people to trash talk and respond to that. And it's to borrow your term.
I am not trash talking you or anybody else in case you're keeping track.
That's objectively kind of not what happened. But, I'm not even talking about you. Just pretend it's not you then. In American society, the fact that our presidents and our leaders and, Newsom to try and get elected tries to copy what Trump does, like, we've embraced the lowest common denominators, and it's rapid-fire dopamine hits. It's betting on poly markets.
You think that rapid-fire dopamine is why American students are underperforming, notwithstanding that we are spending...
I don't know if you've been following, Benjamin. That was the thesis I laid out, and there's huge, copious amounts of empirical data.
Technology, right. No, I felt that you were getting back to an answer, so I wanted to just capture that.
Yeah, and that's the same one I gave earlier pretty explicitly. Not that you need to treat me as an authority or anything, just for what it's worth. There's a great study that just came out. Like, if you look at social media and you scroll for just 10 minutes on an infinite scroll, and then you give somebody a test, their scores tank. And they thought it was just technology, so they tried some different things, and they found that even if you give somebody like a YouTube video and they watch it, or something where there's no scroll, there's no passivity in something being fed to you, people actually don't suffer as much from being online. So it is quite literally the scroll, the quick dopamine hit, the lack of agency, and the endlessness that makes people disengage and do worse. It was a really illustrating study I saw. So I would encourage, if you want like really good data on why, or I think a good, plausible, and probably honest analysis of why this is, do a quick Google on these studies on the effects of social media on short term. And the point is, you can argue these are only short-term effects, but if you're constantly engaging these short-term effects, you're constantly taking a hit. And we're all, like, I think it's 89% of high schoolers or something like that have cell phones. So, like, the thing
I wonder, I appreciate this more than you know. I had this issue with my own daughter, and we really tried to stay away from the tech phones for her as long as we could. We even got her flip phone so we could, check up on where she is without, turning over the whole internet thing. But that became social.
Is global, period. So that's the truth.
That's now, that's global.
And the U.S. is suffering from that. So we look worse this year than, I don't know if it's some of these things are precipitous, but we probably look worse this year than we looked 5 years ago, and we'll look worse in 5 years. And if the trend holds, we'll look worse 5 years after that. That's never happened before. So that's novel. So we're needing to understand why this novel change that hasn't occurred before is happening with young people. Then there's the second question, why is our educational system not well? And that was answered earlier. I think it's exceptionalism, localism, and exclusivity. That's why our educational system is poor. You can think of it this way. If Elon Musk doesn't just become the world's first trillionaire, let's say he becomes the first person worth 100 trillion. He takes almost all the wealth proposition of the United States in just him. On paper, the United States might have almost, this is not how it would work, but let's argue that even keeps the US GDP the same. That wouldn't equal a healthy economy. And so why our educational system isn't working is you still have a few amazing schools, a few amazing areas, a few states that are doing much better, and a lot that aren't. And so in aggregate, it leads to a lot of suffering, but it's internalized where it's school against school, region against region, and the lack of collaboration. I wasn't being facetious or even attacking you. It's the idea of my school is going to beat your school. We're going to be in the ratings. Literally, what was the big amazing solution that Bush comes up with? No Child Left Behind. We're going to fund and compete schools and try and see whose scores can be the highest. And that's simply not what the good performing schools do. The good performing schools don't embrace this hyper late stage capitalist idea in education and say you can be as good as you can fund out and we'll help fund you because money will solve all this and compete with each other. They say, how do we come up with consistent quality? And let's make sure we get that out to everyone and keep very high standards and capability. And the United States embraced, as it does with everything, I don't know, like almost everything. One of the only areas we don't do this in, by the way, is military. You want a fun fact, and look at how badass the American military is. One of the only institutions we don't embrace this, like, let's have, each platoon try and compete. No, it's really embraced, like, high standards, universal, everybody upholds them type deal, right? And those high standards and consistency. So, that's why the American military can be so potent. That's also why the Finland education system can be so potent. So there, asked, answered. And when has that been? Since its founding, and since Reagan, it's been accelerated. Like most things.
Reagan, Bennett, right? Wasn't it Bennett? Bennett was Reagan's Secretary of Education. I remember that right.
Monster?
No
I've seen it
spoiler.
all. I won't spoil it for you.
No
It's
spoiler.
very good. You'll enjoy it.
Hey,
I recommend Monster too. Very good.
I appreciate how much knowledge you have on this subject, man. I appreciate it.
So to answer your question, under Reagan, there were 3 Secretary of Education.
William Bennett, I think, is the one.
No, I just finished saying there were 3, and you respond with you think Bennett is the one. So
no, I mean the one of the 3 I'm thinking of is William Bennett.
Oh yes, well Bennett is one of the 3. Yes.
I remember his first name.
Yeah, William Bennett. Now the thing is, if you look at like SAT scores, those have been declining for decades, and they had to have 2 major recenterings, to keep the.
So when I studied education, I concluded that the United States actually had the best plan going just prior to the Cold War. And prior to that, the U.S. education was more of a Montessori, Dewey. Dewey being the kind of the visionary for the education system in the United States. And it was what Breyer suggested, actually, even now, more hands-on, much less stage on stage and more activities, a little more self-directed, a little less, pay attention and look up here at the chalkboard and answer the question that I'm doing on the chalkboard, kind of everybody in rows and columns and, eyes straight ahead, and a lot more interesting things in the classroom to explore and, learning with your hands rather than your eyes, so to speak.
Yeah, but you're missing also the fact that there's been a huge mass propaganda campaign against education in the social media space. Whether it be directly or
there wasn't a mass
since Facebook
campaign
came out
against education in when Russia put its satellite in space. What happened is the United States realized it was behind on the space program and it blamed the school system. And
that's right.
It jerked the system into we are going to train people to be rocket scientists and essentially nothing else.
Well,
and we didn't know how to do either of those, right? Then we didn't do very good at training rocket scientists. The truth is we imported them. And
so what the reality is as you point out, when the Soviets launched Sputnik on October 4th, 1957, there was a concern in the United States. It was a major shock, and that part of the problem might be in the educational institutions, and several large educational initiatives were rapidly launched thereafter, curriculum reform projects and physics and mathematics, the so-called new math, biology and chemistry. There was large-scale retraining education, related initiatives. So there was a lot of things that were
Also, we imported Werner von Braun for the JPL.
I don't know. Am I?
No, I think you're right. There has been a huge decline since the 1990s.
Right, the last 20, 30 years, let's say. But it's all been with the incoming of social media. And with social reality, I'm not seeing it from objective reality, because obviously objective reality can't be viewed,
So there was a major change in the programs in the 1990s. Essentially shifted from the national security science competition to what were called standards, accountability, and workforce competitiveness. Those three main science programs that I mentioned, for example, were phased out in the late 80s, early 90s. And
wood shop, auto shop. I have a friend of mine that's an auto shop teacher at a public high school here. Yeah. Actually, he's retired, and it was a big difference when he was in the 50s, 60s, and 70s than it is now.
I think you touched on something important, Miguel. I mentioned that the Dewey system was organized,
the Huey Decimal System.
Hands-on. And, shop really was the hands-on. Now, the elite schools, really, in the United States, the most elite school, certainly in Charlotte, the most elite school is called Charlotte Latin, and it's a preparatory school, and they transformed shop class over time into what's called a fab lab. It's basically a makerspace, 3D printers, and they really do things. There was kind of a weird accident that happened, which is shop class had woodworking had saws, and there was a saw that came out called the radial arm saw that really would just cut.
Like, niggas don't even did during their fucking ugly history with us, especially with us as a Palestinian. It is sad, very sad. And it is shame to be here right now in this period, in this time life, let's say. In this time life, for a man to see what's going on Jeffrey Epstein. This became clear, we always hear, but now in our eyes, and we still keep quieting. This is the problem. You got what I mean? We used to say no, but I'm still saying no, but in a different way. As you see, I call myself, or I name myself as a peaceful.
PKK are fucking terrorists, bro. They are a quasi-communist anarchists. We all know what you did in North Syria. Okay, you're the reason why Kurds have the worst name in North Syria. And I'm calling it North Syria because that's what your leader called it. So don't you dare point at me and say, why don't you call it Rojava? Okay? You were busy out there with your panties on your shoulders screaming, we need North Syria, North Syria. So don't come around here trying to patronize me because I'm calling it out for what you called it. Nonetheless, so actually, let's just focus on the liberation. We need, right now, Khamenei is in the grave. He's meeting with Hezbollah saying, see what we did to ourselves right now. And that's what we need. We need the liberation right now.
Alpha,
We need liberation.
what about the sun, though? They were looking, that was an article today.
Bima, because Mossad, recently there was voice that the cyber hackers of Mossad had already hacked into the traffic network inside Tehran. So it's only a matter of time. The way they did with Hezbollah's replacements, it's only a matter of time.
Oh, so you're saying that it's a matter of time that they're going to take him out too?
I'd do it in the morning.
So then if they take him out, then what is the next? So let me ask you, and I'm being real because I really don't know. What is your best educated guess out of who is gonna be the next regime? Is there a person? Is there
Look,
Is there?
as far as I'm aware, with Iranian sentiments inside and outside, although with limitations, I admit, is that the Iranian people do not want another government that is dictatorial. They do not want another government that wants to dictate, especially a religious government. The sentiment right now amongst all ethnicities inside Iran is this: a secular representative government. That's the sentiment right now. So,
like a populist, essentially.
I don't think it will happen. I know a lot of people say that Shah's son will be the next. Yeah, I don't think Shah's son is going to be the next thing. But you understand, if the United States and Israel and the West at large, including Europe, of course, in the background, if they're going to have someone to be the spearhead, at the moment, the only thing they have presentable in the media, okay, is Shah's son. And this is not a matter of are we infringing upon the rights of some or are we trying to trigger some sentiments? No. The idea is right now, for example, I was speaking to some of Iranian expats and they were saying, look, what about Mariam Rajavi? For example, I would say the defunct leader of a once active MKO, the Mujahideen Khalq organization, which actually brought the Khomeini to power. They did the grassroots efforts. However, I don't think that even after French gave her the leeway, right, and Hillary Clinton supported her at one point, it won't happen because Mariam Rajavi simply, and the MKO simply doesn't have the standing or the attraction that the Shah's son and the Shah's family have had as opposition for many years outside of Iran. So this is why the West could not just say, oh yeah, we'll take Mariam Rajavi. And some people even suggested, well, why don't they choose one of the leaders of the Kurdish opposition? As Ali said, a balkanization. People are also afraid of that. Not for practical terms necessarily, but because of cultural, historical ties. And it's under the Kurdistan Democratic Party of Iran, or bring Abdullah Muhtadi, who is the leader of a communist, what do you call it, nationalism, funny. But you could not just, because he was already seen as this big member of the Tudeh and how the Tudeh were communist and how they were so anti-Iranian. So the West is not going to make such practical errors, especially the United States. So the best shot they have, sorry, Ali, the best shot they have is the Shah's son. Even though the Shah's son is not as popular, but it's the only presentable thing that they can put forward right now.
By the way, as you all know, there are at least 6 different ethnicities in Iran. There are Kurdish, Turkish, Azeris, Parsis, and a couple other ones. These ethnicities have lived in Iran for almost, 2,000-3,000 years. And they have always first identified with the Iranian identity, and then secondly, their own ethnicity. So there's never been a defection, to my knowledge, of any of these ethnicities, wanted to separate. But so from the perspective that the Kurdish group runs in Iran, they're well organized, they have weapons, as I said before. There is a possibility that can provide the impetus, provide the fuel, at least the ignition, for an armed movement within Iran, which could, pick up a critical mass big enough that is going to oppose the government and topple the government, fighting the IRGC and the rest of the military segment. Now, that does not mean that a new leader is going to be from the Turkish. They may get elected to become part of the, big echelon on the top of the government. From that perspective, Alpha was just saying that gives a hope. And I understand the negative aspect of what you're trying to say. But that is a good hope, actually, to have.
And Ali, who's presentable? I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. Give me one presentable Kurdish.
Let me just finish it. I was not talking about who is going to be a good candidate to become
the leader of Iran. That is not my contention.
No, not as a candidate, but right now as a presentable.
Yeah, presentable. Yeah, all I'm trying to say was what I just said. That's the third time I'm saying it. But this is the only group that actually they know they're capable and they have the weapons to do it. From that perspective, to do it in terms of starting something. That's the only point that I'm making. Nothing beyond this.
You know, Ali, just if I could reply to a comment, because Kurds are so simple, such simpletons, man. No, what you Kurds did in Syria was pathetic, Salim. Don't get me started. You can come on the stage and we can go at it, right? But let's do it with sources, not with emotionalism. Come on, Brackham, Brackham. No. No Brackham. Let's go at it with the sources and do it academically. And see how much you can defend your supposed leaders that were supposedly looking out for the interests of the national revolution of the Kurds. Are you talking about the freedom fighting of Öcalan? Salim? Open the Pandora's box here in front of everybody? I don't want to have to do it, but it looks like you're compelling me to do it. And they're selling out. In 2021, Necirvan Barzani in the Middle East Security Forum, do you know what he said? According to Rudal, the Barzani-controlled media outlet. Do you know what he said? Kurd nobe la Iran, la Iraq, la Turkey, la Syria, جواب كريتوا. Kurd هذا جاي هون بكريتوا. So your own leader is telling you that Kurds should not be separated, they should be accommodated. So if you feel that your indigenous land is occupied and your so-called Necirvan Barzani is your leader, how dare he make such a statement? And then you turn around and you blame others for telling you that your leaders are just saying this? The guy, there's a Kurdish joke that I always tell. The guy sounds like a Turkmen who learned Kurdish in Erbil from an Arab. You're telling me that I should be accommodated in my own indigenous homeland by the so-called occupier that you're fighting? And then at the same time, you're selling me out because you want your companies and you want your factories to run? You don't develop farmlands, you don't develop an internal market because you want to buy from the Iranian evil regime? And then when I call you out on it, you go and galvanize people against me and say, see, I'm Kurda Jabsha, I'm Kurda Khufrusha. Kurda Balkit Khufrusha. Barzani Balkit Khufrusha. Barzani Jash. تيجي؟ ده نشي ده أنا دم كيتواني. بهيش شوي لأن ده نشي دم كيتوان. من موخكي كل أذان بعيد سنة. تيجي؟ Sorry guys, let me just tell some of these Kurds in their own language. بدرجاي مجلي صفصالي رابردو أوندي سروكاكان كلها فروشتوا أجر بيجانا كلي بفروشت بايا أستميزونيا لبري خوي ده تتاكي. So while you're sitting in Canada, wallowing in your ignorance, you should go back to your Bashur and say all this. And go tell your leaders, why did they sell you out at such critical points in history? Boy, Israel awakened Bapasawani no taka. Boy, Israel Johnny. That's why Israel knew exactly not to invest in Kurds anymore. That's why. They made you a bunch of guards for the oil.
Alpha. I can speak 3 languages too. Let's keep it in English so we don't have to translate.
Right? But I'm not speaking about the Kurds. I'm speaking about your fellow leaders.
I speak 3 languages too. Let's keep it in English so we don't have to translate. It's
Bibi, are you awake? Bibi, are you awake? Or are you passed out drunk? Bibi?
If she's from the UK, she's definitely not awake.
Bibi, wakey. She said yes in the chat.
I'm not talking about their Kurds. I'm talking about your leaders.
rats, by the way. I hate you, Beaver.
No, how can you tell me
Nobody likes the rats.
How is it the benefit of any Kurd or anyone else in Iran to go back to the negotiating table with an evil regime?
You're not benefiting.
No, I think the point is being made. I think we've spoken enough about about the Kurdish people here. Specifically, we were just focusing on the Kurdish people being potentially instrumental to kind of helping
But
the opposition.
thinking like the Kurdish people of Iran should be the ones who should be like somehow armed to go, but for what reason? Are they like the Persian Kurds, by the way? They've been prosecuted enough by the government. In the same way that the Persians and everybody else has. So I'm not really sure how you think what is it that you think that would make the Persian Kurds go up against their,
what is a Persian Kurd? Persians are an ethnicity. Kurds are an ethnicity. What is a Persian Kurd? What is a Kurdish Persian? Goodness gracious. What are you talking about here?
Well, if you cared about ethnicity, but what does ethnicity mean, by the way? And if you're a professor to it, you're clearly not very good at it. Because, look at the Jews. You get them from Germany, you got Ashkenazis, whatever. Sometimes it's more about where you belong and what makes sense. And I think you're just underestimating the Persian Kurds. And to be honest, why would you instigate something like that? Because I find that very nefarious. It's like, are you a Kurd? But if you're a Kurd, where do you belong? Are you an Iraqi Kurd? Are you a Persian Kurd? Are you a Turkish Kurd? Whatever you are, you were paid and bought.
What is a Turkish
Kurd?
Kurd?
No, you're the type of Kurd we call mercenaries. You have no honor.
I would love to be a mercenary. Let me take off the leader's heads.
No. So what is it? So what? You're promoting the Israeli uprising against the Persians.
Israeli
is that why?
uprising?
But then at the same time,
Are you drunk?
it's like, would they allow me to have this conversation up against you? It's like when the time is right.
Are you drunk?
And so,
what is an Israeli uprising? Jerusalem is fine.
Tel Aviv is fine. But the thing is, what is it that you are? Many times you would kind of say, I'm Persian, and
I'm not Persian.
Nationalistic Persian, but I'm also British, but I'm also
Zionist,
but I'm also pro-West, but I'm also pro-Saudi, and I'm pro-UAE, I'm pro-everything. So what is it that you're trying to divide? What is the divide you're trying to create here? I don't understand.
Because I'm not Persian. Right.
But what uprising is it that you want? Because we thought the uprising was
You're the one talking about Israeli uprising.
No.
They're an uprising for
So I thought that was what we were talking about. But then now you're talking about
we were talking about.
Uprising. But Persian Kurds, maybe you can get some of them to uprise.
What are you talking
but
about?
to be honest, as a Persian Kurd, I'm asking myself that question. It's like, okay, what am I going to uprise against? What else?
Out of 22 prisoners, what are you talking about?
Hey, Alfred.
It's interesting how only the Kurdish girl gets killed by the Gestapo. You even know your
You're not
facts.
doing it from some kind
You don't know your facts, baby.
Goodness of your
This is
heart.
what happens when you drink a lot of
And
okay,
that's
she
the
was
thing.
regal is really bad.
But that leftist ideology.
I'm not even leftist. So what are you talking about?
But what are you then? Are you Kurdish? Are you Jewish? Are you leftist?
Were you listening to the conversation that Ali had?
I'm Kurdish. I'm Kurdish.
Okay, so Kurdish.
I'm Kurdish and you are Persian, and you have no right to say nothing about my identity. I'm Kurdish, I'm from Kurdistan, I'm not from Iran. Iran is the occupier of my homeland.
Where is Kurdistan?
No, wait. Because you are going too far, okay? You are Persian and you are my others. You are my enemy. You are my occupier. fighting you. You know?
But
so don't tell me with such names as Kurdish, Persian Kurdish. What is Persian Kurdish? You are either Persian, you are either Persian or Kurdish. You cannot be both Persian and Kurdish.
Everybody else stay out of this. Let me have this conversation. Okay. So you thank you, Manny, for saying that.
What conversation?
He asked me a question.
Okay, Alpha, let me just say.
I didn't ask you any question. You are nobody to answer my question. You are just occupying and you are fighting each other. You are occupying. You as a person, you are occupying my country. You know, so you have no authority to talk about my identity.
So,
I decide my own identity because I.
No.
Armani, welcome to Clubhouse, bro.
If you're gonna speak to me that way, I'm gonna say to you, you are a fucking minority. You're a no
minority. You are minority. You are.
All right, let's keep it respectful.
No. This is how.
You can't tell people who they are.
You want.
You go back and worry about your own Iran. Go for your own Iran.
You will go and find it somewhere else because those bodies that they're right. You understand this?
Yeah, we all know BB is a menace to society.
Canadian and American. You cannot do that.
Where are you gonna go and be a Kurd? Like, where's
we all know to the menace to society.
Israel is a homeland which is occupied by four.
Can we hear from
muting me? Why you are muting me? Why you listen? Why you are shut up?
But where would you have your independence?
Why you let her?
Second, what are you gonna live off? It's like, what is your
okay, BB, hold on, we're having a conversation. Just hold on. Celine, you've been talking a lot. Do you want to say something right now?
Hi, I think I will just go based on what the conversation is, but whatever she's saying is not making sense. There was no Kurds over here to just tell you guys the truth. There's no such a thing as Persian Kurds, Turkish Kurds, Iraqi Kurds, or Syrian Kurds. Kurds are Kurds. They have their own language, their own culture, their own religion, their own everything. You can't call a Canadian American. No, don't interrupt me. It's my turn to talk. It's my turn to talk. Go for your own Iran. Don't tell me whom. Don't talk about my identity. You're nobody to tell me who I am. I can stand up for myself.
What is the Kurdish economy?
I have a history. I know my history. You can't tell me what my history is.
Stop fucking muting me.
Well, you deserve it. You keep
don't talk about our economy. Our economy is occupied by you. You are taking all our economy. If you shut up. You are nobody. You are nobody to talk about our economy.
I agree. So
we have economy. We have oil. We have gas. We have minerals. We have at least in just 4 provinces we have 1,600 different minerals.
You know, the Kurds are being attacked by 4 different countries. And even with that, we're brave enough, we're independent enough to still be here until this day. We fought ISIS, we did so much, so, you know, that means we can do it.
So let me ask you.
Well, Iran is living in the Middle East.
Okay, one mic.
Don't criticize yourself, right? Don't be critical.
So,
that's what you want to see in the next Kurdish generation. Don't be critical of your leaders. Just submit to dictatorship.
No one is talking about
your independence.
Stop it.
Wherever you come from, what region is it? It's mountains. Are there oil in the mountains? Are there natural gas resources in the mountains?
Bullshit. Kurdistan is very big.
Wait, Alpha, I just wait. Sorry, Manny. I just want to see what Alpha is talking about. Whose side are you on? Who are you?
Beaver woke her up.
Maybe Beaver saw. Alpha, I
I just want to know where the fuck everyone's from and what they're talking.
I want to hear Alpha's perspective. I really want to think what I want to know what his point of view is.
You're not ready for my perspective.
No.
Go ask Money about my perspective.
Wait.
You're nowhere near my breed or caliber.
You keep
Guys, we are not talking about ours.
We're not talking about leaders. We're talking about the Kurdish people. Well, that's none of your business. It's a freaking thing. I can do whatever I want.
Make him بشري كل لك It's now fast afternoon.
All right, no secret languages.
Yeah.
So fair to everybody else.
Cocoon's going on here. So, Manny,
Can y'all just tell us where you're from, like Iraq, Syria, Iran? Where you guys from?
I got a question for the Kurds here. So, you guys are in Iran, right? And I'm assuming that the Kurds that are coming in from Iraq, is that problematic or not? Because we keep hearing that or not. I don't know how that works.
No, it's not problematic, Matt. It's not.
I'm not you, Alfred. I'm talking to the. You're not Kurdish, are you?
I'm
Well,
sorry.
nobody knows what
Let me answer. Not from Iran, Iraq, or anywhere else. Okay? So he has rights to talk about any part of Kurdistan, and I do as well. So we are not talking about our conflicts here. Okay? The problem is now somebody who is Persian, who is occupier of my country, a part of my country, are here and trying to decide my identity. This is acceptable. I do not accept any other nationality to define my identity.
Wait, in your country, your own home country, not in Iran, right, or Iraq.
There is no Kurdistan. Such a country does not exist.
Oh, wait a minute, but
Kurdistan is an occupied country.
I don't want to get mad. Ali, stop.
Ali, you're not a Kurd. You can't tell us where Kurdistan is or what it is. So keep your notes.
Ali, you're a white man.
Educational. Hold on a second. I think educational for all of us to actually dig in just a little bit into this, the project of the Turkish people, Kurdish people. I'm sorry. So what my understanding is, Manny and Salina and others could correct me. The Kurdish people are ethnicities.
We are not people. We are nation.
I would be grateful.
No, that's wrong. That's wrong. I'm correcting you. I'm correcting you. I'm correcting you.
You have to correct me after I'm done, okay? Please.
Well, you can't mislead and give.
We are a stateless nation which is under occupation.
I am trying to learn and I'm trying to understand your position. I'm not trying to fight you. So let me just make my.
You do.
And I don't.
Man, let's just
when you are denying my homeland, when you are when you are denying my nationness, so you are fighting me.
You're not helping your cause if you actually have a cause.
Of course, I know my cause better than you.
Why don't you get a pen and a piece of paper and write down, I'm going to be speaking for about a minute, if you can be that patient. Maybe you can educate us. Maybe we can learn something.
No, you can do that.
Okay, thank you. Maybe not you and Salim, but maybe others, and perhaps myself. Just hold on a second. Number one, there is no country that exists, is called Kurdistan. Kurdish are ethnicities that they have been
No,
in the Middle East.
we are a nation.
What did I just tell you?
Learn it. We are a stateless nation.
You're not helping. You can correct me. I'm completely open.
Who are you?
Manny, let him say what he wants, and we will answer him after he's done. Just let him say.
The Kurdish ethnicity is actually
they are not Kurdish ethnicity. Okay. You have
Kurdistan's a region in Iraq, correct? Kurdistan?
Right now, there is a region.
It's not a region. Kurdistan is a country which is under occupation.
Okay.
This is what I'm trying to teach you.
I think you're being really honest. You're not doing yourself a service. You have an opportunity here to educate everyone. If you just hold your tongue for a minute, I may be entirely wrong in here, and you can completely correct me. But if you don't allow me to tell you what I think, then you're just basically being belligerent. So do you mind if I just tell you what I think in about a minute, and you can correct me as much as you wish? Is that okay? Can we have territories that, for example, in Iraq,
they have some level of sovereignty. They have autonomy and in Iraq and other places. Now the point, the Turkish Kurdish country that I know of.
Hey CM, I heard you in the Flat Earth room today, bro. Wow, doing big things with all that knowledge. Great work, CM. Wow, you're really exceeding and doing great. I'm sure all that education you got, your parents are so proud of you. You're in a Flat Earth room all day long.
Okay, so let me correct you, Solon. The Kurds is wrong. The Kurd is right. Okay, no S in the end. Okay, because we are a nation. Okay, we are a nation, and we are what is called in political terminology, we are a stateless nation. We are a nation but stateless. We are a homeland which is called Kurdistan. Kurdistan is where every Kurd is born, living, and dying. Okay, so this is our homeland, and this homeland is our country. Our country is occupied by occupiers. Okay, so this is the correct terminology. When you are using the wrong terminology, which is our occupiers terminology, so everything you are saying from the beginning, the fundament is wrong, from the basic is wrong, you know? So you have to recognize that we, 70 million Kurds are a nation. We have our language, our state nation too. If you are Persian and you think you have right to have your nation state nation, so that means I have the same too, because if you are a nation and I'm a nation and we are equals, so every nation has right to have its own state. Why you are trying to deny that I don't have right to build my own state? That's because you have imperial idea. You are trying to, not trying, you have occupied my country, and you are denying Kurdistan to be a country because your mindset is occupy mindset.
I'm confused. So there is a nation, there is a home. What's the nation called?
We are a nation. There's border.
Where is borders? Where are the borders?
This is not how we are defining.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, yeah, I just want to clear that up.
No. I told you. The terminology you are using is the occupiers terminology, and we are not using this. We are using liberational terminology inside the political. Yeah.
I understand. You're not using the U.S.'s Western version of that word, nation and homeland. I agree.
How much of your nation, I'm just curious, how much of your nation would be part of what was Western Armenia?
No, Alan, no.
Why no?
Listen, Alan, if you want to galvanize a crusade, we can do that when we get to Rome.
Why no?
We're just like denying a group of people.
Why no?
Well, come on now, dog.
I don't know who's objecting to it, but yeah. I mean, look, the problem with the Kurds is very simple. In the Armenian genocide, they were paid mercenaries and they killed Armenians, by the thousands. Because, shut up, I am talking. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I waited my turn. They killed Armenians by the thousands, believing foolishly that the Turks would protect them, and the Turks turned around and betrayed them too. Now, having said that, the Kurds have apologized for their part in the Armenian genocide. My point in speaking is not to demonize the Kurds, but to point out the fact that in their history, they have been used and made bad decisions
which has led them to where they're at today.
And why did you
That's
go
all.
with that priming people in the Caucasus, right? That's
not
working for the Russians to ethnically cleanse the Kurds. Why not mention that as a
The Caucasus is a real place?
Okay, why not mention that? Good, you can mention it. Why are you? Was that my point?
You know, shout out to the
Or
Caucasus.
are you just bringing that because you want to engage in some kind of pussy ass whataboutism where anytime somebody says something, you gotta say the opposite thing. Oh, well, American soldiers were killed. Oh, yeah, but other soldiers were killed too. Are you a fucking pervert? Jesus Christ, what a fucking pussy.
Good, we're doing the Fresh Olympics right now.
I'm sorry, Anne, I can't hear you.
No, yeah, that's what he engaged in.
I apologize, Anne, because you
Go ahead, Anne.
What part of what Alan said was not true?
The fact that he said they participated in the genocide.
Yeah, they did. Fuck you. It's funny because my grandparents who lived through it, they mentioned the Kurds as killing people's families. So fuck you, you fucking asshole. Fuck yourself. Go suck some trans Turkish dick, you fucking asshole.
And literally, the public leaders of the Kurds came out and publicly apologized for it as well.
Listen. Right, but
if I can just clarify.
That's not true. So people did
let me just clarify.
Yes, they did.
Professor Jeffrey Robertson.
I don't give a fuck what your professor says.
Are you done?
Yeah, you're not going to use a call to authority that trumps my call to authority.
This is literally in 2009 they came out.
Sure. So,
yeah, what were you saying?
Just allow me, please. Just allow me.
Alpha,
So people like you.
It's going to cause problems, Alpha. Just move on. It's fine. And what do you want to say?
Yo, DePolis, you're not hitting it in the right spot, bro. You're not doing it.
Hold on. An example of so the reason why Lebanon is in the state that it's in, essentially, I remember that when Lebanon, Syria, we partnered with Iran, Palestine, and attacked Israel. And that's not even during that time, Lebanon was mainly Christians with the South, which is the Hezbollah, obviously controls. And we were brought into that, and look where Lebanon is now. So I understand, Alan, when your sentiment about why people are in certain places in the Middle East.
And if I can answer your question, it's not the fact
that
Alan is working on it. Alan is predicating his entire statement on a historical fact that's completely distorted. Nobody's denying it. Nobody could. If I could just land the plane, please. Right?
You didn't let her land, so go ahead.
Okay, Pocket, please don't be a moderator.
I'm not making a moderator. I'm interrupting him. I'm not.
Stay quiet. Let him finish.
Don't tell me what to do when you're interrupting 3 people. Ali,
Okay, you're telling Alpha what to do.
Relax, Ali. Sit down. You interrupted 20 people.
Okay, be quiet.
Sit down. You're okay. You're
Let him finish, Pocket.
Just go to work.
I want to hear what he has to say. I spoke. He gets to speak too.
Nobody's denying, and nobody can deny, and nobody should deny the fact that the Armenian people did suffer a genocide. And this is a point that I've always brought up in many Middle Eastern forums. This act of denial, this lack of acknowledgement, this lack of emotional intelligence. Now, what Alan is referring to, he could have done a better job by Hamid II. And the cooperation was that you go and arrest dissidents. So while these people were arresting people left, right, and center, bringing them to the Ottoman officers, right, they were thinking on completely pragmatic and opportunistic matters. A very well-resourced and researched book on the Armenians, and so did the historian Benny Morris. They both show and indicate that despite the Turkish state's narrative to try to implicate the Kurds as part of this genocide, in reality it was only one militia from the Hamid province that actually cooperated with the Ottomans for completely different reasons. Not necessarily on the intention to genocide or subject the Armenian people who suffered a lot, in fact, in many cases, to a genocide. So, in 2019, I believe it was, or 18, Salahuddin Demirtas, who is a pro-Kurd leader, unfortunately, he was arrested by his own leadership. That's why he ended up in jail. Thank you, PKK. Salah al-Demirtas had the testicular and intellectual fortitude to actually come out and said, we apologize for the Hamidian province partaking in that massacre and in that genocide. And the Kurds are the only ones with the emotional intelligence to actually come out and apologize. That's why before his death, the famous Armenian activist who was assassinated by the Turkish MIT, Iran Dink, and his wife actually had visited Salah al-Demirtas's house, and they had actually many times defended Kurdish rights. So my friend Alan, despite your sentimentality, nobody could deny the Armenian genocide. I just had a problem with your priming caveat, that's all.
Let me say too, I know you to be well researched and thoughtful on these matters, and I understand. But if you didn't like my opening statement, okay, you shouldn't be jumping off the mic. I mean, essentially, you said the same thing that I said, I think. And maybe it's to the degree to which I said it that you disagree with. But my main point, again, and again, I acknowledge that the Kurds did apologize, is my main point is when you make a bargain with the Turks, you're going to get fucked over. And I think the Kurds got fucked over. And certainly if you go by the person who was just on the stage, the Kurds have been fucked over. So I don't think you can disagree with that either.
I don't disagree.
Anyways.
I don't disagree. And I do agree with you that the Kurds are the Kurdish leaders actually are the reason why the Kurdish people, by the millions, are suffering. Because like I said, at very critical and important and significant junctures, they have always made moves and decisions that has cost the Kurds millions of lives. So, for example, if we talk about, let's say, the 182,000 Kurds who were subjected to nerve and sarin by the Saddam regime and the Ba'ath regime in the late 1980s, right? Well, that was because of a bad decision when Mustafa Barzani, but he decided to go with the peaceful route. The Israelis made the suggestion that if the Kurds want to come to the table, let them come to the table, but let them keep the war going.
Why?
Think they
because
did that
because you think they did that because they thought that you deserved that?
No, the Kurdish leadership did that because the Kurdish leadership was thinking that our problem is not with the Arabs or with the Arab state, but in reality, Saudi leadership, we told him that he should go to the negotiating table. He should go to at the time the Shah was also aiding the Kurds. So he was telling us, if I can speak, please.
Shame on you.
So Alan was right that the Kurds have been played. Why? Because the Kurds have been more sentimental.
The other guy, that was the Turkish Kurd.
Are you done?
You see the difference?
Can I answer Alan? Can I corroborate some of his points? Interject?
Let Alpha speak. Don't fucking tell me what to think.
Now go watch the rest of Dummy.
Like, bro, you can.
No, because within their community, there's different types of Kurds. It's like the Turkish
We're not
Kurds.
talking about that, baby.
Baby, I need you to go back.
There's this beautiful thing called the mute button, and it's one of your best friends.
To be a different kind of people.
Baby, focus on your own ethnicity and keep your nose out of people's business, okay?
Well, this is fucking my business.
It's not your fucking business. You're not a Kurd, so shut the fuck up.
No, but you. No, but shut the fuck up. Sorry. They don't want to live in a shithole place like you.
So, Anne, because I want to put some truth to what Alan said, because what Alan said is very true as well. Okay, many deny it, but I don't. So, at the time, Saki Khori. Okay, you guys can go find his article on eCurd.
Bro, they don't know who the fuck Sadi Shoro is, bro.
Yeah, I
Yeah, he was a prominent Mossad agent.
They don't know who Mossad is. They don't know Ibrahim Khan. They don't know Osama bin Laden. They don't know, bro.
So at the time, Israel was simply telling the Kurds while the Shah was arming, well, they were arming the Kurds through the Shah of Iran, because Shah was going through his disputes with Iraq regarding whether this should be called Arab Gulf, Persian Gulf, and some economic stuff. Nonetheless, some maritime disputes. So the point was, what Alan was saying is true, because I'm just giving an example of why at such a critical point, the Kurdish leadership decided to go with sentimentality instead of instrumentality. The Israelis suggested that the Kurds should not listen to Kissinger at the time because Henry Kissinger was after U.S. objective and was not so interested in the Kurds. That's why in the Pike Committee, when Kissinger was questioned why he abandoned the Kurds, and Kissinger, as much as people dislike him, and one of my heroes, Christopher Hitchens, disliked him, I actually think his answer was very much aligned with U.S. foreign policy, because what he said was, Kurd operations should not be mistaken for missionary work. In other words, we gave the Kurds a shot, they shit the bed. Okay? Right? But I will not sit here and deny facts, deny history, and say, you know what? All the United States could not take a crap. With all due respect, no, we've made grave mistakes and we're paying for it. Okay? And I'm sick and tired of Kurdish leaders because all of the blood and sweat of those brave Kurdish men and women has been wasted while these Kurdish leaders are out there enjoying their time. They're telling me to be happy with accommodation under occupation. How can I respect a leader like that and consider him a revolutionary? So I hope I've answered you, Alan. Yes, your sentiments or what you expressed is completely factual.
So it's your fault I'm constipated? Okay, I hesitate to make a joke because what you said was very serious, but I couldn't resist. Yeah, and I agree with that as well. I agree. I don't need to recap it, but yeah, I agree with that. These whole conversations just show how contentious it is in the Middle East, and how it always has been, and how there are so many different groups that are just fighting over the same area, and I don't know that there's a solution to it. But yeah, I mean, that's just a perfect example where your country's leaders or the leaders of a group of people make a bad decision, and sometimes they get bad advice too, and they read the situation incorrectly, and they pay the price.
So, Alpha, I have a question for you, if you don't mind. Particularly going back to a gentleman, actually Turkish, I forgot his name, he was on the stage, and very hot about the topic. So basically his claim is that Persia is the occupier of the territory or Kurdistan. And so if you take his words, so the Kurdish people actually they are in Turkey, in Iraq, in Iran, in Syria. And by the way, the land that they live on is not congruent. That means it's not one piece. It's in different places. So based on his assertion that the four countries actually they have their occupier of the Kurdistan.
Well, who drew the borders?
I would like to hear. I would like to hear your comment, but let me just ask Alpha. Alpha is very knowledgeable. He may not like what he's saying, but certainly he has almost all of his facts correctly. So Alpha, so what I'm trying to tell you that his assertion that these four countries are actually occupiers, and he said Iran, and by extension, I presume he's talking about also Turkey, Iraq, and Syria. And the land is not just one piece of land; it's separate lands in different countries. How could possibly? And I hope they get a land. I hope they become a nation instead of becoming a sovereign state. I don't have a problem with that. But how could it be possible that four countries are occupiers, and this man's intention or his thinking is that the occupiers are to be removed and the Kurdistan become
mentioned throughout history, on one form or another. And just like the Italians, like my favorite scholars, what's his name? Mehrdad Ezedi, once said that in the same way that the Romans can claim the Greeks, the Italians can claim the Romans and Greeks, the Kurds can claim the Hittites and the Gutis and the Medians in the same way that today's Iranians can claim Persia. So, with regards to the congruity, I will upload an image that was actually done by a French research group in the 40s. In fact, I'll upload it just for everyone to see. This was actually an image that was the product that was presented in the San Francisco 1946 meeting. At the time when the Kurds were actually galvanized to establish what we call the Republic of Kurdistan, that was later on dubbed pejoratively by the Shah as the Mahabad Republic. But the Kurds did not call it Mahabad Republic. They called it the Republic of Kurdistan or Komari Kurdistan. So the point is that people need to understand the only reason why the congruity of Kurdistan today is so contentious to others, unlike Kurds, is because of the forced demographic changes, especially under the Islamic regime. The same thing happened in what we call South Kurdistan or Bashur or North Iraq today. In fact, even Iraq itself should not be necessarily defended because all those anti-imperialist friends of ours, they themselves are anti-imperialist, so they should not defend a construct of the British Empire, because Iraq was the construct of the British Empire enforced by the American, enforced by Pax Americana, or the American World Order. And you should all blame Gertrude Bell for the ethnic cleansing of the Kurds from Mosul. In fact, I think it was in 2007 when the referendum has been passed and the new Iraqi constitution was being drafted. Christopher Hitchens published a nice piece in The Atlantic talking about Gertrude Bell, known as the architect of the Middle East, who actually constructed Iraq, and she's one of the reasons why many Assyrians, including Kurds, were actually ethnically cleansed from Mosul. So demographic change in the same way that Turkey did in Afrin. Afrin underwent a 300,000 plus demographic change, and Turkey brought all of the Palestinian immigrants from the south into the Afrin. So demographic changes like this, and then later on you had, I would say, doctored and interpolated surveys that made it seem like the Kurds never really existed in those places. Same thing happened in Turkey when the Kurdish guerrilla movement at the time, before they lost face, they were actually resisting. But Turkey took it upon themselves, especially between 1994 and 1997, or should I say 1993 to 1997, to ethnic were actually forced into ethnic cleanses.
But
Like
Alpha, I
you
think
know,
that's
I'm
an
using.
honest question.
No, but the thing is,
Something that people like, 1 second, check in the Middle East. To me, like, they had the most blood on their hands, the history, if I know it, and I could correct me if I'm wrong, I'm always wanting to learn. But no one ever brings them up. Why?
Well, that's because
they all want to blame each other, but it's like, who set this stage?
Yes. I'll tell you why. Because, see, for example, just to give you an example, if the Palestinian or the Arab, let's not talk about Palestinian because I don't know if they're Arabs or Palestinian, whatever they are, but if we talk about the Arabs never want to mention the British construct of the Middle East. They don't want to mention the underlying imperial architecture of the Middle East. You know why? Because if they do, then the Saudis and the Kuwaitis and the Qataris and all of them, they will delegitimize themselves historically, because there was no such thing as Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and Qatar and Bahrain and Oman before 1917.
Yes, exactly.
You see what I mean? So the Arabs, especially, not the Turks so much, but and not the Persians so much, because the Persians had the Russian problem. So if you look at the Arabs, they never want to mention it. So, for example, an Arab will say that the Arab League's official position.
You should have been a Persian Kurd.
I'm listening to you, Alpha. Yeah, so the Arab League official position is, well, very I would say Machiavellian wise.
But by the way,
Their
Russians are very smart people. I'm listening to you going out, but
there's certain people that want to push for a Palestinian state, and that's perfectly fine. You want to push for a Palestinian state, right? That's perfectly fine. But remember, by the same logic, the Kurds have every legitimate right to redraw the map.
No, but the thing is, like, Alpha, I just want to tell them, like, you know, like the Treaty of Severus, as you know, the Treaty of Severus in 1919, and then it came after that in 1921, I think it was, and it promised permanent Kurdistan state under the shape of Barzanji at the same time. And in the Ottoman area, it was, wait. This doesn't include Iraq. So, like, at the same time, they promised there's the famous thing that if you ever go to Erbil, you go to Kurdistan or something, the Kurds say we have no friends but the mountains. Everybody always fucking betrayed the Kurds for the last 100 years. It makes me sick to my goddamn fucking stomach. They were promised that from 1921 to 1925, you had the Kingdom of Kurdistan at the same time. And then the rebellion happened. And the British, which animated people. Wait, I'm not talking about Kurds in Iran. I'm not talking about Iran. I'm talking about Kurds in Kurdistan at the moment.
Please don't
just give me a second.
Shut up.
Just let me land. They betrayed the Treaty of Severus. They betrayed the Kurds. They should have got a state like Jordan, like Lebanon, like Egypt, like Syria, like Kuwait, like fucking Iraq, and all those countries, and Turkey. A Kurdish state should have fucking happened at that time.
Technically,
Just let me let these people have betrayed Kurdish people for 100 fucking years, like probably forever. If there's a country that deserves independence, it's Kurdistan. They fight, they protect their women. The Peshmerga got rid of fucking ISIS. They're doing everything they can to destroy all their enemies. If you want a real state, it's Kurdistan. You know what I mean?
Damn right.
And then the oppression they've been going through in Turkey for like the past 100 fucking years since Ataturk. There's like 20 million fucking Kurds in Turkey getting oppressed every single fucking day. Nobody says anything. Nobody talks shit about anything. Nobody cares about the Kurds. It breaks my fucking heart. And I'm supposed to sit here and be like, oh, well, yeah, this is gonna happen. And can you imagine if Kurds had fucking B-52s, B-1s, B-2s helping the Peshmerga? They would have eliminated all their fucking enemies. They're not sitting in the West being like Javis Shah, all the bullshit. Even though I like the show. Can you imagine if the Americans actually gave the Kurds B-2 bombers, B-52s and everything? You'd have a Kurdish state fucking tomorrow.
A B-52 with the Kurdish wall. That's beautiful.
Exactly, bro.
That just song to my ears.
The Kurdish women will fucking wait a second, BB. The Kurdish women were snapping fucking ISIS. If you meet a Kurdish woman, you're like, whoa. These are our women, This is I can't believe Kurdistan is
Stay away from the lipstick.
I just want to land with this alpha, bro. I just want to land with this, bro. BG Kurdistan.
Yes. So, can I say a couple of things?
Go ahead.
Yeah. All right, thank you. I don't have a lot of time, so I just wanted to just come up to the stage and say, I was listening to Alan. Is he still here? I believe he's an Armenian.
Yeah, I'm here.
I would sincerely like to apologize for all the atrocities carried out by my ancestors against Armenians, because we've been neighbors for hundreds of years. And we were literally fooled by the Turks. And we were promised an autonomy by Ataturk. And that promise was never kept, obviously. And, after 100 years, we're still, dealing with that grave mistake that that he simply thought that he could fool the Kurds. But I'm not going to go into too much detail because not everybody kind of would be as knowledgeable as a Kurd myself. So Alpha was literally preaching as if like he was preaching to a PhD crowd, which it's a constructive criticism of Alpha. Literally, like literally live. We need to understand now. BB, once again, we need to understand what is stupid. So, like, I just want to tell my American friends, trust me, and the trust Kurds, and Israel, we will make Middle East great again. Just back us up. We literally made Middle East. Kurds are the most progressive nation in the Middle East. There's women and men equality.
Yes.
Okay. So unlike the other nations in the Middle East, we actually care about our women. We actually literally like implemented that equality in our. It's not just a saying, So support the Kurds.
How do you feel about gays?
How do I feel about gays? I mean, as long as you don't stick it up to me, I don't care.
How do you feel about conversions?
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
I agree with the last point. I mean, look, no, I don't just listen. I'll say this. We should not.
Yes.
We should not alienate the LGBT because I don't consider them as an LGBT community. I consider them part of the community.
Bro, let's not go into the whole LGBT thing. I'm literally just saying they can. I mean, they can just do whatever they want.
Yeah, but that's not that's not the issue. The issue here that I was just trying to explain. Listen,
Can you shut up, please?
What the hell? And Aaron is speaking because he just said please. Go ahead.
Yeah, please. Can you say Pepsi without the P, please?
Pepsi.
Yılmaz.
Yes.
Can you say Pepsi?
Alpha, 1 second, buddy. I'm super curious about what he's about to say.
People saying words without the letters.
I can see from your DP that you are a Kurdish.
No, what are you saying, bro?
Are we looking at people's
Are
PP
you a
now?
Kurdish?
Bro, what are you saying? Are you
Never forget.
Are you looking at penises?
You're from Kurdistan? Are you Kurdistan?
Well, thank you for the apology. Thank you for the apology.
Looking at people's PP.
You're welcome, Alan. You're welcome.
No, I want to hear
Pepsi. Yeah, I would love to hear Pepsi.
Me too. Let's not. Yes.
Yeah.
By the way, that's probably all about.
One second,
Please, can you say Pepsi?
I hate this guy.
So Alpha. I ran so far away. This is so retarded.
I think it's this.
I just want to drop this information.
No, please play Pepsi. Okay.
1 second, guys. He's gonna.
What happened to the song?
I didn't know what you wanted me to do. I couldn't.
Was it retarded?
Weird.
No. Can you play Pepsi? I want to hear it.
Peter, that was an intermission song.
Trump is killing it, dude.
I'm so far away. Hey, let's go.
Big day. Do you want to play the whole thing?
Yeah, I like
No, it's all right.
Okay, I didn't
It was
do
really.
I'm sorry. It's over above you. Like, like the jumbotron.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks for that reason. Yo, dude, that motherfucker was hitting that shit.
That was good. That was a good intermission. Please carry on with the conversation.
You were gonna drop something. You were gonna drop something, but please make sure it's not a fucking, bomb or something.
No, you.
Go ahead.
Let peace land the plane, or we'll lose another building, bro.
I will throw you with a peaceful bomb.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Quickly, peace. We don't want to lose another building.
Listen, Yilmaz.
Yes.
I want to add your information that after the massacre of Saddam Hussein in Halabja, you remember that? Or maybe Alpha remember.
Okay,
Every course remember
whether
that.
we do or not. Wait. I want to know what's coming. I want to know what's coming.
You know who support the Kurdish at that time? Jalal Talbani. Listen, and you can Google it.
Yes, go ahead.
We have a party in Palestine. We call it
PFLP.
No. PFLP. Yeah, that's correct. You know those.
Leila Khalid Baraka.
No. Shut up. The Democratic Front.
Yes, Leila Khalid.
No. You are wrong. Completely wrong. You just
There
Google
is
it.
Saddam statue in Palestine erected.
You are absolutely wrong. You just
let him finish. Go ahead, yeah.
You just Google it, you know.
Yeah, don't worry, go ahead. Yeah.
Naif Hawatmeh, you know Naif Hawatmeh?
Naif Hawatmeh, yeah, I will tell you about Naif Hawatmeh. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, just a minute. He is the one who supports the Kurds.
I'm glad you mentioned
He's a Palestinian. He's the Palestinian, who the first to stand in front of Saddam Hussein.
Yes.
And then he established Abu Nidal, the terrorist organization, and Abu Abbas. This is why we have a problem, the conflict with Saddam Hussein. Because we support the Kurds.
No, you do not.
You can Google it, my friend. Google it. Don't forget. Naif Hawatmeh, the Palestinian Democratic Palestinian Front.
Yes.
Chairman is Naif Hawatmeh. He's the first to support.
You sound like one of the old school radio recordings of our presidents.
Peace. I will tell you what Naif Hawatmeh said. I will tell you what Jalal Talabani said. I will tell you what Leila Khalid said when I tried to speak to her. I will tell you exactly what Khalid Baraka said about the Kurds, especially the PKK who stood and fight in Qal'a while you people and your Yasser Arafat Ammar ran away. Shall we go into that history?
Right.
Shit.
Bro, Abu Harwar was blowing up fucking airplanes. He was looking to blow up airplanes.
Listen, behave yourself when you talk.
And like Yahya Hush was too busy blowing up fucking restaurants in 2001, 2002, 2003. We know what you guys are busy doing, bro. Nobody's like fake news about this shit.
You see that this entire room was having like a great conversation, and just people just have to come in and like just shit all over. Like why? Like we were coming like learning.
Yeah, it becomes a place where we talk.
Hey, just let him talk here. Let him talk.
No, peace is being divisive, Bruce. Very much so.
I mean, yeah. So
I
just want to talk about things.
That man is a menace.
Like he's not bringing anything.
And this guy supports the engineer Yahya Hush, which like blew up like 5 fucking buses in 2002. I went to like, oh yeah, you're such a fantastic guy. You're so wonderful, peace. You're so fantastic and you're so beautiful.
He really looks at PP for
Get the
not that
You
into
know?
bullshit.
You know who support creating Hamas? You know?
Hush.
You know who support creating Hamas?
Who's supporting Yair Hamas?
Netanyahu. This is a real story. I was there. Listen to me, please. This is correct informations. I witnessed that with my eyes.
I don't even think most Israelis like Netanyahu.
Can I ask you?
Bullshit, bro.
Guys, hold on. You know what I want to say? Does anybody know the American General Norman Schwarzkopf?
100% is the best.
Okay. Well, according to General Arnold Schwarzkopf, when the Iraqi Baas files were actually unarchived, or should I say unraveled, guess what? The foot soldiers who were busy pillaging the burned and decimated Kurdish villages of 4,000 plus and 200 downs, 500 Palestinian Fidaiyin were part of it. Oh my goodness! And the same Palestinians who were supporting the Turkish occupation of Afrin in ethnically cleansing the Afrin Kurdish homes.
That's right.
No, Alpha, I don't want to hear that truth. The truth hurts. Please don't say things like that.
You know what? I think a lot of them don't care. Like a lot of these motherfuckers on here.
I love you, Ed.
Really? They don't care. No, seriously. I'm not saying I don't. I do care. Because I'm black and I definitely care like a motherfucker. But a lot of these motherfuckers on here don't care about that.
Don't care about what?
Well, we're here because we care.
What he just said. Like 100. Do you even understand what he just said?
Yes, we do. We're educated. We're not like you.
Oh, really?
But you know what's funny?
So what he just said was that a lot of people died. Do you understand that, right? Like we could be funny as hell and do whatever, but
I know for a fact
he said that like people.
Are you walking?
Nobody really cares about that, right?
You dropped and walked on the side of the road.
Don't even say that, white boy. You drunk here. Stop doing that.
Listen, he's better than BB. We love you, Bruce. Bless your heart.
Yeah, whatever. Go bless my heart, whatever. You know what? As a black man, dude, I understand shit. So you can say go bless your heart, but you gotta really understand what he just said.
Yeah.
Well, what the fuck did he say though?
Okay.
Yeah, big rock.
You black. Nigga, fuck you, dude. I didn't understand what he.
Let Bruce and Big Bog talk it out, man.
Bruce, should Kurdistan be free? Just answer me, yes or no. Bruce, please.
And y'all are laughing about that shit. Shit's not funny.
Bruce,
No, it's not funny at all.
No, seriously, it's not funny. It's not. I mean, some of it's funny how y'all saying shit, but it's not funny to a point. It's not funny.
Hey, yo, my brother, should Kurdistan be free or no?
I'm a guy. Are y'all really not getting a lot of shit? Okay. You know what? It's cool. No, it's not cool. You know what? It is what it is. Y'all, you know what? Y'all, you know. No, that's cool.
Speak on it, brother. Speak on it, preach.
Brother ain't answering me. Bro, should Kurdistan be free? Please say yes or no, goddammit.
You know what? Alpha, at this British work, as you know, it's almost 6 p.m. here. I think I need a drink to Wild Adam's Top Out.
Hey, bro,
I think I need to open a bottle to Wild Adam's Top Out. See how it goes.
What kind of European are you?
The best. No.
Do you know the cracker?
He's a nigger.
Oh, hell no, you was a nigga. You actually nigga.
sound like a nigger? You sound like
He does not sound like a nigger. What are you acting about?
Okay. Yeah.
Whatever I tell people I am, everyone ends up remembering the other thing, so I don't bother.
I can tell you civilized him. Definitely.
Well, we did civilize this place, I will say.
What do I sound like? Do I have a specific?
Yeah, sound like Diego 2.0.
You sound civilized too, Richard.
Is derisive civilized?
See, that's a good thing.
Or is he a lot less?
He's a little bit too chaotic.
He's civilized.
There's not enough.
We all civilized.
You guys should be friends. You and Derisive should be friends.
He needs to change his vocabulary.
We all civilized individuals here.
Would you ever be friends with him? Basically, patch up stuff.
With who?
With Tim Rambleston. If I'm gonna be nice with
He's like Ryan 2.0. What is that?
No, he's not. He's better.
He's gonna be showing feet pics in the mat.
No, he's not. You like him. You guys will get along. You do it for me, right, Mr. Anderson? Please.
Nigga, dude, you're told. Are you gonna go in the hot box?
You're gonna fart in my face?
No, you don't know what the hot box is. Niggers go in the hot box when they're
like a liquid wet fart, you know?
He's a tough nut to crack.
It's gonna sound very.
Oh yeah,
It's gonna sound very liquid. It's gonna sound very liquid, you know?
So you're telling me to put black people in boxes and they sweat? It's like a sauna?
Oh my god, have you never seen even Django, bro? Is it Django?
Django Unchained?
Is there any other Django stuff?
Well, I don't think there is. It's probably like a remake.
Hot box in Django.
Yeah, they put the niggers in this fucking box and leave them out in the field till they just fucking like have to. It's like a torture. That they just have to sit there and sweat locked in a fucking box.
Oh, it's like a metal container, right?
Oh my god, do you ever shut up?
Can you shut the fuck up, nigger? We have a conversation.
You're like literally that.
Huh? Compare me to a fucking man. No offense to me, though.
I know, he's like, alright, you do not have an off button, dude.
I just like to talk, you know?
You're talkative. I bet, like, being in a car ride with you, you just, like, don't take a break. Like, you talk the entire time.
Do you talk through the movie? Like,
I don't think there's anything. No, I didn't. I'm not the only person that talks, right? There's also Torta, the fucking nigger, like to talk. But for me, no, just when there's a movie, I just stay quiet. You sound very muffled. Is your phone in your fucking butt?
Like, do you want to pull it out?
He keeps having visions of butts.
Bro, his phone sounds like it's in his fucking booty. Was that a wet fart? That sounds like a wet fart. What the fuck, man?
Bro, you're gonna get more than you asked for.
That is a fart.
Happens, you know, inside the Beltway, and these politicians in the media, like, perhaps are always blowing things up.
Well, yeah, it seems like it's a lot of it's dramatized on, Clubhouse, on Twitter, on Instagram and TikTok. Apparently, I don't have any of those. I do have Twitter, and obviously on Facebook. And yeah, you hear all these people screaming in online, but nobody's doing it in real life. It doesn't seem to be happening. Conversations pop up about politics or religion quite often here, but I don't hear it. I don't know. Maybe they're satisfied. They're just living their daily life.
Yeah, I think you're quite right. That's what I was like trying to explain to people, like when they talk about Iran, like so many people are against it and so many people support it and all this type of stuff. I was like, most people don't even think in those terms. Like, they're going about their lives. They have a shop to run. They have, teach school or farm or whatever it is that they do. Like, most people, they're focused on their own lives.
It seems like the most people that come on Clubhouse is because they have disposable time to do it. They don't have, like, a family to feed, or you get my point. Like or 3 jobs or something.
They have a lot of extra time, and so they don't really represent like the typical people in the country.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Most people are focused on whatever.
White chalk on the floor, old names in a circle of scars. Copper on my tongue, eyes turn to an ashen star. Pages breathing small, glitter spruce blue on my skin. You asked who I serve.